A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to welcome you all to the BW Education Leadership Summit and Top Education Brands Awards 2020, which celebrates the most definitive gathering of change makers and innovators. You will meet India's future education brand leaders today, virtually. My name is Khyati Kawa, and I'm going to be your host for the day. The 2020 edition of BW Education's Top Education Brands in India, this initiative and the awards comes as keeping with the company's commitment to recognize and also for the best practices and facilitates the endeavor of India's ethical education-led entities working each day towards building this wealth. The day long conference and awards brought together top industry veterans, policymakers, and experts to discuss the pressing issues in building these brands and facilitating good practices in the education sector, including panel discussions, presentations, Q&A with the audience, fireside chats, and more around the theme of top education brands in India. Constantly inspiring and leading us is Dr. Annurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Businessworld in exchange for media. It is the fastest growing business media house in India. With a network spanning across 16 niche business communities and 8 magazines, BW Businessworld is proud to be entrenched in various verticals in the domestic as well as global business ecosystem. With over 40 years of legacy, BW enjoys a strong reputation for providing unbiased, independent, and diverse viewpoints. With changing times, BW now has massive readership in the digital space as well. We also build communities through events and conferences to facilitate interaction between our business leaders and create a conducive environment for collaboration. Now, let's spread the word outside and share the experience from this platform with a wider audience. I request everyone to join the online conversation by using our hashtag, which is hashtag BWTEB2020, which is BWTEB2020. You can also watch us live on facebook.com/BW Businessworld. BW Businessworld, our Facebook official page. You can join us there or any of our social platforms. Before we get started, we would like to thank our partners who have made this event possible. Thank you to our principal partner, Tourism Finance Corporation of India. Thank you to our B-School partner, Institute of Public Enterprise. And thank you to our virtual event partner, Almond Vertex. Now, to start the proceedings and welcome all of you, I'd like to request Dr. Annurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Businessworld and Exchange for Media Group, to join us on the screen. A very warm welcome to you, Dr. Batra.
Thank you so much, Khyati. It's my honor and privilege to be at the BW Education Top Education Brands. We started this initiative many years back, and through a knowledge-led process, through a jury-led process, the Top Education Brands is becoming a marquee event in the calendar of the education ecosystem. We believe that education, apart from being a business, is a transformative revolution. I call education a transformative revolution. However, brands are like personalities. When you meet a certain personality, the personality attributes of that personality give you the hope, knowledge, and the skills and tools required to shine. Similarly, when it comes to education brands, 3 things matter. One is the lineage of the educational institution or the educational brand. Second is number of years. And third, dare I say, is what is the interface with the outside world. In a college, it may be placements. In a school, it is extracurriculars and other activities. It is high time education brands practice what they preach. So clearly, BW Education has taken this exercise to be able to bring stakeholders together, to be able to do this annual exercise of ranking. This year, our jury was led by Shri Anil Sesbudde, who is the chairman of AICTE, and had very preeminent leaders from the educational ecosystem and allied domains judging the entries. All the participating and shortlisted entries presented to the jury, and tonight you will have the winners. From 5 till 6:45, Uh, the top education brands will be revealed. Throughout the day, we have a conference on how education ecosystem is changing. And let me give you my top 5 views on how the education ecosystem is changing. You can watch this simulcast on BW Education or on businessworld.in. First, education is a continuous process. When we talk of education, we talk of young adults, children, but screenagers like me, I may not be a teenager, but I'm a screenager, are also looking to learn. So there are opportunities in the upgradation of knowledge space. Second is learning cycles are shortened. Let's say the executive development program, the MDPs, earlier you'd go once in a year, once in 2 years, once in 3 years for a course. Today we are picking up courses every 3 months, 6 months. Third, the average spend on education will go up. And education will also mean skilling, vocational development, and not just the traditional definition of education. Fourth, the role of technology has grown, whether it's in imparting through video tools or in general assimilation of technology within education. Last but not the least, hybrid education is here to stay. Uh, the campuses are not going anywhere while we use the digital technology to communicate with each other. But the hybrid education is here to stay, which means it will be a combination of physical learning on the campus when it can come back, maybe hopefully soon, and through the virtual classroom. Uh, so these are the trends that are happening, and as I rightly said at the start, that education brand, educational institution have to start practicing what they preach, whether in terms of it's their outreach, whether in terms of content, whether in terms of the leaders who lead it. Clearly, um, time to reinvent every education brand has come. So the BW top education brands is an endeavor to celebrate the transformation and the future journey of these big education brands. So I wish you luck. I look forward to learning from the conference, and hopefully 2021 is round the corner. We are 33 days away from 2021. Hopefully, it will be a year where education will take it a new avatar. The national education policy has been a game changer. It is perfect in its intent and its vision. As the stakeholders of the education ecosystem implement that, uh, and over a period of time, the educational ecosystem gets morphed. The top education brands will also be a catalyst in making it happen, and also themselves get changed in the process. So really, we at BW Education are a catalyst in that, and I wish luck to all the winners who will be unveiled at 5 p.m. And I look forward to a great day of learnings at the BW Top Education Brands Conference. Thank you. Back to you, Kathy.
Thank you so much, Dr. Batra, for setting the context for the summit. It's wonderful to hear you. It's always inspiring. But, ladies and gentlemen, now I hope all of you are ready as we are about to commence the day. And here I would like to quote Malcolm Forbes, who said, "Education's purpose is to replace an empty mind with an open one. What can change the world really is good education." And moving on to our first panel discussion for the day, which will talk about early childhood in the digital era, lessons learned, and a guide for the future. We have stellar panelists in this discussion. I'd like to invite on screen, amidst your virtual applause, join me in welcoming Prahar Anjaria, Chairman, Rangoli Group of Institutes; K Srikanth, CEO, Clay School; Manali Amit Kohle, Managing Director, Sanjivani Group of Schools; Tijay Gupta, CEO, Bachpan Preschool; Madhuri Parti, Academic Director, Aravali International School. And to chair this session, we have with us Kavita Aggarwal, Chairperson, MISA. A very warm welcome to all of you. And Dr. Aggarwal, I'd like you to take the proceedings over. Request you to unmute yourself.
Good morning, and I am grateful to BW Education World for giving us an opportunity to discuss our feelings, point of views, and future roadmap. That how are we going to go about? Uh, on 23rd of March, there was a lockdown. It was surprise, and it was all sudden setback for the education industry. The students sat at home, everybody was at home, and the education came to some kind of halt at this particular time. We all came together and we felt that yes, education is a process which has to go on. It cannot be stopped. Maybe it is in four walls, or maybe it's out in the classroom. So we all started preparing our faculty, we started preparing our kids, started preparing our parents, and we all faced some kind of challenges, and these challenges were really, in reality, they were, sometime it was, they were impossible, but we all, with the collective efforts, we have come together and we have made it possible that education has to go on, the show must go on. And it was, especially it was a great challenge for the preschoolers, because a 3-year old child to concentrate on the screen and see the screen was a big challenge. So there were so many brainstorming meetings were done, and finally digital platform was used, and today's panelists are here to share their own experiences and the challenges with us, and we will leave the meeting with some kind of a conclusion that how to go about in future, because future is also not certain, and we feel that the situation which has arisen today, we may face it tomorrow also, so we all need to be prepared. So after the discussion, we will come to the conclusion that what is the roadmap for tomorrow. So I take this opportunity to request Mr. Prahar uh, from the Rangoli group of schools, what was the need of digital technology for preschoolers, because they are so young, they are not able to take the instructions. So is that we had to carry on the education with them, and what was the need of digital technology with them? Mr. Prahar.
Yeah, Dr. Kavita,
Good
good
morning.
morning. Good morning to all the panelists. It's my pleasure. See, as you mentioned, everything was fine till 20th of March. We all were taking regular classes, and suddenly on 23rd it came. And when it came for first month itself, we were under impression that okay, we'll have break of 1 month. From June 15th, it will be fine. And suddenly things started unfolding. Lockdown got increased. So all the preschools and all the big brands, all the schools were forced to think out of the box. See, prior to COVID, we used digital platform, but to very minimal extent as a support mechanism. While here it will be more of a driver, because we can't directly meet students. And the biggest question was a preschoolers, because standard 1 onwards, we have a CBSE school also. Standard 1 onwards, it's easy to interact with them, ask them to sit for 40 minutes, 30 minutes. For nursery and kindergarten, it's very difficult. So challenges lies over here. So what probably all of us have done is that we try to invent creative solutions, so that it keeps kid engaged, busy. We start giving 20 minutes and then increase it to 30 minutes sessions. Then parents role, we ask parents to sit with the kindergarten students, and this whole goes on. Now, coming back to the question, as I mentioned, we all were using digital learning as a support mechanism, probably 5 to 25%, depending upon institute. But going forward, it will be definitely hybrid. And as child psychology also suggests, See, practical learning. Now, I've seen quite a few classes. Couple of my teachers are also using augmented reality. So it's not the case that every time we need to take them practically to the vegetable market or to any to show any animal in different scenario. We can use augmented reality. We can use our play cards now are digital. So lots of things and lots of credit goes to all the teachers have been invented during last 6 months. And going forward, it will be hybrid, as Mr. Batra said, but digital role will be definitely higher than what we used to have. And that's what it is important. However, there are some pros and some cons, parents involvement, and I'll not discuss that, because then that will take the charm out of your questions. But there are definitely some pros and cons, but I foresee a higher role of digital media going forward, even after COVID also. And this is definitely a good learning session for all of us. And kids have also now accepted the reality situation and have started performing. And now from last couple of months, we are getting even fantastic results with nursery students also. And
Great.
from
Yes.
standard from 5 years onwards, there are some online quizzes, and that also has started. So that has created a fantastic environment, and I think my colleagues will be able to share their experiences also. Hope I have answered your query.
Thank you so much, Mr. Prahar, because even I believe that now, so far, by and large, all our preschool babies have been adjusted to digital technology and digital platform, and they are enjoying it. Taking forward, I would like to pose the second question to Mr. Tijay Gupta, CEO of Bachpan Preschool, group of preschools. How do preschoolers have been trained to use digital platform? How have her how so how are they, what were the challenges you have faced when you were teaching them digital platform, because they are too young? So what was the technique that how you taught them?
Hi, good morning to all my fellow panelists. I think it's a wonderful session, and we are going through good learning, and I am able to learn something from my fellow panelists. Coming back on the question, I think I'll twist it a bit. I'll say rather than the preschoolers, it's more difficult for the parents. So I'll say how the parents were accumulated to use our platform. Look, when we started our online classes, we started them on 1st of April actually, and we found it very difficult to engage a child for 30 minutes, even for 25 minutes, 45 minutes, whatever it is. But more difficult part was to convince the parents to bring child to the platform. I think Srikanth ji or Prahar ji will agree with me. It's more difficult with the parents to convince them to bring to the child to the screen. They have different observations, different kind of accumulations, different kind of problems. So first thing was to tackle the parent. It took us almost 10, 15, 20 days to convince our parents that it is very necessary, and this lockdown is going to go for another 3 months, 6 months. At that time, we never knew. We thought it might open by August or September, but now it seems that it will open by another 6 months. So it seems very difficult. Slowly and gradually, the parents have understood this point, that this is the only point, and then they have to come back to the technology. Another problem was how to pass the technology to them. We are a school with 100 branches. We have branches in rural areas also, semi-rural areas also. From A to E grade of cities, we have branches. In smaller cities, there was a problem with the technology. They don't have extra tablets, they don't have extra phones, or they don't have laptops like we do have in metros. So another thing was how to adjust the classes and the sessions to bring the child to the classrooms. In our case, we took us even the evening classes in some cities. It may be 5 to 6, it may be 5:30 to 6:30, or 6 to 7:30, when the parents are back at home, and when the parents feel that their phone is free for the technology part. Third part I'll come with the kids is the teachers. Our teachers were not trained to take 100% online classes. As Prahar ji has said, we were a bit adjusted with the online app kind of thing, but teachers were not 100% trained, or they were not 100% resourceful with that thing. Then the teachers were trained to give the training to the kids for 3 years, 4 years. They even found it difficult to manage a child for another 20 minutes, 25 minutes in the class. Days were defined, thought process were seen, sheets were made, exercise were given. It is more important to bring their interest, and back another for after 5-6 days, and difficult for a child to bring the classroom. Then they made the processes. In this way, the whole system was done. I think now what we are being trained, now the system we have adopted, it's very easy for us to go for the blended or the hybrid kind of learning. I feel it's very difficult to go online if we say whole soul 100% or 150%. I'll disagree with one point from Prahar, that I think showing a practical vegetable and going with the AR, both are different things. Until a child is a feel of a practical vegetable shop, it would be difficult for them to understand that kind of concept. So I feel now the system has been much set up, but we are waiting for the schools to open as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tijay Gupta, and you have really spoken a relevant thing, that technology really cannot replace the real world. So in that connection, I would like to now invite Miss Madhuri from Aravali International School, and I would like to pose a question to her, that how does the digital platform affect the children's group performance? And what was the expectation from the stakeholders? So over to you, Ms. Madhuri.
All right.
Dr. Madhuri.
Thank you, Kavita. A very good morning to one and all. I think challenges faced by all of us all were the same. We were all left like in a no man's land. We didn't know what to do. So there were a couple of, Kavita, I'll spend 1 minute on you taking you through the entire journey maybe. So for first of all, it was this child has never even been into a brick and mortar structure called school as yet. This age group was the worst hit age group. They didn't even know there is a classroom. They're like enrolled for next year, but have not started attending school also. So for us, first, it was very, very critical after all our brainstorming sessions to orient our parents. So we spent a lot of our time and bandwidth on orienting our parents on each and every aspect of operations and content and pedagogy. We divided it into 3 broad spectrums, for the parent orientation. We made our presentations, and virtually at that point in time, the best platform was Zoom, and you had to buy in one for such a large audience. That's what we did. Then, of course, our entire journey, the rigmarole started. We realized classrooms, teachers made them very lively. Teachers also facing their own issues because they were all of a sudden ripped apart of their domestic helps and everything, and they had to sit in front of the screen, hold the attention of the children. So how they will dress up, what colors will they wear, what should be the vibrancy in their voice. Till that level, we had to make adjustments. There were children who had siblings, and that time there was complete lockdown. So the number of gadgets was limited. So we had to reorganize our timetables we are a huge school with around 6,000 plus children in the pre-primary, primary, but we had to make a lot of adjustments to just adjust because एक adapter, charger, कुछ भी तो नहीं मिल रहा था उन दिनों में. So there were a lot of adjustment made. Then once we were settled, then it was an upward journey. We started organizing one-to-one meet between every child and every teacher. We called it Rubaroo. So the teacher had to ask, what's your favorite? Parents were there. So it was like getting to know you better. Then the evolution cycle started, once we had kind of settled with the crisis, so to say. Then our necessary devil, वो जो एक स्मार्ट क्लास होता है बच्चों को एंटरटेन करने वाला, वो उस इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर में मिसिंग था. Then we started looking for those solutions of blended learning. Thankfully, we are an LMS school, so we didn't face much challenge. We had a lot of ready-made material on our LMS. So quickly we had to tell the provider to kind of switch usages and whatever. So blended learning came in. Then we started thinking of doing virtual tours. Virtual tours came in. And I think then it was all the platforms that probably Google provided us with. Then we became a Microsoft school. Then we started using all the solutions that Microsoft gave us. So I think there has been kind of evolution that as human, crisis always brings opportunities, chaos always brings creation. I had heard this all my 54 years. Okay, I saw it now. Creation and creativity, you have to see how teachers will say, okay, the children are asking, okay, get me, they play Queen of Sheba, get me 7 katoris. So all the children are running in the kitchen to get 7 katoris. So that's the kind of learning that's happening. That's the kind of involvement that's happening, technology, blending. So I think we have created at our end a win-win situation for all the stakeholders. It is, I think, the think tank of the school which needs to sit, think, and it's not just the think tank. I think every teacher of ours contributed, came up with new ideas. They would wear crowns, they would do whatever. Then we started thinking of we started doing small movies on Saturdays. 40 minutes, 30 minutes movies for the kindergartners. Of course, full-fledged classics for the senior students. And teachers would send them virtually popcorn, soft drinks, and have an interval time. So I think we all have been put in a situation which is beautiful. It's how we handle it. And as my final thing, I feel blended learning is here to stay. I have to give you one more aspect. PTMs became so focused. We didn't have to bother about the traffic outside, buses, the guard bhaiya, the gaadis khada hona, andar kaun aa raha hai. They became so organized. Everybody got so much attention. Teacher had nothing else to focus on but on child performance. Teachers have become data driven, not staff room talk driven. Ye bacha aisa hi hai, nahi, because now on the LMS they have data. So I think there could be no better, faster way of learning than this 9 months, the situation that we have been put into. And I salute all the teachers, not only for doing what they've been told to do, but every day coming up with a new idea, because it's not the 5 top people, 3 people who should be thinking. It's your staff of 250 people who should be thinking, all in the same rhythm rut. Exactly what we did, Kavita, and I hope I have answered your question.
Thank you so much, Madhuri, for sharing your experience. And I think everyone has their own unique experiences and a lot of big tales to say. And I think this 2020 will never be forgotten, and it is going to become a history in our life of our children and plus our educational fraternity and the history. So now I would like Mr. K Srikanth to let us know that how do you measure the growth of the child at a digital platform? Because as you are aware that when the child is physically present, we see the milestones of growth, that how the child is able to do this, they're able to hold the pencil, able to draw straight line, able to draw sleeping line, able to pronounce certain words, able to learn blends, and all these things are physically we can measure. But now it's a big challenge for all of us, that how to measure the growth of the child on the digital platform. And by the end of 3 years, that is nursery, junior and senior, we prepare our children for the next formal schooling, that is grade 1. Depending on their growth and their own milestones, we go ahead for their preparation. So how do you think that we can manage this on the digital platform?
Thank you, Dr. Kavita, for the question, and thank you, fellow panelists. I'm really honored to be a part of this esteemed panel. Thank you, Businessworld. As you rightly said, Dr. Kavita, I think going online was much easier than solving the problem of assessments, because assessments in a classroom setting happens naturally. In a online setting where we're even struggling to keep children engaged for the period of time that they're online, to actually figure out how well they're doing something was a challenge. So at Clay, what we did was we invested in a platform which we brought up from South Korea, only because of the reason that they had assessment tools with it. I know that Zoom or Teams or one of the other platforms that are easily available, Cisco, WebEx, all of them are able to help us conduct a classroom session, but this particular one was made for preschoolers. It's made in an interactive fashion where the children can talk to each other and to the teachers. And of course, there was an assessment tool associated with it. We're using that. Is it perfect? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. This is a situation like saying that I'm teaching a kid to play cricket on PlayStation, and then I'm trying to find out how good he is at cricket, which is not really the same thing as going out on the ground and batting or facing a bowler. Because there is a sense of social interaction that happens, a dynamic that happens in a classroom which contributes to learning. However interactive I make a platform, it's not the same as going to a classroom and doing it. Assessment tools are there. Are they perfect? I don't think so. If you're trying to assess whether a child has picked up a concept or not, I think it can be done. It's a lot more time consuming. It's a lot more painful than it would have been in a simple interaction over class. And why just for children? I think if this panel was to meet in real life, in a real life situation, our conversations get that much richer. Somebody sent me a message yesterday that I have this feeling that Zoom is impending. So that's the sensation. There is a fatigue that comes about in adults and children, everybody through online learning, and that I don't think we had a choice. So in the first place, I think we're making the best of what we have in hand today. But assessments would be one reason why it would have to become hybrid in the future and cannot just be online in the future. Because the assessments come from a lot more than just how well a person can draw a line. It also depends on how the child is actually picking up or learning, what's going on in her mind when she's sitting in that class. Is she with you? Is she distracted? Is there something else going on? These are things where in a classroom, it makes it much simpler. On online, it is a challenge. We're doing the best we can. It's not perfect.
That's great. And I think everybody will agree to that what is in real life situation, we cannot bring it to the same thing on the digital platform. And we have to still speculate that this might have happened and this might have taken place. So in connection to that, I would like to now discuss a few things with Ms. Manali, who is from Sanjivani group of school. How do you plan blended learning if it is required in future? Do you think that incorporating digital platform for future education is advisable for preschoolers, Ms. Manali?
Hello, first of all, I would like to say thank you to BW Education and co-partners. And I, like Madhuri ma'am said, I'm just a representative of the teachers of Sanjivani schools, because all the efforts and all the chaos which was created, it was totally handled very efficiently by my Sanjivani school teachers, in spite of being teachers from a rural school or a rural area. So, Kavita ma'am, I think blended learning is need of the hour, and change is, we can't deny change. We have to modify ourselves with the change. And if we go through a few papers which are based on school education, it has been found that kids learn really well when they use these technology videos and all the.
She lost contact. She comes again. Let us talk on blended learning. I think if she's not getting connection, Mr. Srikanth from Clay School, can you throw some light on blended learning?
Sure. So I think what we meant by blended learning was it's twofold. One, how will we do it at the time when the pandemic is receding? And one, how will we do it beyond the pandemic? So we're looking at it in two ways. When the pandemic is receding, what we're doing is we've started a program where our teachers and caregivers actually go to the homes of the children and teach them there. And what we're also trying to do is create a social bubble. So maybe, 3 children living in that apartment complex can get together in some one child's house and our teacher can go and teach over there. So there's a limited amount of emotional social bonding that happens, and there's also learning. We do this 2 days a week, and then 3 days a week we do online. So we're working on programs like this, which I think will continue into the future, even after schools reopen, because there would be some hesitancy about sending children back to school till vaccinations are complete and parents are completely secure about their children. So to some degree, there would be online, there would be home-based learning, there would be school learning. And I think all these three aspects will continue simultaneously at the same time for some more time to come. Now, how I think it will continue in the long term is because there is a huge number of parents of this age group segment who believe that first standard के बाद तो school जाना ही है, इसलिए उन्हें preschool में डाल के अभी से क्यों ये पूरा, why put them into that rigmarole? There's that feeling, which I think if we popularize the social bubble model, and we say that education even at that age and socialization at that age is important, I think that's a model that can spread through all towns, B and C tier towns, who sometimes, of course, Bachpan is doing a great job of taking schools into those BC towns. There are several other people, even amongst this group I have here, who've taken this. But by and large, I think the choices available at those towns is much smaller than what we have in a city. So I think if we are able to start the social bubble concept universally, in combination with schooling that they do, or in combination with online. So between these three pieces, I think is what hybrid learning would be defined as. At least that's the way we are looking at it in Clay going forward.
Mr. Prahar, do you think that Mr. Srikanth was talking about the social bubble? Is it possible at this time or in future, that how will the stakeholders react to it?
Now, when this pandemic happened, let's not forget that NEP was introduced later on, which has now make nursery and kindergarten a formal school kind of thing.
Yes.
So if these things will continue, probably in future, we won't have this problem at least. But as of now, not even in tier 2, tier 3, even in big cities also, people have preferred to remain at home rather than attending online classes initially. And then we have seen there is a rush or a bit admissions post September, because then they realize that, okay, this is going to continue for a year. So that's a dilemma there. Then there is a job loss and other expenses incurred due to COVID. So that has also created a big part. There were some issues of parents having only a couple of instruments at home and they'll have to bring it to the office. So how to conduct classes. Then there'll be additional bandwidth issues. So and another, in preschoolers, parent need to be with the kid. So compulsorily they need to attend both the sessions, one session or two sessions. So that was also affecting. So in last 3 to 6 months, lot has happened, and we have come out of that. And now things have streamlined. And as Mr. Gupta said and Mr. Srikanth said, it's not 100%. We all are trying best. It's 80-85% probably. as what probably, but we all have accustomed to the situation and trying to give our best results. But social stigma is going to remain in different form.
That's right. And Mr. Tijay Gupta, I just got to know that Bachpan is also catering to the small towns and to uh, to the remotest areas. So, how do you think that Bachpan can reach out to the children, those who do not have appropriate facility, and they don't believe in preschool education so much? That how are you going to help this to the school stakeholder, that how important this age is and how we are going to prepare them for future?
In our case, what we are doing, we have representatives at smaller towns who are going to different villages. We are talking to panchayats, we are talking to the village leaders, or what we can say, and trying to make them understand what is the importance of preschool and how it is going to change the life of the kid when he'll go or when she'll go to the class one. This is first part, what we are doing on the local level. Second part is that we are running awareness classes, demo classes, twice in a week, thrice in a week for the parents who are not technology friendly. We are trying to book them into a hall with our local representative, calling the parents either digitally or online, whatever medium is possible. I'm not saying that 100% parents are coming. Maybe out of 10, only 5 or 6 parents are coming. But definitely we are going through these programs. I feel when the school reopens, it would be much more easy, as we are doing this job earlier also. And as I mentioned, we are working in those areas where we have 10,000 or 12,000 annual fees, where it is hardly 700, 800 rupees a month. And believe me, we have more number of admissions, but have more number of admissions as compared to any metro city. So when it comes to us, we always say that we are a C grade or D grade company. We are not for metro cities. We are much better in other cities. So I think it's little easy for us to go in that manner. And I think once the industry opens, we'll go little harder in that regard, because we feel there's a scope in terms of business and there is scope in terms of education and telling the parents that what is importance. One more thing I feel, compared to my metro parents, I'm sorry to say I'm also a metro guy, compared to my metro parents, my other rural parents are much more curious and much more easy for them to come to either PTMs or going to the homework or the child syllabus or the learning part. So we have seen the different results in that terms. So I think it's a fantastic question, and I think if we already believe that kind of thing, and I think blended learning will help it like more. Now parents are 50-60% adjusted. I won't say 80-90%, but yes, they're 50-60% adjusted to this kind of environment. Probably in future, what we think, we can go for a 4-day school or a 5-day school, and another 2 days are meant for blended learning. I think this can work out, and I do agree with Srikanth ji or Prahar in that regard. Hybrid or blending model will be staying, and I think it's a bless for us.
That's true. That's true. So now you have spoken with relation to the parents, stakeholder, and what the school is doing. I would like to ask Dr. Madhuri that what is her experience when the school reopens? How do you think that your teachers are going to take that physical learning very effectively once again? Because now they are so complacent and they are so happy with the work from home and doing everything from home and at their comfort, at their luxury. But to bring them back to school is a big challenge. And when we talk to them that now you have to report at least once in a week or twice in a week, that like in Mumbai they have allowed 50% attendance. So when I tell the children, the teachers, that please come back and execute your class from the school, so they don't like. No, 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 no. We are very happy at home. We can do the best from home. So what is your experience, Dr. Madhuri? What do you think it will happen?
I think, Kavita, let's give it a chance here. Even for us to come back to work was we had got some pajamas and track pants, and getting formally dressed and coming to work was a big hit for us also. Why only them? But I think one advantage we've had, the kindergarten khaskar, You know what? Parents have become, पहले क्या होता था? They would dress up their child, live in a mysterious world for 4-5
Yes.
hours. They didn't know what was happening in those four walls. Biggest advantage that kindergartens have got is they have become partners in their learning from day one of schooling. From day one, today, parent knows inside out of his child's day schedule. The learning gaps, teachers don't have to tell. वो देख रहे हैं कि 25 की क्लास चल रही है. This is what my kid, yes, there are we know all kind of parents, and it's a parent's right to be whatever he or she is. We have to learn to take everybody into the lab and kind of give them this thing due. But our biggest advantage is they are partners today. So yes, fetching teachers back to school will be a challenge. We'll have to throw a lot of fun for them. We'll have to decrease the timings. In our next calendar, we've already made 3 PTMs real, 3 virtual, 2 Saturdays, work from home, 2 Saturdays, work from school. So we have, next year will be a year of transition. We will see what will happen in 22. 21 calendar, what we are preparing is a transition calendar. So my request to the whole world is, let it be a gradual transition phase. Give everybody their space. Everybody has gone through enough mental, physical, financial, social trauma. Let's just plan our next year in a beautiful way, which is like, kind of
smooth sailing boat.
2021, we can take a stock of the situation and plan our 22 accordingly. That's my take, Dr. Kavita. You have parents as your partners now. Half the learning is done.
I would like to say that now the school has become more transparent.
Yes.
What we are executing in the online platform is being shared by 1,000 eyes.
True.
Right. Now the teacher has become more confident. Earlier, okay, this lesson plan is there and I have to execute. Okay, koi dekh nahi raha hai, so I may compromise. Now they are actually systematic. They have become more confident and they have become camera friendly. Earlier they were, when we started online, they were having lot of inhibitions that how will I look and what will I speak, and suppose the parent says something. But now at this point of time, when we see our teachers are so confident, they have improved in their presentation, they have improved in their communication skills, they have improved in their attitude towards the parent, towards the kids, because there were certain teachers whom we had to groom again and again, counsel again and again, that this is the child who's only 3+ or 4+, you need to be patient. But the kind of patience which has increased in the teachers, that I can see tremendous change. And the best is that we are able to set up a big curriculum bank.
Yes.
Anything happens, that day's video is with us, just put it. So we have a big bank with us, which we never focused earlier. Of course, there are schools, those who have got like DRM or something, they have standard that whatever is being done in the class has to be approved, final authority, and they have to execute the same thing. But now the teacher had freedom. Now the teacher had liberty to execute the class, online class, the way she wanted, and of course with the guidance and the training from the school. But what kind of effectiveness what she can bring, she has achieved a lot, and school has developed a big bank in case of any kind of untoward circumstances or anything. So now I would like to request my panelists to give a message to the education fraternity, that means teachers and the parents. What message you would like to give from your end to see our future if we face certain kind of difficulties or challenges, or maybe that what will be our future and how we have to adjust with it. So in two-liner, if we can give one message to our viewers. Yes, Dr. Madhuri.
I think, Kavita, I was reading something yesterday from Mahabharata, and it said when Pandavas went for Agyatwas for those 12 years plus, each one honed their skills and got ready that once they are back, they're going to go bang on. It's the same phase that we are all going through.
Yes.
So complete your Agyatwas, hone your skills, and come out nice and bright. This is the best opportunity that we could have learned our lessons. Thank you.
Yes, and we have to be prepared for future also. Yes. Mr. A K Srinath, I would like you to please comment something on it and what our viewers can take out of this discussion today.
I think bringing up a child, it takes a village. I think the parents and the teachers are equally responsible for a child's upbringing. Now, we're doing it digitally today. We'll do it hybrid, and then we might go back to classrooms, whichever way it is. I think for our fraternity, the child is the center of our life as it is the center of the parent's life. And therefore, we are parenting partners in a sense. So do not think of us as us versus them. We are all one, and our job is to bring up the child. If life throws up challenges, we'll figure it out collectively.
Thank you so much, Mr. Srinath. It was valuable input. Mr. Prahar, what you can say about it?
Yeah, I would like to first thank all the teachers, parents, students, and the entire fraternity for the wonderful tasks which they have done. It's a tough time, and we have to accept the challenge, but this time shall also pass.
Yes.
So let's play the game as it comes. Thank you.
Mr. Tijay Gupta. Please unmute yourself. Unmute yourself, please.
I'm sorry, my apologies. Now we have trained the teachers. Now with COVID-19, we have trained the parent also. The curriculum shift has been done. The classroom time has been adjusted. Engagement with mood shift has also been done. So now I feel where there is a will, there is a way. We have found that way, and now we should go on that way forward. Parents are very cooperative and acceptable. Likewise, teachers have done the fantastic job. Principals and as an educator, we have taken the initiative and built the appropriate platforms for the learning. So I think this COVID-19 has done wonderful for everyone. I feel that so. And I think it's a way forward to look at the positive things.
So I would like to conclude over here that thank you very much, all of you, for giving your time and wonderful sharing of knowledge and your expertise. So our takeaway is that even during this challenging time, we have actually faced all the difficulties and came up with the right solution, and we are well prepared for future also. Blended learning will be our future. We have to train our parents, teachers, and students to adapt digital platform to some extent, whether it is a preschool child or for the 10th grade or a college students, because this is the most suitable platform which brings the world closer to each other. Lot of sharing of the knowledge and expertise takes place. We have the globe has become one now. Now we can sit and talk to anybody from any part of the world. So this is going to be our future. Yes, it has certain disadvantages and advantages, but everything in limit is going to be successful and fantastic. Thank you so much, all of you, for being here, and I thank BW Education also for giving us platform to share our views. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much to our panelist and Dr. Aggarwal for steering this really interesting conversation. Thank you very much for your time here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've seen how even the preschoolers or the kindergarten has taken on the digital world in its tread, and how the teachers have innovated, how the management has brought in technology to drive these innovations and bring education to their homes. Ladies and gentlemen, moving forward, we would like to showcase our BW legacy, BW Business World legacy through this short audiovisual, and post that, we will move to our next panel discussion, which will talk about reclaiming the lost learning due to COVID-19, the road ahead. That will happen right after this audiovisual. Stay with us.
BW Business World presents a rich legacy of curated events that enable conversations on policy issues in India.
Because of the state of our cities, we have no option but to build smart and resilient cities.
Digital India is more for the poor, underprivileged and the deprived.
Covering a range of topics, BW Business World events look to create a strong narrative around smart cities, digital India, healthcare, Swachh Bharat, human resource issues, education, banking and finance, among others.
The world is fast changing. Best practices are available now on the net.
विकास डेवलपमेंट पूरी राजनीति में ये फोकस बन गया है.
BW Business World events provide a speaking platform to the voices that matter.
स्मार्ट से ताल्लुक यह है कि हम जो बेसिक एमिनिटीज हैं उसको हम चुस्त दुरुस्त करें.
You don't have to be a technologist. You need to understand how technology influences the world.
Mahatma Gandhi was a great man. He was the leader of the freedom struggle.
We believe that e-governance and IoT will play a very, very important role.
BW Business World is an excellent exhibition platform that helps you showcase your services to the right audience. To be a part of our legacy, write into us at partner@businessworld.in.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we are back, and this time we are reclaiming lost learning due to COVID-19, the road ahead. The panel discussion is up for all of you. I would request all of you to also join our online conversation on Twitter using our hashtag BWTEB2020. We'd love to hear from you. If you have any questions for our panelists as well, request you to kindly put it in the comment box or the chat box on whichever platform that you're watching us on. Moving forward for this panel discussion, I would like to bring on the screen our panelists, Ryan Pinto, CEO, RAN International Group of Institutes, Sandy Hooda, co-founder, Vega Schools, Director, Lakshmipath, Singhania, Rupa, Chakravarty, Director, Smart City World, Dr. Vidhukesh Vimal, Headmaster, the Assam Valley School. And to chair this session, we have with us Vinesh Menon, CEO, Education, Skilling and Consulting, Ampersand Group, a VIBGYOR group of school. A very warm welcome to all of you.
Thank you. Is everybody there on the screen? I don't see anyone yet.
Can I request all our panelists to please switch on your cameras? Thank you. A very warm welcome firstly to all of you. Good morning. So Mr. Menon, I'd like you to just start the conversation while one more panelist joins us in.
Good morning.
Morning, everyone.
Yeah, okay. I think, good morning. I think we still have some time on paper, so I don't think it's fair on the panelists to not join. But yeah, we can start. I think there is a little bit of connection issues. Am I audible to everybody? Am I audible to everybody?
You are, yes, you are audible. Hi, Vinesh, you are audible.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, good morning. And it's great to be here. I think it's a great morning. Can I request everybody to come on the screen, please? I mean, we're not able to see any visuals except for Dr. Vimal. Thank you. Thank you so much. I think only Ryan is not here yet. So I think it's a great morning, and thank you, Business World, for putting this together. I think interesting topic. The topic really reads: what is the lost learning that we can reclaim post the COVID? And that itself, in a way, shows that we have lost something. And I don't think we've really lost something. We've also gained a lot. So I think it will be good to put that in perspective. But really, let's look at what's happened so far. I think it's been 9 months into the COVID right now. And a few key buzzwords, stick to all of us. Of course, a lot of things have happened, but in the school education world, I think a few key words have remained with all of us. I think the first one is the whole famous online classes. We moved into online classes, online transition. A lot of edtech companies started to, mushroom in this period. Platforms like MS Team, Google Meets, Zoom, all these folks started to get closer to academia to try and help the teacher and the student connect. The next big buzzword was the big debate between online and offline. I think people talked about screen time for children, talked about how children could be probably getting too involved in online and therefore having issues with their mind. There were a lot of these debates that kept happening. The third big buzzword was the whole conflict that existed between school managements, parents, and the government as far as fees was concerned. A lot of debates went around this. The costs were not going down to the schools. At the same time, the parents felt that not everything was being given to them. The famous tagline, which is the school buildings are closed, but school services are not, stuck. And I think that is what kept going to the government as a representation. I think the fourth area was to really have a big conflict. I think the fourth big buzzword was the conflict that existed as to when school should open. I think surveys were being conducted. A lot of parents felt that that they did not want to send their children till the vaccine comes in. And some schools did open up in the middle. Haryana opened up a few schools. COVID surges happened there. So I think, everybody went through a bit of a very difficult period in terms of a conflict as to when will the schools open and how do we really manage the kids during this time. And of course, the next big exciting thing that happened probably somewhere in August was the introduction of the National Education Policy 2020. I think almost everybody aligned to it. I think the changes were very welcome after 34 years. And a lot of the changes, I think, aligned to some of the areas that we've been talking about. Finally, of course, I think in a lighter note, a big change that happened was a number of seminars and conferences that happened. I think we must have done more seminars and conferences in the last 9 months than we must have done in the last 5, 6 years. And of course, they're all online seminars, but have lots of exchanges of thoughts, a lot of discussions that kept happening between all of us. So I think these are the buzzwords, and keeping this as a backdrop, I would like to just start going across the panel. I think it's a great panel, a very, very distinguished set of speakers, everybody who has really done a lot of work in the ground. And I think that's really going to be adding value. We've got about close to 45 minutes informal conversation, but I'm going to try and go through each of you and just ask you just a couple of questions. Probably one question would be around what's gone right, and the other question could be around what probably has not gone right, or what is it that we have missed, or what could we have learned from this pandemic. So I'm not too sure. Ryan, hi, how are you? Welcome.
Hi, Vinesh.
Ryan, can you hear us? Hi.
I can. Can you hear me?
How are you doing?
Doing well, thank you.
Can you hear us?
Good afternoon. Good morning
to
everybody.
Yes, we can hear you now. All right. So Ryan, Ryan, I'm going to take the liberty of starting with you. Since you came in last, I'm going to go first with you. It's a leap for concept today. So I'm going to just ask you a simple question, or rather just need your thoughts on this. Look, everybody realized that we have to go online. Transitions are happening very well. Teachers came up to the, they rose up to the occasion, and lots of collaboration started happening in the school. Lots of collaboration started happening in the school. My question to you is, in your case, it is not just one school. We're talking about so many different, the number of schools across the country, in your case, is so immense that for you it would have been a greater challenge to try and really have this whole online transition spread across all the schools. How did you pull that off?
Sure. Do you want me to start, or?
Ryan, am I audible? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, please go ahead. It's directed at you. I'm just keen to understand your thoughts on how you managed to bring in scale when the online transition was happening.
Sure. Well, for us, first and foremost, it is really God's grace that, with the large number of schools, the network that we have across India and abroad, with over 250,000 children and more than 18,000 educators. It was no small effort or a task that could be ignored. And I think for us, it's obvious that we had to do a lot of planning and a lot of strategizing. But I think above it all, it speaks to the level of determination, and I would say, the commitment of our teachers, our staff, our team that took upon this challenge, because it was not just about going online. Yes, we've seen examples of where children who are in Montessori, in kindergarten, in primary. So we would have instances where, maybe a child who is 5 or 6 years old is now online with a teacher who is maybe 50 or even 60. And so it is a big generational divide, big generation gap. And, during this pandemic, I think it's brought these generations closer together, which possibly would not have happened given another circumstance. But I think it's, yes, we had to do a lot of planning, and I think we had to be very focused on get going, because we never would have arrived at a perfect situation. We would have, even today, we are not in a situation where we have a perfect solution, because this challenge is unknown. We have never faced it before. Definitely, as we move along, there is learning for all of us. And I think it was just the sheer determination that, yes, we need to get going. Let's start, and we will learn along the way. There was a lot of training, continuous training. There was, I would say, a collation, a repository that was created of best practices, not just of content. It was a repository of best practices for teachers to learn from their peers, to learn from their colleagues. We would have forums with our principals where they would then share best practices and ideas. And this, Vinesh, this was on a weekly basis. For us, I would say that the clock never stops. But I think with all of the Zoom sessions and the Google Meets, literally, we lost track of days. I no longer look at my calendar, because it's no longer Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. It is this day, that day, the other day, and the day after. The weekdays have lost their names. But I think it was what was required from everybody was, one, a open mind, a willingness to say, I need to learn a new set of skills. And for some, it was a basic set of skills, I would say, as a starter, as a beginner, was how do I go online? How do I operate a machine? How do I start a online class? For others who may have been used to, having Skype sessions or Zoom sessions, or call it what you may, for them it was learning a skill of running an online class. It is very different. You could be a great teacher in a physical classroom, but you could be at a big handicap when it came to a virtual classroom. And it required teachers to accept and be willing to accept that, I'm not going to get this right on the first go, but I'm not going to give up. And suddenly all teachers, a good teacher is a good student, but it pushed everybody into the learning seat to say, okay, let me put aside all what I know, and maybe even my ego, let me put it aside and let me be willing to learn. And really, I want to commend, all of our team across our Ryan schools, but I think it also goes for all teachers across the country, because it was literally almost an impossible task where overnight we had to go online. I still remember it was a Sunday in March where the lockdown was announced, and many of us thought that Monday morning we're going to go back to office, but suddenly we weren't allowed. And so teachers didn't have their workbooks, their reference books, notebooks. They didn't have any material that they would normally use to deliver a class. Students didn't have their textbooks or even their workbooks or anything, right? All we were left with was this thing at home. And we had to figure out, how do we not only connect, but how do we deliver engaging and also an enriching experience for our children? So it's a journey that we're still on, and I'm sure that as we move along, while many of us hope that we do return to our physical classes, our normal classes, but I think there is a lot of learning that we will take from this pandemic time into the new, I would say, description of or restructuring of what a school is, what is a class, how do we engage with our children. I think there's a lot of learning for us to transition with.
Sure. Sure. No, thank you so much. How many schools do you have now in the country, Ryan?
We have more than 150 campuses that we are operating.
Ryan, can you hear me? So that's
Yes,
amazing,
Vinesh.
isn't it? 150 campuses have managed to transition online, and all the challenges that you said have been actually addressed across 150 campuses. So that's very impressive. Just a quick follow-up question on the potential challenges that you may have faced from a human resource perspective. Was it difficult to really, tackle the mindset of parents and teachers and students? Because especially teachers who, have to just juggle between their household and their teaching, because obviously they were all teaching from their homes now. So was there any counseling sessions that you did, or anything that you probably felt would not have happened if you're in a physical environment?
Yes, we very consciously conducted sessions with our parents. We took them into confidence, and we told them that now is really a time where we need to come together. This cannot happen independent of the parent, because literally the parent is next to the child. And I think you also mentioned, right, parents were having to sit with their children through the course of the day. And, I've heard so many stories of parents who say it is the first time that I've actually understood what my child studies in school. Earlier, I would just look at the report card once in a term, end of the year, right? And that was it. But now I'm actually understanding what my child is studying, but also I'm actually understanding maybe the areas where my child needs support and help. In the beginning, it was, well, the school is responsible to deliver the online class. The teacher is responsible to deliver the class. So it was responsibility completely on one side. But it was really a dialogue that we had to have with our parents to say, this has to be a partnership. We cannot do it alone. We need you. And, that involved a lot of, I would say, even in timetabling and scheduling of classes, what time the classes are set for different age groups. So it really required continuous dialogue with the parents. And we continue to have that. And we take feedback from parents, on a monthly basis. We have forums for them where they give us feedback as to say, yes, this month you brought about this incremental change. And we're very conscious of that every month we need to bring about something new, something different, an incremental change, which we can then measure to say, did we do better collectively as compared to the previous month?
Sure. So that's heartening to hear. I'm just going to just jump tracks to Ms. Kak. I remember Ms. Meena Kak, if you can hear me, you actually mentioned in one of your interviews about how this whole transition, you were very worried yourself, but an IT teacher came to you and said, no problem, we can take classes online. Now, how was that moment? What really gave the IT person the confidence to say that? Am I audible?
Yeah, can you all hear me?
Does Meena, can you hear me? No, I'm not able to hear you too clearly. Did you get my query?
Yeah, can you all hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Yes. You can hear me now? Okay. Sina,
Yes, yes, we can hear you now. Please go ahead.
Start with what Mr. Pinto said. What Mr. Pinto said right now, that what the teachers were left with their mobile phones, that they had nothing in their hand, workbook, exercise books, but what they were left with the mobile phone in their hands. See, I just would like to say that we were having in March, we were having classes for class 12, and suddenly we have to shell out these classes, saying that the class, as per the directive from the government, that the classes will not be held from the next day. And all the teachers of both classes, they were a little puzzled that whatever they have planned out, how they are going to take that planning now, because enough was planned for the 3 weeks, those 3 weeks. Then my IT teacher said that nothing to worry, ma'am, you please come to the audio-visual room. And I went to the audio-visual room and he said, you take a lesson here. And he put the camera and video on and everything. And he put me on the Zoom and he said, you can take your chemistry lecture over here. And then I will reproduce and you can see how the class goes on. And I just had a lesson and delivered it and I felt so happy. I said, is it so simple? I just asked my IT teacher, is it so simple that all the teachers will be able to deliver like this? He said, let us start. Let there be beginning. There will be glitches. There will be heartbreaks, but we have to start something right now. So I must say that this was my IT teacher who took the initiative and motivated us that we can have this kind of classes. And from the very next day, we started our classes. So I would just say, what is the difference between an IT teacher and other teachers? Because I feel other teachers are as good as IT teacher, except that IT teachers have more information about the portals, different portals, how to handle them, about the gadgets, devices, and they can train our teachers. But right now, I feel that in most of the schools, the teachers are quite confident and the way they are carrying on the classes is amazing. But I feel that now, when I speak to my teachers at time, that a kind of boredom is setting in among the children. Initially, they were very enthusiastic. They started the classes with the bang, that how they are going to trouble the teachers. So you must have read in the news also that there were glitches. They were deciding which portal to be used. Is this portal safe, or should we shift to other portals because we are having problem with the children on this portal? But after the initial glitches, the children also understood that this is here to stay, and the children turned serious. But it's almost 8 months, and those vulnerable minds sitting at home and listening to teachers only on this computer screen. I think they are breaking now. I feel personally they are breaking now, and a kind of boredom is setting in. So it's the kind of a challenge for the teachers, how to keep the children engaged, motivated, interested in their classroom teaching. There are various ways that all of teachers must be knowing, but they have to.
So that brings me to my.
Hello. Yes. Am I audible? So all the teachers will have to make a conscious effort to make their classes engaging, interesting. I would just like to state 1 or 2 or 3 reasons, ways they can do the classroom teaching more engaging, make the class more interactive, more interesting for children. I must say that don't take a very heavy topic in an online class. Break down your topic into smaller portions, so it is easily digestible for all.
Sure. So that.
Sure.
So
you have
ma'am.
to change the pattern. Yes, Mr. Menon. Yes, Mr. Menon.
So that brings me to my follow-up question. The fact is that you also brought in technology. There's a program or a theme that you ran saying technology meets empathy, right? And this is brought by the Singhania Academy. So what exactly is that? That is a very interesting line. Technology meets empathy. So if you could just throw a little light on that, because obviously the entire online platform somewhere removed that whole personal connect, and that probably is something that we lost during these 8 months. So was this an attempt to get that sorted out? And if so, how did you do it?
Yeah, it is. It is. See now, when they are taking online classes, they are talking to. I must say they are on machines, and when we talk about technology and empathy, most of the people they say that technology and empathy it does not go together. And that is why there are so many portals they have opened right now to develop a kind of empathy among the children. Can it be ingrained among the children or it is inbuilt? It's a question of debate. But I feel that children can be trained to have that kind of empathy. But we say that plugged into technology and unplugged from the world. I don't know whether it is 100% true or not. But what happens when you are dealing with machines only? You are talking about artificial intelligence, virtual learning, and most of the day you are on the screen. So that human connect is missing. So in order to have that kind of human connect, I feel the sessions are required, and you have to strategize and plan how you are going to have those kind of sessions. See, from the very beginning, as this pandemic started and we started having online classes, we engaged all our counselors to have online sessions with the parents and the children together. So most of all my counselors, there was a kind of a routine set up for all the counselors, and all the classes were divided among those counselors, and they were even now they are having regular classes with the regular online sessions with the parents, trying to find out what are the problems the children are facing, the parents are facing, because parents also at times say, you put yourself on our shoes and see. Because see now, if you talk about the family, that parents have to do everything. And especially if you talk about the mothers, they have to look after the family also, ailing parents also. And at the same time, they have to look after the education of their child at home. So they all the time they say that put yourself on our shoes and decide. So we try to find out what are the problems they are facing, and accordingly we try to find out the solution. And so when they have plan and strategize, there might be so many occasions when you have to change your strategy and planning, and so it will depend upon the need. So you don't have to think that okay, I had strategized in a particular way, I'm not able to go in that way, so my focus is getting lost. Actually, it is not that, because every time this unpredictable situation, all of us will have to think that we have to change our strategies and plan as per the need. So counseling intervention is very much required in order to empathize with the parents as well as with the children. Yes, Mr. Menon.
That's very heartening to know. I mean, it's very heartening to know that you adopted technology really fast and yet did not move away from the human emotions and the empathy that is required. I'm just going to move to Mr. Hooda. Sandy, I think I noticed something that your Vega schools is one school that on the site actually talked about the pandemic and the challenges that is there in front of all of us. You actually mentioned about it in the site, and you also gave a lot of emphasis on something called long distance learning. You created a whole concept called long distance learning. I mean, which is there across the world, but you brought it in. Did that really help? Or did you actually make a difference by bringing in some structural change to the whole concept of long distance learning? Or was it just, again, another online class just rechristened differently?
See, we had a session with we personally, my principal and my teachers, we are having regularly the session with parents. And we also told them what kind of arrangements we have made in
Ma'am, Ma'am, I directed that to Mr. Hooda.
Okay, sorry. Yes,
ma'am, I directed that to Mr. Hooda actually.
My voice is breaking here, so I could not hear.
Because Vega schools had something.
Sorry.
Thanks, Vinesh. Thanks for your question. Look,
no problem. There is a connection issue. That's okay. We'll have to just address that.
Thanks for your question, Vinesh. The greatest challenge with distance learning, challenges are engagement and attention. These are two massive challenges. And fortunately, at Vega, we deploy a very unique thing that we use called PBL, which is problem-based learning. PBL is basically about learning on an everyday basis by solving real-world problems and dealing with real-world challenges and doing real-world projects. So I don't know of a bigger problem in the world than the pandemic. So we actually treated the pandemic as a PBL exercise. And the minute the pandemic hit, all our leaders came together, and for them, the biggest PBL was now how do we solve it. So we put together a very unique online learning program, and we were fortunate that our pedagogy, our training method is naturally adapted to distance learning. So for example, we sat and thought, we said, what is the one thing that children will not be able to experience? They won't be able to travel. They won't be able to go around the world, go around the country. So we started crafting projects around travel, around movement, around and questions, projects that we question that how can we move from one place to the other? How can we move things from one place to the other? And eventually children came up with unbelievable end products. They came up, they built hot air balloons, they created travel logs, they created travel videos, they created spectroscopes. And these are kindergarten children, KG children. They were incredibly motivated. They were incredibly engaged. There was a lot of student voice and choice, which is always very, very important. So we were fortunate that our PBL methodology, our pedagogy naturally lends to distance learning. The second thing is that when we are doing a lot of distance learnings, the smallest things matter. The body language of the teacher really matters. The tone of the voice. I mean, if I'm just speaking in a monotone versus saying, "Hi Vinesh, that was a lovely question. Let me tell you something." Just simple thing like this makes a huge difference to the attention, to the retention levels of the children. And then finally, motivation was a big one. So we crafted this very unique set of e-badges and e-certificates where children were getting a lot of positive reinforcement for the wonderful work that they were doing online. So these are some of the things that we did that were unique.
Sure. No, that sounded pretty interesting. Although I missed a little bit of it, which I can take up later. But I think overall the package looked interesting. However, Sandy, I think you had one very, very important, one very important legacy that you had set, or one very important culture that you had set, which is skilling, right? The whole concept of life skills, the ability to have original thinking, resilience, know how to handle a situation. These are some of the non-negotiable, as you call it, the non-negotiable skills that you wanted to teach all your children. Is that got a break because of this online transitioning into online, or are you able to still pull that off? And in a way, this is the best period for them to learn all this, because this is an unprecedented occasion and the situation, and for children to be able to adapt to something like this would obviously prepare them for the future. So, did you manage to, through the online route, also teach them all this?
Yeah, absolutely, Vinesh. There's a lot of talk over the past decade on 21st century skills. Organizations such as the OECD, the World Economic Forum, they've done a lot of work in defining these skills. When we look at all these skills, we kind of put these skills in 4 buckets. And one is, of course, the ability to be an original thinker, to be able to innovate. The second skill is to truly be able to inspire oneself and inspire others. That links to motivation. The third is resilience, and I'll talk a bit more about resilience because the pandemic is a great opportunity to really introspect and look at resilience. And the fourth skill, which we define as a skill, is kindness, where again the World Economic Forum, etc., have talked about empathy and kindness. So, when we looked at these skills, we realized that these skills are actually not 21st century skills at all. These skills are absolutely timeless. The greatest generals, the greatest emperors, the greatest revolutionaries, even our Mahatma Gandhi was a great original thinker. He was a great mobilizer of people. He was a great motivator, a great inspirer, and he was extremely resilient. I think the one thing that's changed dramatically because of the pandemic, and we have two massive events that are likely to occur in the future. We're going to have global warming, and we're going to have the march of technology, or shall I say conquest of technology. And thanks to these events, what is going to happen is that all these timeless skills that were required since the beginning of time, these skills were required of leaders. These skills were required of people who were expected to, who had powerful or influential positions in the nations or in the world. But today, these skills, or going forward, these skills will be required in everyone. And the skills that were required to survive, that were required to thrive, are now going to be required to survive. So that's the big shift that has occurred because of the pandemic, and the shift that's occurring because of the two other events that are likely to come in the future. Again, we for us, problem-based learning, the teaching methodology that we have, and naturally addresses all these things. We thought the pandemic is an incredible time for children to work on their resilience, for teachers to work on their resilience. So we did a lot of projects around that. The pandemic is an incredible time to become an original thinker and do innovative things, because now you're not even in a classroom. I mean, learning, we all know, is a social construct. We learn best when we are together. But thanks to technology, we could surmount that, and the children did some unbelievably innovative things, have done unbelievably innovative things in the last few months. And finally, the point of empathy. Our learners have been making masks and distributing them to people around in the communities who could not afford masks. So we've
Sure.
really been.
So I think
So
I think so.
any
The real
skill in
keyword which
action
I
is a
picked
real
up,
skill.
Sandy, is the yeah. So the keyword really picked up is the word resilience. I think that's a pretty good skill to have taught during this period. And if you've been able to do that online, I think that's very commendable. Hats off to you guys for that. Similarly, on a very similar note, Ms. Chakravarty, I think your school has been positioned as a multiple intelligence learning center. In fact, it almost is positioned as the only multiple intelligence learning center in this world. And we all know how important addressing multiple intelligence is. Again, the same question. I mean, how did you pull this off?
Thank you for that question, and I'm sure you will be back just now because I can't see you online.
Yeah, I think I'm back. I think we can keep getting disconnected. My question was, I don't know if you got what I was trying to ask you. My question was, how did you manage to sustain this whole concept of multiple intelligence learning center during the pandemic? Because if you have to really understand the kinesthetic, the auditory, and the visual, and understand these characteristics of a child, how do you do that online? I mean, is that something that got missing because the pandemic came in?
So in the middle of every adversity, I guess there's an opportunity, So to take off from there, what resulted was the multiple intelligences did not go away, but what resulted was self-directed learning and a whole new scenario. So I think one little aspect of children we should all remember is they are very curious. So when there is something very new about any situation, they are extremely curious. They want to work towards it. And I guess these kind of adversities prepare ordinary people for extraordinary situations and destiny. And this is exactly what happened even with MI, if I may share with those who are present here. So I think one of the first things we realized that whether it be linguistic or logical, that was fantastic. It did not go away. Whether it was musical or kinesthetic, that also did not go away. Nor did the others. Where we had problems was spatial, because the child did not have too much of movement. Kinesthetics we were doing through yoga, we were doing through aerobics, we were doing soccer by ensuring that the children were, kind of balancing the ball, were doing kicking, or were hitting against the wall, the ball against the wall. So there were a lot of these things which were happening, and they were all aimed towards self-directed learning. But what we felt, two things which did not happen. One was interpersonal skills. So there was social isolation, which I think was talked about by Madam Kak also. And there was a spatial problem. We could not address the spatial aspect of it. But there were other ways that the children learned, and that ensured that their learning was good. One of the problems we felt were infodemic. More than the pandemic, the kind of information that they were being, bombarded with created some problems with where do I filter this? We know about algorithms when we do data science. But for a little child to understand how to take information and how to filter was another problem we faced. So I think children are extremely adaptive, and this pandemic proved that you cannot put down children. They are the ones who actually lead the way. They adapt. Resilience, like Sandy just spoke about it, is extremely high in children. It's we who have to adapt, because we have mind blocks, but children adapt extremely fast. And I think they found ways of developing the interpersonal skills. But I think social isolation or interpersonal skills was one thing I felt we wish we can enhance it a little more. And spatial skills, I think, if you ask me, for the multiple intelligence.
I think that's very well put, Mr. Chakravarty. Thank you so much. It's heartening to know that at least some of these skills did not get compromised due to this period. And like you said, there's an opportunity in every adversity. But I'm just gonna, I think we are slightly moving into the time, at the end of the time. So I'm just gonna quickly ask Dr. Vimal something, and then I'll come back to you. Dr. Vimal, I think you have to a large extent also alluded to the fact that the NEP is good, the National Education Policy is good. And you've always been talking about how, I think you see a lot of all the changes that have happened during the pandemic. Somewhere, do you think it aligns to some of the changes that is coming in the NEP, number one? And number two, at the same time, I think there is a huge digital divide that continues to exist in India. So how do you think, we'll be able to really transition into a period where online sometimes needs to be, the online platform needs to be used? So I think somewhere we are not ready for that yet. Would you agree with that?
Thank you very much, Vinesh. In fact, let me start with the second question. I'll tell you, when we talk about digital divide, my understanding is there are two aspects to this. Number one is certain things which needs to be done by the government of India or the central government or the state agencies. Because let's say we are placed in Assam, and our main intake, like our students, they come from the 7 states in and around Assam and some other areas. And I can tell you that, there are parents, because they're dedicated and they wanted to learn during this time, but still there are states where internet facility is not there. Broadband is still, is a big issue. And parents were like in Arunachal and in Tripura. Parents were traveling to certain areas in their car with their food and tiffin, everything ready for the lunch, because there are very specific places where they get the internet. And they will park the car there whole day till the classes are happening, and then that kind of stuff. So the point is, any policy or anything is your aspiration. Like say this national policy or any other policy is your aspiration. As a country, you aspire to do something, but then you need to execute certain aspect. And you need to bring certain basic, I'll say, infrastructure in place to reach that particular aspiration and to achieve that aspiration. And my thing is, government's role is very, very important as far as the infrastructure is concerned, where you take the broadband And like the way, like, it's a right of any individual to have certain facilities in your area, like say electricity, like everyone should have. That way internet should be like a common thing. So that's a aspect, because till you don't have that, the other things are like meaningless to talk. Fine. That's a aspect. And the second aspect, I think, where I think all kind of organizations, everyone has to play their role and a little bit of their own thing, and that is, providing the instruments. Like in our case, what we have done, we are placed in tea state, and in and around us there are schools in the tea gardens, small schools, and some other schools nearby areas. What we have done, we were like, last 1.5 years in the process of, say, redoing our computer labs. So what we have done, we have taken those computers, and which we are like kind of replacing and put in the garbage, a kind of thing. We fixed it a little bit here and there, whatever required, and then we gifted to the nearby schools. So I think those who have it, that's why have and have nots role plays very important role here. Like, where, you help. If you have it, you help your nearby school, you help the people around you. And I think this is how, because at the end of the day, the machine and the internet are two important things, and the world is divided into have and have nots. Certain people, we keep talking about it, that in terms of online is a great thing, but you need to have the basic facility to facilitate that particular education. And I personally feel that everyone, including government agencies, including schools, including individuals, those who can afford it, they have to play a huge role here. In tea gardens, they have done a fabulous job. They helped. There was a kind of a local agency also who kind of asked people, if you have old mobile phones, if you want to donate that mobile phone. And we were part of that, where we collected mobile phones, and we have given to the nearby schools. So this kind of thing is very important. But till we achieve the basic fundamental, which is from the government side, I don't think the other things will remain aspiration. Now, coming to the first question, which is about NEP. My understanding is any NEP or anything is, as I said, is aspiration of the country, aspiration of, say, government, aspiration of every individual of that particular place. And it's very important to understand that this aspiration comes from where it is coming. It comes from the context, like what is your need? Think about it. When we got freedom, and that the kind of education policy was developed, it was basically literacy, that everyone must learn how to write, how to do this, how to do that. So very basic arithmetic kind of thing. But today, when we are talking about in 2020, obviously those things are still we need to achieve, but the emphasis is not on that. We have moved from that to, like, say, where we are talking about multi-disciplinary learning. We are talking about different kind of things in terms of technology, in terms of, say, cooperation, in terms so those things, where we are talking about rooting, connecting ourselves and our knowledge to the Indian way of knowledge. That's very important. I guess the change, or say shift, in this NEP compared to any other national policy, where they have put in a huge amount of emphasis on connecting the existing Indian context and gyan to the what we are doing in our schools.
Sure.
And I guess
so my question, sorry. So my question is: so do you feel that the launch of NEP 2020 during this pandemic has been a good? Has it come at the right time? Because the COVID is already teaching us a lot of things, and suddenly came up NEP as a booster. So do you think that has been good in a way, because we can now easier transition into the NEP some of the NEP points?
I'll tell you, Bob, this is basically a bureaucratic thing, because I was part of NEP in some other way as well earlier. Because when I was in Uttarakhand, I was part of the review committee. Like NEP draft happened last year, then it was sent to different states. And and then some individuals were selected in that state to review that. I was one such guy in Uttarakhand, where I was representing non-aided private schools, and I was working in that particular setup. So it is a bureaucratic decision, because a draft came last year and they have to bring NEP this year. But what it has done during pandemic, that it has allowed schools to absorb NEP. Fine, because you're not physically working, and the schools can absorb it. like in terms of like so many webinars happen, seminars happen, all kind of stuff. So it allows every individual to absorb, be part is to also realize what they are doing. Already there are so many things which I'm pretty confident that every school is doing. Like they are talking about technology, they are talking about the holistic learning, they are talking about all, I'll say above average schools, they are many schools they are working on those areas. That's like their way of life. Fine. So definitely those things are being taken care of. But I think it has helped organizations to absorb the NEP and the points which have been mentioned there. And I'm pretty sure that they will utilize their learning from this pandemic, which most of the panelists have mentioned about it, to take it forward to exactly how to inculcate, how to bring it. And one of the very important part is the experiential learning. Fine. And everyone talked about that. When you are on say through online, and I always believe this, that as a teacher, you are creator of your world. You create, the classroom is your world as a teacher, and you create that world, and then students are in that. Well, that's why teachers world is different from Y teachers world. And that's why you remember that Mr. Sharma's class or Mr. Verma's class compared to someone else. You don't remember the topics, but you remember that experience of being in that class. And then that particular person take you through the real things. And why I say the real thing, this is the big issue. I personally feel that NEP talks about it, and which we have missed in this pandemic.
No, I think that's good. Thank you. I think that's a lot of.
Can I just make the last point? But at the end of the day, you have to live with real people. And and the virtual and real, I guess the commitment level, the engagement level, that needs to be looked after. So no, that's very important aspect.
Sure. No, I think thank you. I think that's very succinctly put. I think we have all heard each other now. I think it's been a good discussion. Ryan talked about motivation and how so many people.
We lost him again. I guess we can carry it forward till Mr. Menon joins us. If we can unmute ourselves. Yes.
That's resilience.
Yes.
For
Yeah,
us, right?
obviously. I think we all heard each other. And
okay.
Yeah.
I think we got knocked out and we come back. I was just trying to kind of conclude by saying that we heard each other. Mr. Pinto talked about how motivation became a big factor to really move the challenges and meet it across 150 schools. Ms. Tuck talked about how it is brilliant to know how Ms. Meena ji actually took to technology like a duck takes to water, and yet did not go away from the empathy factor, which is so much required. Sandy spoke about two very important words: resilience and kindness, and how that skills kept going during this period. They ensured that did not disappear. I think Rupa ji talked about how at least 2 or 3 very, very key multiple intelligence skills were not compromised. And although something else was, but some of them are not compromised. And I think that is heartening to hear. And it is great to hear you, Dr. Vimal, talk about how the challenges exist from the digital divide perspective. And I think that whole, the social giving habit of using old mobiles and digital devices was fantastic. I'm just going to conclude now by asking just one question to each of you, just one quick answer.
We do have another 15 minutes if you'd like to pose another question to our panelist. We have time for the panel.
No, so I don't think we'll need more than 5 minutes because the connection is not very good, but yeah, we'll see. Yeah. But I'm just going to ask something from, I'm just going to go around the house. Now, assuming that, it's 100%, I'm just asking you to divide the pros versus the cons of this last 9 months of pandemic. So is it a 50-50? Is it a 60-40? Is it a 30-70? Right? The first number will give you the pros and the second number gives you the cons. So let's just understand where we stand as a group. Ryan, why don't you go first?
That's an easy one for me. We actually did this as a team, as an organization. So our number came to 70-30. 70 being positive based on the kind of learnings that we have come across. 30%, yes, a lot of us spoke about the lack of interaction and the inability to, conduct physical activity and so on and so forth. But I'd just like to make one point out of my 70%, which is skewed towards the positive learning of the pandemic. While we may say that technology has created a gap, and in terms of not being able to meet our children, not being able to connect, that interpersonal skills, the emotional skills, the social isolation, I beg to differ a little bit, okay? And the reason being, we have seen that today in a class, in a normal situation, if you have 30 children or if you have 20 children, our classrooms are always arranged in rows. There's a first row, there's a second row, there's a third row, there's a fourth row. Today, all our children are in the first row. Doesn't matter whether you're a first bencher or whether you're a back bencher. Today in the class, the distance between me and my teacher is about 1.5 feet, and that's it. So actually for us, we've seen children getting closer to their teacher. Maybe earlier they were a little afraid and they used to sit in the back bench. But today this is, the gap with the teacher has come closer. And also I would like to say that we have witnessed, as many of us have counselors, we've had parents talk to our counselors and say, my child used to be quite timid. My child used to be quite shy. But because of this kind of a connection, my child is actually not afraid to speak up in class, because you know what? After class, there is nobody to bully them. There is no one to say anything bad to them. There is no recess time where somebody will go pull their hair or pull their shirt or push them or shrug them. So we've seen that even timid children, shy children have begun to open up. And I think that is a big, big plus, where literally that we are able to bring everybody to the first row. So that
I think
is
that's a fantastic perspective. I think that's very good. Although, of course, I must somewhere mention that there is another kind of bullying called cyberbullying that's coming out, but we'll discuss that in another forum. But that's a very interesting perspective, that everybody's in the front row, vis-a-vis a physical environment where everybody would actually have a distance between the first row and the last row. That's great, man. Thank you so much for that. Meena ji, what is your score?
See, I would like to give 60-40 because I feel that this challenge that has thrown this nature to us, we have changed it into opportunities. So all of us have learned how to convert the challenges into opportunity. This is what biggest thing that we all have learned. And another thing that we have learned is, I would say that the students have started taking responsibility of their own learning. See, initially they were dependent on teachers. Okay, we'll go to school, teacher is going to explain it again. Now they know that there are some reservations. And we have also been telling them that now you have to learn to take your own responsibility at home. We are there for hand-holding, guiding, motivating, but this is the high time you have to learn to take your own responsibility. And the third thing that is very important is they have also learned that teachers have learned that whatever they have taught, children have understood or not, and where are the gaps. Because, see, it is kind of a competency-based learning. We talk about competency-based learning. Now, what do we do? Usually, what the teachers do, or these are the competencies the child has to learn when we are doing a particular concept. And then they see whether it has been fulfilled or not. Now, what we do, we ask the children what they have learned from that concept, and then we try to match our competency and whether it is matching or not. So these three things that I must say that they have learned, and that is why I give 60%. 40% is a kind of it's a continuous process. It's so challenging at times. The teachers feel little low, little depressed, little out of sync. Even children, as I told you, they have started, that boredom has started creeping in. They want to come back to school and have that physical contact connect with their parents, with their friends and teachers. So that is why I feel that is a major disadvantage.
Sure, I think that's very nicely mentioned. Sandy, what's your take? That's very nicely mentioned.
Yeah, Vinesh, I think it's a great question. If I view it from the prism of the present, obviously it's a 30-70 against, because so many people have lost their jobs, salary cuts, teachers have lost loved ones, or so it's been really difficult. But as I view it from the prism of the future, given that we have these two massive events, impending events of global warming and the conquest of technology, I think honestly it's a 90-10 in favor.
Okay, that's nice. And as an educationist, what would you say? As an educationist, as a school leader, what is the scope? What is the ratio?
I think as a school leader, it's we are a PBL, problem-based learning school. So everything that we've learned, everything our learners learned, everything our teachers learned, all our training sessions, our entire pedagogy, I think it's prepared us for a day like today. And for us, we've really treated as an opportunity to practice our pedagogy, to practice our teaching methodology. So as an educator as well, I would give it a 90-10, again, from the realm of the future.
That's very interesting. Rupa ji, Chakravarty, what's your scope?
I would like to speak from the child's perspective. So when I speak from a child's perspective, actually we have stepped into their domain. Technology is a domain which the children thrive on. So if you talk about that, then I would say it's a 95-5, right? They know technology like the back of their hand. Even the littlest ones are very tech savvy. When I think about it from the future aspect, then I think there is a humane element. Then I think it is a 50-50, because the humane element isn't strong enough for them to sustain their mental development. Or let me put, the biggest drawback is the EQ, which I feel happens when you are being a social animal.
Unfortunately, the connection is so bad. I mean, we are talking about India's hinterland, but I think our own connections are bad.
That's true. But from an aspect of domains, I would like to say from a child's perspective, I would say 90-10 or 95-5. But from a human adult perspective, because you can see a macro picture, I would like to say 50-50, because it is far more important as a social being to have the EQ developed just as much as the IQ and SQ. So.
Am I audible, Dr. Vimal?
Yes. I guess if your question is the same, then I can answer it. Yes. Yeah. I think for us, the way of life, because we are a complete boarding school, and it's very important to being together. And I think that the children, they miss this particular thing in last 9 months. I can give you a survey like grade 12. We have around 140 odd students. Out of that, 132 wants to come to school immediately. We did a survey that we want to come back, because they have missed out the best part of their life, and the best phase of their life. Because boarding school, grade 12, we are the senior most batch. You are together in the school, and being together is the most important aspect. So if I talk from their point of view, I'll say it's a 60-40, because they have missed so much in their life. And that's something. And our way of life is not only classroom teaching. Fine, for us is the inter-house cricket match is so important. Inter-house chess is so important. Inter-house dance is so important. Every aspect of life is so important. Like, it's very important for everyone to ensure that no one interferes in their half an hour of cafeteria time, where everyone's sitting in the cafeteria area, nearby area, in the evening around 4:30 and chilling out. So we have missed that aspect of life. But yes, we have achieved a lot as well. And the Kurt Hans famous say that he said there's more in you than you think. And as a school, we have achieved so much. In terms of research papers, in terms of publications, we have published more than around, say, 50 odd editions of different kind of publications in last 9 months. At least 7 to 8 research papers from grade 12 students, grade 11 students in science, in economics, in political science, all kinds of stuff. And then obviously the language there's we have a weekly paper, which we call it Assam Valley School Express. We have, like, from March till now, every week, Saturday, 9 o'clock, we have published that particular thing. All kind of art art department, they've done a great job in terms of coming out every fortnight. Our photography department, they have like brought the publication every 15 days, fortnight. So these are great things. We have achieved a lot in that way. But as far as being together is concerned, I can tell you, just to touch the emotional aspect, what we used to do after every program, after every inter-house, whatever we had done, say through virtual thing, we played our school song. The school song is written by one boy who passed away a couple of years back. He's the one who has composed that song. It's called Pass It On. And trust me, after that song, everyone on the screen was in tears. So that kind of thing we have missed. So I'll say, as in a school, 70-30, but from students' perspective, it's a 60-40 for us.
I would like to conclude with one thing that is playing in my mind since long. That is, there is a caution for all of us. See now, once the children come back to our schools, there will be tantrums will be there will be aggression, there will be low self-esteem, and so the child who will come back, join back school will be different. And no, all of us should be equipped to take care of these vulnerable children one day are back.
You're absolutely right. In fact, I have called it like we need to detox from digital world as well. And we have certain activities, to ensure that you detox people. Because not only I'll say the children, the teachers also, because when you are online, your responsibility ends. The moment you switch off and the child is out of, say, your domain and that particular class, you don't have any other responsibility. But in a physical classroom, especially in a boarding school, as a housemaster, as a tutor, you are the loco parentis, and you have to look after every aspect of that particular child, from the homework to the, like, say, being on time for meals, being on time for classes, and the conduct during that, and every small little step. So I absolutely agree with you that we need to have our detox plan, and it requires huge amount of patience. That patience is something which we all need to work on again and again, and that's why it's very important for school, especially school heads, to ensure that you should not be doing certain things which kind of drain people out. We through our actions sometimes we drain people, and in that process we take out the patience. We need to put more patience and more love and affection in our community, so that when everyone is there, it just helps to manage the situation.
Absolutely. I so agree with all the points that have been put out by our panelists. Firstly, thank you so much to all of you for taking out the time and being here and sharing your insights into this domain. And I would also like to thank our moderator, Mr. Menon. Due to bad connectivity issues, he's not been able to join in properly. But thank you so much, Mr. Menon, for steering this conversation and driving this panel discussion. Thank you so much. And me being an alumni of St. Xavier's group of schools, Rand's parents were my principals and directors, and I can understand the emotional quotient. I think we all agree that our school friends are our lifelong friends, and those are the connections that we build as kids that stay with us for life. So I think the emotional quotient and the psyche building, the bonding has to be brought again whenever the physical school can start again. So thank you once again to all of you for being part of this panel. VIBGYOR Education, thanks all of you for your time and effort. Thank you so much.
I'm just going to conclude by saying that I was trying to add all the scores. Unfortunately, I got knocked out and I missed a couple of them, so I do not know what the final score is. But my understanding overall is that it's skewed in favor of the learnings that you picked up from the pandemic than what we have lost during the pandemic. So on that note, yeah, thank you, everybody. I think this is a great session, great panel talk. It's unfortunate that there are little glitches in the technology, but overall, thank you very much for contributing so beautifully to this. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you so much, Mr. Menon.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you for being patient, Vinesh.
Thank you so much. All right, that was a stellar panel discussion that we had here. I hope all of you enjoyed this. I would once again request all of you to please join us on our online conversation. using our hashtag BWTEB2020. The conversation is going on. We are having a lot of online conversation there. So join us and let's spread the word from this domain to the other. And moving forward, before we move on to our next panel discussion, we'd like to showcase what our jury had to say about the Top Brands in Education Awards 2020. So let's take a look at our jury audiovisual. So welcome back, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, they say that the biggest hope of a nation lies in the proper education of its youth, which is why our next panel discussion is going to talk about colleges in financial trouble, the situation post-COVID. Here we have with us a stellar panelist. I hope all of you are ready and waiting for your appetite on this discussion. Once again, reminding all of you to join our online conversation using our hashtag BWTEB2020. And in this panel discussion, we have with us Dr. R.W. Alexander Jesudasan, Pro Vice Chancellor, Hindustan University. We also have with us Moshri Dubey, CEO, Professional Institute of Engineering and Technology, Singh, Executive Director, IT College. And to chair this session, we have with us Professor N.D. Ramana Rao, Director, NIT Warangal. A very warm welcome to all of you.
Good morning.
Good morning, Professor. I'd like you to take the discussion forward now.
Yeah, I think you want to introduce the panelist? Is that you want to introduce the panelist?
Can I request everyone to please mute the mic and to switch it on when you'd like to speak? So, Professor, not you. Can I request the team to unmute Professor Ramana Rao's mic, please?
You can hear me now?
Yes, absolutely, loud and clear.
Okay, welcome to this panel discussion on college in financial trouble, the situation post-COVID. At the outset, let me also extend a very warm welcome to the distinguished panel members. In fact, this pandemic has really thrown us a lot of challenges. So when you come to the financial trouble aspect, you realize that you have to first classify the institutes based on their backgrounds. For example, we have government institutions, we have private institutions, we have institutions which are university and where, and mostly I'll be talking about higher and technical education institution. So depending on each institutions, the background, we are able to actually realize that the situations are different and the financial losses are also very high. So now coming to the troubles, if you just see, most of the colleges have immediately shifted to the online mode, and we realized that that many of our students do not have proper internet. Some of them cannot afford laptop. So where to get the funds for this is something a big challenging. The second thing that happened really was that the cash flows into the system totally stopped. Nobody is giving the fees. Nobody is paying them. In hostels anyway, you don't have any revenue because nobody stays in the hostel. In fact, they want the money back because when we take in advance, they want all the money back. And this is something which everybody is encouraging them. Even the government says you have to give the money back to the students. Student says, since we have not utilized the facilities, please return our money back. That is one thing. And many of the teachers have not come, so salaries is another issue which we have to pay in respect, because as long as they are on rolls, government says don't remove them. You have to pay these salaries. So that is another financial trouble. Not only that, coming to the faculty, this is the most important thing which we realized even in the government institution. Faculty says, if you are encouraging me to go for online teaching, I need a laptop which can actually handle large amount of data. I need certain gadgets. So now we have to procure all these laptops to really continue the teaching learning process. You cannot disrupt. And that is a big challenge for every educational institution, because unless you throw some funds in investing on the laptops and other high-end gadgets, if you want to have effective teaching, because obviously teachers need to be trained and also actually take advantage of the learning management systems and the other tools available. We have several tools luckily ready-made, but even to buy that, to invest that, to train them, you require a lot of money. So that is another type of problem that actually, and a lot of thing that is causing concern to many of the institutions, colleges, universities. What is going to be the future of enrollment? In future, how are we going to expect whether we are going to get any good students or not, any students or not, first of all, into the system? How are the enrollment is going to, even, people are not willing to move beyond certain kilometers. You can't, because now the government is encouraging online distance education, and there are many universities which are offering open courses. So students can just accept these courses and tend to get certificate courses. Even the government of India through Swayam portal and other MOOCs, and we have today a lot of open courseware, open educational resources. We have like Coursera and other things where they can get access. The other thing that has really affected is the research grants that normally the industry is given. Research grants given by the government anyway is being given for a specific task. That is only for COVID-related tasks. But when it comes to the other areas where research is also essential, the industry is not coming forward because they are also suffering the financial crunch. Of course, thanks to the government, they have now come out with some sort of a relief measure. But still, these are some of the things that we actually need to discuss and among ourselves. So what I'll do is I've thrown some issues, and I see on my panel Maheshri Dubey, PyTech, and then Dr. Vikas Singh from ITC Engineering College, and Dr. R.W. Alexander, J. Sudasan from Hindustan University. So all of you are very experienced and well knowledgeable about how to handle this post-COVID situation. In a way, it's a blessing in disguise in some aspects, but when it comes to financial cash matters, cash flow, I think this is a real setback for many of the institutions. In fact, there are many institutions which are trying to close down because they are not able to sustain the salaries of the faculty, and they are actually removing many of these faculties. They are not able to recruit new faculties, and that is how now even the National Education Policy 2020 that has come, it says you increase the enrollment. So now we have to think of courses which will allow us to increase the enrollment, like certificate courses or going to industry and training them, take up a tailor-made courses. So these are the challenges that we need to do. And also, many of the institutions or universities or colleges which you are heading will now have to prioritize our activities. We have to identify those activities which are only essential and try to put it in the backstage activities which are not immediately essential. So with these opening remarks, I will like to throw the discussion to, then what we'll do is we can take some questions from the panelists or something like among ourselves, and then try to solve and share our experience. So first I would like to invite Manjari Dubey from PyTech to share our experience in this topic of colleges in financial trouble situation. So all of us agree that we are in financial trouble. We don't have enough cash. How to manage this cash, how to prioritize this cash, and how to make sure that we sustain and also continue to deliver quality education. Because please realize, there's no substitute to face education. Unless there's an eye contact, you cannot really do effective education. And then the labs is another issue. You don't have the feel. Once the students don't have the feel of the labs, especially in engineering courses, when they go back to their employability potential gets reduced. Again, they come back to you. So all these are challenges which we all have to face. So I would invite Manjari Dubey to kindly give her remarks. It will take about 10 minutes. We have about 45 minutes now. So we can take 10 to 15 minutes each, and then we can discuss, summarize something.
Good morning to all the panelists, and I'm thrilled and honored to be sharing the panel with such eminent education leaders. As a student, I have been visiting NIT Warangal for many of debate competitions, etc. So I'm actually nervous also sharing the dais with the director of NIT Warangal. As far as my experiences, 4 years in education industry, regarding this topic, I would like to say the most immediate challenge that most institutions faced was involving the cash flow, as most of the institutions lost their dining outlet sales, parking fees, and other auxiliary revenues. And they also faced unexpected expenses, including a partial refund on fees, rooms, and board. And there was a need to scale up our virtual engagement modalities. And to ensure this continuity in the short term, it was likely to rapidly restructure the operations and prepare a chart flow with a valid counterfactual, including correlation or the regression analysis, because there are a lot of things that are interlinked. The students are also facing financial issues at the personal level as well. So all the parameters that affect the financial situation of the college, we need to understand the factors affecting it will not only affect the current year, but for the coming next 3-4 years, as we are an engineering college. So we need to account for all the next 3-4 years that we'll be facing. And also the colleges, as a college head, I faced a lot of anticipated attrition from the students who were likely to be dissatisfied with the distance learning. As we know that we have virtual labs out there to practice and everything, but then if you want a person to learn swimming, he actually wants to go down there and learn it rather than virtually learning it. So engineering as a subject involves a lot of practical applications, but going it virtually, there was a lot of attrition that we faced from the students and faculties, that how to properly associate that with students. And also the students whose ability to afford the tuition fees in the current economic climate, that was inhibited, and others simply decided to stay closer to home in such uncertain times. Even the well-resourced institutions will find it hard to forecast what the 2021 academic year enrollment would be. So the 3 things that I found very difficult and I worked on it was the cash flows I called, with the armed information that I had, I assembled a broad group of stakeholders, including the administration, the board members, and the faculties, and build a response plan for the next 13 weeks. And a plan, we decided to make a plan till September 2021 because accounting for the next semester as well. And we need to prepare a cogent response plan and then make sure that the key stakeholders remain involved in its execution and fix the initial cash balance as to how to manage it. And each week we have been updating the cash flow tool, developing a rolling forecast. Of course, forecast is never a perfect idea, but then that's the only way, as things are not quite predictive right now, how long it's going to prevail. And secondly, the debt obligations of the colleges need to be looked out. We need to reach out to banks and we need to properly project our strategies to them, realistic strategies as how we are going to meet our commitments and the cash flow projections so that we seek some extension on our credits. And the scenario plan, third was the scenario planning. Considering the fact we might also face, the history shows that there is increase in enrollment during such financial crisis. So the colleges need to be prepared for both the possibilities, the decline as well as the increase. So my idea was to working on these three guidelines: the cash flow, the debt, and the scenario what it's going to be regarding the admission or the retention of the students. The traditional model doesn't seem to be predictive with the current cycle of events. So we need to have a fiscal footing in a very different environment for the next coming months and have a plan which is based on a valid counterfactual and just need to eliminate all the confounding errors and work on a matrix financial strategy.
Thank you, Dr. Dubey. I think you have nicely pointed out your three-pronged strategy of cash flows and then a response plan for short-term and long-term, and then also the how do you do the scenario planning. Obviously, we need to keep in account our obligations which are already necessary and also debts or loans that we might have taken as an institute and also some commitments to the faculty. So these need to be also accounted for as far as the running of the institution is concerned. And in fact, there are many other issues that have come up which we are not able to anticipate. And as things go along, we will be facing many more difficulties. And I think, as you rightly said, we should have a short-term plan as well as a long-term plan also, because institutions have to survive for a long period. Already it has been reported that institutions, especially in America, are now where their main source of income is only international educations are now looking towards India. So that could be one possibility where we can actually tap. As you said, there could be increase in the inflow, and I think the government of India is also putting a lot of effort to get a lot of international students to the institutes like us, and that is where there is a challenge. But then how do you accommodate them? How do you actually and you actually rightly told that engineering has to be done. It's experiential learning. We just cannot like swimming, music, cycling. All this require experiential learning. So how do we actually handle this, and how do we make sure that students are not taxed more than that? So these are some of the things that you pointed out. Now I invite. So thank you very much, and thank you for being on time. Now I invite Dr. Vikas Singh from ITS Engineering College to give his remarks, and then I'll come to Dr. Alexander, sir. You will have the final say, because then you can. Thank you. Thank you very much. Please continue.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Rao, and I thank Businessworld Group, for inviting me to this panel, for sharing my thoughts on financial difficulty being faced by educational institutions, colleges. I'm in this education sector for last about 25 years now, and last more than 15 years I'm in leadership position across various roles. I think this is we have seen over our career various challenges being faced by academic institutions, and we have tried to contribute, tried to solve those issues. But I think this, Dr. Rao, you would agree with me, this is a unique kind of, situation this time around. And our earlier experiences, what we have learned in our career so far, it's not coming up with some, very ready solutions kind of, in this situation. Admissions numbers, are of course, going down. It is happening across, all range of institutions. The colleges which have strong brand, which are liked by students community, which are otherwise having, good number of admissions, even those institutions, like us, we are facing difficulty. Admissions numbers are down. The another, important point which Dr. Rao also mentioned is regarding the hostels. We have, apart from academic fees, the second main cash flow which comes in is, with hostels. And across all the, institutions, hostel fees is not, it's not coming in because students have not joined so far. And all that infrastructure is already there, available in, all the campuses, the large infrastructure of hostels. And, in fact, we got the permission from the UGC, from our affiliating university, to start physical classes. And, we were expecting that because students are, sitting at their home for last 8-9 months. And, as we have seen revenge buying, in sales and retail, we were expecting the same would happen with academic institutions also. And the students will come in big numbers and, join back hostels and, start taking physical classes. But I'm, utterly surprised, by the outcome, because I think students are willing to join, but there is, bigger reluctance on the part of parents. Parents are not, kind of allowing their wards, allowing their kids, to come back and, join institutions. So that, blend of education, mix of physical classes with the online classes, that, could not take place. And still, majorly the classes are, online only. We have started the new semesters, but physical presence of students is not there. So hostel remains an issue. But in this situation, I think, what I would like to rely upon is, kind of advice of a doctor. If you have become very fat, you go to a doctor, doctor says that cut your flab, become lean. So I think now the, situation is with academic institutions to become lean and thin. Dr. Rao very nicely mentioned, there are certain things which are critical, certain things which are essential, certain things which are kind of frills. So it is now, high time for academic leaders, academic institution, owners, directors, vice chancellors to segregate things, to find out which are critical activities which must be further strengthened, which are essential activities which are very necessary to run the show effectively. And I think find out which activities are more like frills activities. Maybe we can, if not stop those activities, maybe we can defer those activities, postpone those activities for some time. Another, another point which I would like to share with this eminent panel and all the participants is that we also need to look, at this situation, where the opportunities are. First opportunity, I feel, is like number of international applications have gone down tremendously. A lot of students, those who were flying out of India and joining international universities outside, that number has come down, in a big way. I think those are the students which are aspirational, looking for good ambience, good climate, good academic environment, and they're also, having, would say, more paying capacity. So I think that's one area where all good institutions need to look at how to attract those students, how to make them, comfortable that, they would be getting similar kind of experience, studying in Indian institutions, maybe twinning of program where, say, first 1 year is in Indian system, and maybe the remaining 2 years or remaining 3 years in international location. Something of twinning of programs, is I think, is the way ahead for the coming 1 or 2 years. As Morshi was mentioning, that this is not a problem which is going to be solved in next 6 months or 1 year. This situation might continue because vaccines will be available by January, but the time which is required to get everyone vaccinated is going to be another 2-3 years time. There are studies which are saying end of 22, end of 23. So maybe by that time we need to keep some of these COVID guidelines up and running, then it becomes very essential that it is now time to look at new opportunities. Dr. Rao has already mentioned that this new education policy is now permitting us to look at more vocational programs, skill development programs, and because of this IT enablement, I believe now students sitting at deep villages in far distance areas, even they are now I would say willing to learn online. Government has taken a number of steps. Now there are channels which are available which are streaming various programs, NPTEL, Coursera, MOOCs, they all have taken up this opportunity, and I think the teaching learning process is continuing. But the question that we are discussing is financial viability and running of institutions, which I think is going to have a new sort of issue right now. I think that University A is not going to have competition with University B only, or University A is having competition with University C only. I think this is going to become much bigger. In a school, we are not going to have homeschooling. The small kids, they are not going to stop going to school and start homeschooling sitting at home. That is not going to happen anytime soon. But in higher education, I think this challenge is now taking a big shape. These edtech companies which are coming up, companies like Byju's, companies like Upgrade, companies like Udemy, I think this is a new challenge which is coming up. If we look at the market cap of Byju's, this market cap of Byju's is now bigger than all IITs put together in India, which shows that this can be a new threat which is going to come to higher education institutions. We all are large universities, which we all are 40, 50, 100, 150 acre campuses, lakhs of square feet of construction area, huge facilities being created. This shift towards online education, and I think what I'm seeing is that students are liking this new way of learning. If this becomes kind of a replacement of physical classes, because we all are having this strong feeling, and as I mentioned, I was quite confident that a student sitting at home will be looking for peer activities, will be looking for interaction with their classmates, friends, and they would come in huge numbers to colleges once we start classes again. But that had not happened, and that gives me really a big jolt that do we have this new challenge in coming days, in coming years, that students would be looking at tech companies, looking at online certifications, international degrees, without feeling the need to go to a campus. Dr. Rao has mentioned, and I also share the same feeling, that laboratories are essential for certain programs like engineering, for journalism, mass communication, for BDS, for medical. For these programs, laboratory is very essential. Internship in industry is very essential. But do the young kids, are they having the same feeling like we are having, or are we really going to have a new challenge? That's my thought process, and I think as education leaders, we need to find out a solution to that looming problem as well. In addition to how to look at the current year's cash flows, how to this is what is my initial thought, Dr. Rao.
So thank you, Dr. Nicely summarizing. Can you? Yeah. So thank you. Am I audible now? So thank you, Dr. Vikas Singh from ITS Engineering College, for nicely compiling the present situation. You really mentioned that this is a unique kind of situation, and the admissions are going down, and now, as you rightly said, there could be a need for blended learning also, not purely online, not purely physical, so it could be a mix and match of things. How do you plan that? And then you also mentioned about hostels. One of the new issues that are coming in the hostel is, suppose earlier we used to allow sharing of rooms. Now, because of this COVID, we are not allowing sharing of. So you require more infrastructure as far as hostel is concerned, or you have to stagger the timing. So teachers will now have to work for more hours. So do we need to pay for the extra time? So all these things are bothering all of us. And of course, as you rightly said, opportunities now have increased for attracting international students. Yes, so there are certain difficulties in terms of the way the government and others are actually handling the situation. So we need to actually take care of many things. And also, you rightly mentioned that there's going to be competition from sources like Byju's and other online courses where we have to actually, they are offering the courses at a very cheap rate. And one good advantage we have is the certificate given by them will not be valid, whereas our certificates. So we have to depend on that. But now there will be many universities which will come out with a lot of certificates. You also mentioned about internship and employment to students, which is definitely necessary in engineering colleges and higher education. So internship practice and all these things are. So the solution is, we have to have a flexible curriculum, and we have to tap students from industry and other things. One of the thoughts actually that came when you are actually discussing is that we have to now tap new sources of funds. It could be industry, it could be endowment from any other philanthropical societies, or it could be from alumni if you are insured, and then all these things. You have to think of ways and means to attract money, because this is like now a business which you have to run successfully, because as you all realize that funds crunch is one issue that can actually make or break our institution. So I think you have nicely pointed out, and you have actually also mentioned the students are liking this new way of learning. Yes, they will definitely like, because they're in the comforts of their home, sitting in the comforts of their home, and then they don't have to travel anywhere. And of course, some of them may not like it, but yes, most of them are definitely liking it. But there are other two issues that I'd like to highlight for them. The bandwidth is an issue, because even here we are facing some difficulty. In the earlier conversation also, the bandwidth was an issue. Somebody got disconnected. The other thing is ensuring continuous power supply. So these are issues that we need to make sure as an institution that the students are not denied of any of these learning capabilities. So thank you, sir. Now I would like to invite Dr. R.W. Alexander Desvan from Hindustan University to give his remarks.
Very respected coordinator of this panel discussion, Professor Ramana Rao, Director of IT, Dr. Vikas Singh, my co-panelist from ITS Engineering College, and Madam Mausri Dubey from PITEC. I would like to thank Businessworld for having given me this opportunity to share my thoughts along with the other panelists in this very important discussion that is taking place now. Colleges in financial trouble, the situation post-COVID. Before joining Hindustan University a few months ago, I have been the principal and secretary of Madras Christian College, which is one of the very old institutions in the country, 108-year-old institution, and I've been there as the principal and secretary. So you know that I combined with me the real feel of this online education, having headed an institution for nearly 11 years and having moved to this new type of education in the university where I'm serving at the moment. I would also like to thank my management for having given me this opportunity to share my thoughts. To come last is probably not an advantage, but a disadvantage, because my co-panelists and the chairman of the session have almost exhausted all of it, and I need to pick up something, here and there, or probably expound on what my friends have shared. Exactly. I think, in fact, I have also been enriched by the sharing of the information that has come from all the three of you, and I would like to thank you for that. Now, very interesting discussions have taken place so far, and with your points that have been presented now. As rightly pointed out by our convener in the beginning, there are two categories of institution. One is government-funded or government-aided institution, and the second one is self-financed institution. So I'm a hybrid at the moment, because I have served in a government-aided institution for nearly 34 years, and now I'm completely 100% self-financed institution. The sole source of cash flow into the institution is primarily from the students' fees. Now, as a result of this COVID, the governments have announced that, they need not pay 100% fees. They can pay partial fees, and that again to the institution in different ways, mostly in the online mode. But the point is that if the fee, which is the sole source, is not going to be coming to the institution on time, it is going to jeopardize the major activities of the institution. For example, whether the institution has got physical classes or not, it has to upkeep the institution in terms of maintenance. The laboratories have to be maintained, the lawns have to be maintained, the sports field have to be maintained, and particularly as we have just suffered from a cyclone Nivar, I went through the institution and I find the kind of ravages that have taken place in the institution. So it has to be cleaned up, it has to be kept intact. Only then it will be available for people to use when they come back to the institution. And therefore, the fees, if it is not going to be coming to the institution on time, and there again, you find that many of them have not paid the 100% fees. It is only partial. Then how do we allow them to attend the classes? Is again a very major challenge as we have this online education. Thanks to the beautiful information provided with regard to the disadvantages of online education, particularly the bandwidth and the power problem. But what has been happening in our institutions that from July onwards, we have been having this online education. Assessments have been taking place. Now we are almost come to the fag end. Now the laboratories have to be kept ready for them to come. So in fact, the management has to spend a lot of money in regard to maintaining these infrastructure, which includes the washroom, as I said, the laboratories, and most importantly, the very expensive equipment which are there in the laboratories. I mean, unless and otherwise you maintain them, the equipment may go out of order in no time. And therefore, there's a lot of investment that has to be made, and definitely institutions are finding very difficult. On top of it, as you know, as we have moved into the online mode of education, there is a general dip in the admission trend. The admissions as compared to maybe 5 years ago has not been there in many of our institutions because of high level of competition. There is very intense competition with regard to admissions. So this is a kind of a double, disadvantage now with the online mode, where students coming and joining the institution is actually very less as compared to 5 years ago, and there again is a financial crunch of the institution. The next important area which I wanted to convey is that as we move into a new mode of functioning institution, which include the convocation as well, we are now resorting to virtual mode of convocation, and you know that the amount that we have to spend if we make it live telecast, or if you're going to be having virtual convocation as envisaged by IIT Mumbai and many other institutions, it is going to cost a fortune for the institution. And then how are we going to be, getting this money from where? So that is going to be one of the very important challenges. The third important area, which I think my colleagues have already shared, is with regard to internationalization of education, wherein we find students from our institution going abroad and students from other countries coming into our country, into our institution. In 2019, it has been estimated that nearly 7.5 lakh students have spent about $7 billion to study abroad. Now we find that students who are there in many institutions are coming back because of the pandemic situation, and their continuation of the classes, the program is a big stake whether they'll be able to continue or not. But also the influence of the institution, because though we don't have a big initial fees in India, as you know, for international students, it means a lot for us to have this. The most important thing which I've noticed in my earlier institution is what we call the study abroad program, which is a short-term program lasting for about a few weeks to a few months, which brings in about 15 to 20 students along with 2 faculty members, and where classes, the field visit, everything is being done, and there is reasonable amount of revenue that is generated through these short-term programs. And there used to be at least about 10 such minimum study abroad programs, wherein students from USA, UK, South Korea, they will come. And because of the pandemic situation, I think there is a serious cut revenue that has come about. And as far as the ways by which we can generate revenue, I think something very important has been mentioned by our coordinator, the alumni source. In fact, while I was there in my earlier institution in Madras Christian College, I was able to harness much from the alumni. People like Madam Indira Nuvi and who have reached great levels, they have come back to the institution to invest in the institution. Say, for example, facilities, laboratory upheaval, air conditioning of auditoriums, new infrastructure have been created by soliciting help from the alumni. I think that is something which many institutions have now tapped. People think that alumni can simply come to the institution to spend gala time and then go back. I think what we need to do is that we need to not go with a begging bowl, but then convey to them the needs of the institution. And I'm sure, I think they'll be able to plug in appropriately, either through the intellectual resource, through lectures and things like that, or connecting with the partners, and they themselves joining hands together as a batch to make investment in the institution. Another area I think Dr. Rao has mentioned is that to tap on industry. I think we all know pretty well that there is a corporate social responsibility, CSR, where 2% of their the profit, the surplus that they have to be invested in this. Only then their financial statements will be accepted by the concerned societies or concerned trusts or concerned agencies, statutory bodies. So we need to harness to plug in the difference, to contact willing corporates so that they'll be able to invest in our institution. By that, I think we can have a new laboratory funded by them, which is already done by some institutions. And by that, I think we should be able to overcome the crisis. So this, what we are really facing is going to be very grim. And some of our institutions have already started planning for admissions for 21-22. We are going to be involving a lot of faculty members into this process because self-financed institutions, the faculty members cannot alienate themselves from this important targets that have to be reached in terms of student admission. So we are making them involved in this process to understand that it is not just the job of the administrators, but then everyone's role. I mean, in terms of quality enhancement, by word of mouth, good quality education can be shared with others, and as a result, admissions can be improved. So already we have started working on improving the admissions in the forthcoming academic year. I'm sure that we are looking ahead with a situation wherein I think there should be definitely physical presence of the children in our campuses, because there is no suitable substitute for that. Because as was rightly pointed out, it is not only laboratory, but then also socializing with the peer groups, socializing with the faculty, in terms of understanding the diversity of the country and of the world. I think it is only the physical presence of the children that would really enable, and therefore we strongly advocate for this blended learning process. And I'm sure with the mask, we should be able to weed out about 85% of transmission, and we'll come to a situation which we have already seen abroad, where with masks and sanitizer, we should be able to, and with social distancing, we should be able to carry on with our physical meeting of the students in batches, so that I think we are able to resort to blended learning, so that we are able to give a comprehensive, learning environment to our student friends who are going to be the future leaders of our society. Thank you, Dr. Ramana Rao, for having given me this opportunity, and also to my co-panelists. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. R.W. Alexander, Pro Vice Chancellor of Hindustan University. You have actually shared your experience from government as well as a private institution, totally different. Both are at two ends. In fact, you rightly mentioned that maintenance of the institute is another issue which needs to be done, which if we cannot ignore it, and that requires a lot of expenditure, especially the lawns, the laboratories require a lot of funding. Unless we do maintenance, and you also mentioned that we have to face natural disasters like your river cyclone, which was totally unexpected, and that has spoiled many of your infrastructure facilities, power cut, and all that. These things are something which we cannot easily handle. Yes, all those things require a lot of expenditure. So we have to rightly, as you also said, that we have to get funds from our alumni, from philanthropists, from our well-wishers, some way or other for the benefit of the student. In fact, now we have to realize that the students has got more choice in selecting the institute. Because it's online, he can choose even courses which are available in MIT, Harvard, with the click of a button. So the fees is not an issue now. And the government of India itself is offering SWAYAM courses free of cost, plus certification, that is more. So all these things are which we have to actually keep in mind. And there are certain parameters, now that is actually very important, like, how does a student choose an institute? For example, now we can't show physical infrastructure. That is, the classroom sizes, the buildings are no longer required. What is the one that actually requires to encourage students? Is it the quality of teacher? Is it quality of learning professor? Is it the quality of courses that you're offering? Or is it the quality of degrees? Or is it the quality of employment that you are providing? So all these parameters now we'll have to do, and probably you will have to again spend a lot of money on advertising and getting these students. Yes, you also mentioned that international students is also an opportunity for all of us, which we need to tap and work more hard for it. And in fact, I had the opportunity during the pandemic to visit US, and actually I was discussing with several university leaders, and their main worry is enrollment in the coming semesters. They are actually struggling, and in fact, their whole research projects, funding of faculty. So there's going to be a mass retrenchment, or what you call removal of people who are not required, because there's no funding. And most of the funding is only from international students, and none of the international students want to come to so they have slashed their fees. So this is also applicable to us. We have to slash our fees. We cannot charge fees as we want. The government is not going to reimburse, especially for many of us, because, their situation is also not good. And we need to look into all this situation. The financial things is not going to be rosy picture for all of us. So with these remarks, now I hand over to the organizers if they want to continue the discussion. Any organizer is here? If any one of you can add something to what we have said, or what is the way forward. I hope the organizers are there and noting down the things. Anybody from the organizing side? So at the behalf of the organizing team for this panel, I would like to thank my co-panelists, Shri Dubey, Dr. Vikas Singh, and Dr. R.W. Alexander Jerusalem for really throwing highlight on the interesting aspects of this discussion. I'm sure some of them, madam, you want to come in because our discussion is over, and I think you might have noted the point. So we are, I think, 10 minutes ahead of the schedule. I don't know whether you have any promotions or some sort of advertisement to before the lunch break. I don't know. So thank you very much. Let's wait. I think she's coming. Mr. Kai Kawa, I don't know how to call you. Shall I call you Kawa?
That's Khyati Kawa. Thank you, Professor, and thank you to our panelists. It was a wonderful discussion. We've taken down so many points. We are live tweeting all the quotes that have been spoken during the discussion as well. So I'd request everybody who's watching us to go ahead and join our online discussion with the hashtag BWTEB2020. Thank you to all our panelists and moderators. Thank you for your time and insights to be shared on this platform. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now, as the professor has said, it is lunchtime, so we're going to give you a breather here. We're going to play some AVs for you, audio visuals that you can watch while having your lunch. And also don't forget to join our online conversation while we prep the screen for our next panel discussion, which will talk about campus diversity, inclusivity, and tolerance. So, ladies and gentlemen, we will be right back after this audio visual. Let's take a look.
BW Businessworld presents a rich legacy of curated events that enable conversations on policy issues in India.
Because of the state of our cities, we have no option but to build smart and resilient cities.
Digital India is more for the poor, underprivileged, and the deprived.
Covering a range of topics, BW Businessworld events look to create a strong narrative around smart cities, digital India, healthcare, Swachh Bharat, human resource issues, education, banking, and finance, among others.
The world is fast changing. Best practices are available now on the net.
विकास डेवलपमेंट पूरी राजनीति में ये फोकस बन गया है.
BW Business World events provide a speaking platform to the voices that matter.
स्मार्ट से ताल्लुक यह है कि हम जो बेसिक एमिनिटीज हैं उसको हम चुस्त दुरुस्त करें.
You don't have to be a technologist. You need to understand how technology influences the world.
Mahatma Gandhi was a great man. He was the leader of the freedom struggle.
We believe that e-governance and IoT will play a very, very important role.
BW Business World is an excellent exhibition platform that helps you showcase your services to the right audience. To be a part of our legacy, write into us at partner@businessworld.in.
In the world of business, when you think business, you think BW Business World. Spanning across platforms from print to the fast-growing digital space, from custom events to insightful industry books, BW Business World continues to capture a critical market space. Enjoying over 1.2 million engaged reader base, we have replicated this success in digital, with a six-fold growth in the past 1 year. So who is the BW audience? Our magazine readers are the cream of the crop business professionals spread across industries and niche communities. BW Digital engages with a much larger audience, hailing majorly from India and US. We also reach diverse markets including UK and Saudi Arabia. The BW print universe comprises of BW Business World, BW Smart Cities, BW Hotelier, BW Applause, BW Education, and BW People, each profiling industry leaders and niche sectoral stories. BW Digital communities target niche segments like startups, CIOs, smart cities, defense, amongst a range of other fields, with a following of millions of unique digital users. BW Business World is an industry leader in curating a plethora of IPRs. With multiple industry stakeholders under one roof, BW IPR events generate superlative content. BW Engage offers bespoke brand solutions across functions with inputs from the award-winning BW editorial team. We design and execute a 360-degree marketing model, resulting in top-of-mind recall and a large BW Engage client patronage. Why engage with us? We have an award-winning editorial team. We forecast new scoops and future trends before any of our competitors. We provide 360-degree brand solutions and our clients are always happy with the ROI. This is just a glimpse of our client endorsements. To subscribe to our print patronage, visit subscribe.businessworld.in. Follow us on Facebook and Twitter. You can also connect with us on WhatsApp on businessworld.in/WhatsApp.
BW Business World presents a rich legacy of curated events that enable conversations on policy issues in India.
Because of the state of our cities, we have no option but to build smart and resilient cities.
Digital India is more for the poor, underprivileged and the deprived.
Covering a range of topics, BW Business World events look to create a strong narrative around smart cities, digital India, healthcare, Swachh Bharat, human resource issues, education, banking and finance, among others.
The world is fast changing. Best practices are available now on the net.
विकास डेवलपमेंट पूरी राजनीति में ये फोकस बन गया है.
BW Business World events provide a speaking platform to the voices that matter.
स्मार्ट से ताल्लुक यह है कि हम जो बेसिक एमिनिटीज हैं उसको हम चुस्त दुरुस्त करें.
You don't have to be a technologist. You need to understand how technology influences the world.
Mahatma Gandhi was a great man. He was the leader of the freedom struggle.
We believe that e-governance and IoT will play a very, very important role.
BW Business World is an excellent exhibition platform that helps you showcase your services to the right audience. To be a part of our legacy, write into us at partner@businessworld.in.
In the world of business, when you think BW Business World. Spanning across platforms from print to the fast-growing digital space, from custom events to insightful industry books, BW Business World continues to capture a critical market space. Enjoying over 1.2 million engaged reader base, we have replicated this success in digital, with a six-fold growth in the past 1 year. So who is the BW audience? Our magazine readers are the cream of the crop business professionals spread across industries and niche communities. BW Digital engages with a much larger audience, hailing majorly from India and US. We also reach diverse markets including UK and Saudi Arabia. The BW print universe comprises of BW Business World, BW Smart Cities, BW Hotelier, BW Applause, BW Education, and BW People, each profiling industry leaders and niche sectoral stories. BW Digital communities target niche segments like startups, CIOs, smart cities, defense, amongst a range of other fields, with a following of millions of unique digital users. BW Business World is an industry leader in curating a plethora of IPRs. With multiple industry stakeholders under one roof, BW IPR events generate superlative content. BW Engage offers bespoke brand solutions across functions with inputs from the award-winning BW editorial team. We design and execute a 360-degree marketing model, resulting in top-of-mind recall and a large BW Engage client patronage. Why engage with us? We have an award-winning editorial team. We forecast new scoops and future trends before any of our competitors. We provide 360-degree brand solutions and our clients are always happy with the ROI. This is just a glimpse of our client endorsements. To subscribe to our print patronage, visit subscribe.businessworld.in. Follow us on Facebook and Twitter. You can also connect with us on WhatsApp on businessworld.in/WhatsApp.
So welcome back, everybody. And now we are ready and set for our next panel discussion, which will talk about campus diversity, inclusivity, and tolerance. And we have a stellar panelist for this session as well. I'd like to invite on screen Dr. Suresh Ramanathan, Dean, Great Lakes Institute of Management, Chennai; Dr. Subhajit Bhattacharya, Director, IMT, Ghaziabad; Dr. Narendra Singh Rathore, Vice Chancellor, Maharana Pratap University of Agriculture and Technology, Udaipur, Rajasthan; Dr. Subhash Sharma, Dean and Director, Indus Business Academy, Bangalore; Dr. R.K. Mishra, Director, ITE. And to chair this session, we have with us Dr. Rajan Saxena, former Vice Chancellor, NMIMS. A very warm welcome to all of you. Really glad to have all the gentlemen on the screen for this discussion. So, Dr. Saxena, I'd like you to take over the proceedings and start the discussion. While the rest of our panelists will be joining in shortly and will be on the screen in just a few minutes.
Thank you very much, Kathy, for introducing all of us over here. It is indeed a privilege that I have today of being a part of the BW Education Conference today. And not only that I'm a part of this BW Education Conference, but also the privilege of chairing a panel discussion with just some distinguished leaders in higher education. Like, for example, Professor Janat Shah, who is the director of the IIM Udaipur; Professor R.K. Mishra, director of the Institute of Public Enterprise; Professor Suresh Ramanathan, who is the Dean, Great Lakes Institute of Management; Dr. Subhajit Bhattacharya, director, IMT, Ghaziabad; Dr. Narendra Singh Rathore, who is the Vice Chancellor of the Maharana Pratap University of Agriculture and Technology; and finally, Dr. Subhash Sharma, who is the Dean and Director of the Indus Business Academy. Well, thank you very much, Businessworld, for giving me this opportunity and also making me part of your panel of jury. We today have a very interesting kind of a topic to discuss, and something that has been always talked about it on the university campuses, in the higher education institution. We have all been familiar with this whole kind of a debate that has always existed in higher education. And the debate has been, how do we improve the diversity on our campus? What is it that we need to be doing to improve this diversity? Whether this is a gender diversity or a regional diversity, or it is the people coming from different kinds of, with different religious kind of a background, religion background, or in any context for that matter, let's say even from the point of view of the nationalities today that we talk about, or ethnicity that we talk about. So diversity has been one big debate that has gone on in higher education. And we have all been talking about it. In fact, we all understand that this diversity is the only way by which we are able to create what we call it as the creative individuals. Individuals who understand and who value this entire aspect of diverse opinion, because at the end of the day, it is the diverse opinions that really helps you to create something which is very different. It doesn't come about from a regimented thinking. It comes about essentially from the diverse kind of a thinking itself. I personally believe that to encourage this diversity, we need to adopt the inclusive agenda, something that we have been talked about at consecutive over the years. And certainly, this would lead towards what we call it as tolerance. Let me just spend some little time before I really invite my panelists to be speaking at this point of time. You know, the fundamentals of education, what are these fundamentals of education? The first kind of a fundamental to me is the non-discriminatory. The entire higher education institution, by very nature, or not just merely higher education institution, I would say even the schools have to be non-discriminatory in nature. In other words, we need to be opening up the doors to all sections of the society. We need to bring in people from different walks of life back in our own system, not just merely as students, but also as faculty and staff and other kind of groups of people need to really come on in our system, including our board of governors, for example. So we need to be far more non-discriminatory. The fundamental of education is non-discriminatory, which means obviously no glass ceiling exists in universities. No glass ceiling should exist in any of the higher education institutions. And the second big purpose and the second major purpose is really the holistic development of the student. And if we were to look at it from the point of view of the holistic development of the student, what is it that I really have in my mind? One is very clearly the intellectual development, the development of the intellect, which is where the students come to us. Well, obviously, the students grow, mature intellectually by the time they really graduate from the universities, particularly from the undergraduate education or even in the postgraduate. But particularly, I would say more so in an undergraduate education, because by the time they really graduate in the undergraduate education, there is a greater degree of intellect maturity and intellectual maturity that we can really see in the students who are coming in. The second big kind of the development is the emotional development. I think that we develop the students to emotionally balance their lives. And how do they do that? When they really live in a community, a diverse community, when they really get to understand the highs of the success and the lows of the failure. And it could be in any kind of a scenario that we are talking about it. The third is the physical development. The entire physical senses also then getting developing, becoming a far more stronger person than what you were when you really join or when the student joins the university itself. And the last major part that to my mind has become more relevant today, it is the spiritual development. It is something that we need to be focusing on. Increasingly in management education, this is a subject that we have been talking about it. And in management schools, we have been talking about it as to what is it that we are going to be doing it. And many of these schools have really gone ahead and done something which is different. So the second big kind of a purpose is obviously the skills development, the skills of exploration, for example, the skills of respect, the big kind of a thing, respect for individual, respect for the diversity of thought, diversity of background, and diversity of expression, which is very important. And the third is the interpersonal skills, which are important. And the fourth is the management of uncertainty. This is so very important today in the COVID situation. Nobody had really visualized this, but the fact is that it is brought back to us live, that this kind of an uncertainty can also be there. And we got to prepare our students for many more such uncertainties in their lives to be coming in. And finally, it is the life skills. Well, diversity on the campus, as I said, is really about the people. How do we really bring the people in? And therefore, we need to look at it from the perspective of our policies that are there, institutional policies that are there, whether this is the admissions policy or the hiring policy or the promotions policy or the incentives policy. Now, one of the ways to go forward is to really the compliance kind of a mechanism. There is a statutory kind of requirements that are there. And therefore, we comply to those statutory requirements. But that is not really the kind of a way I look at it. I think it is important to develop an assertive action. And the assertive action is where the institution initiates steps to bring in people from diverse backgrounds in the system. As an example, we don't select the student, but we, what I call it as, assemble a cohort of the kind that we want, the type of students that we really want. And similarly, it is in the context of the faculty group itself. Today, I believe technology is a very big kind of an enabler. It's a powerful enabler in pushing the agenda of inclusiveness and diversity, essentially by following the model of transparency itself. I also believe that faculty and institutional leaders have a significant role in the development of academic, administrative, and governance practices that are going to contribute to the promotion of diversity on campus. Well, friends, it is these issues that we are going to be discussing today. And to discuss this, as I said, I have a very distinguished panel over here. And let me now start first by Professor R.K. Mishra. Each of our panelists is going to be taking about 5 to 6 minutes to be opening up their remarks, to be giving their opening remarks. And thereafter, I'll just, depending on the time, we are going to take up some of the questions from the attendees. And finally, I'm going to just close the whole session itself. Well, let me start with Professor Mishra. Professor R.K. Mishra, you are such a distinguished academic. You've been in academics for a very long time, and you are in a public system. And so therefore, I'm sure that you would have really countered some of these or you have really been managing some of these challenges that I just talked about. Professor Mishra.
Thank you, Dr. Saxena. We have had very illuminating remarks. You have given the sense of what I think all of us are going to discuss. And let me tell honestly, I myself have learned a lot from the remarks that you have given. I think people know who are watching the show. I'm sure they have been benefited immensely. And that's the direction I think in which business should move, in which regulators should move, in which government should move, in which the schools should move. Because Saxena, the chair of the session, has used, I think, inclusivity. I think that's very, very important. Now let me come back, I think, further add a bit to what our chair has just observed. One is that, when we talk of inclusivity, when we talk of diversity, we think that diversity is limited only to males and females. No, I think we have to go much beyond that. Yes, so far we have been discussing, I think, that, the kind of students who should come in the campus. We believe that when they are males and females, I think they are a great, good number. I think there is a good, ratio that helps us a lot. That helps us because we have divergent thinking there. One number, as Saxena has just mentioned, we know, I think, something about, I think, the male psychology, the female psychology. And also, I think this kind of thinking helps us because then we have diverse kind of people who go to diverse kind of businesses. And when we go to diverse kind of businesses, this kind of inclusivity, that helps us a lot. But the question is that can we go beyond that? Because we have talked about the essence of the problem, as our chair has just pointed out very, very well. But then, can there be more than one wage? And you remember, I think, what Vivekananda told. Vivekananda had mentioned, Ekam Satyo Vikram Bahuda Vadanti. Truth is one, but it can be told in number of ways. So there is only one way, I think, of looking at the problem of inclusivity and diversity. But in my view, I think activities are very, very important. Do schools have diverse kind of activities? And it's there, I think, our business schools have to do a lot more than what they have been doing. I'm happy that we have here, Suresh Ramanathanji is there. I think, I have been reading him every now and then, and it's so nice to see him out there. There's Bhattacharya is there, and on the top of that was Jannat Shah has joined us. I think that's a great, news, I think, to give to those who are reading, and also for Subhash Sharmaji, who has been writing a lot on this issue. So the question is that, do we have diversity of activities on the campus? Now, what happens is that our activities are very much limited only to teaching. That doesn't take us anywhere. That means we may have males and females, but they are only on one track. Can they be taken on other tracks of thinking, innovating, I think, of interacting, I think, of thinking about the local areas, of thinking of the regional things, as our chair has just mentioned, thinking of international things. Can they think of innovations, I think? Can we think of their contribution? Can we have diverse kind of thinking? Because it's thinking, which takes generations and generations to higher ground. So that is one thing. Number two, which is, I think, very, very important, is that can we think of diversity of networking, I think. Now, what is happening is that our schools, unfortunately, which have come from the government, I think, and which have come from the private sector, that India is the be-all and end-all. Moment you think that our schools are only connected to India, we fail miserably. I think that's how we are not able to get students from abroad. Why don't they come abroad? Why we are not able to internationalize education? We are not able to internationalize the education because we have not, as our chair has just mentioned, we have not brought that element in our education, in our thinking, in our planning, in people who are on the board. Hardly you discuss a couple of minutes. And then, if you don't think about, I think, diversity at the international level, why people should think, those things, about India. So what I would say is that on diversity front, we have to widen our horizon. Our horizon is very, very limited. Unless we do that, I don't think we move forward. Thank you very much, Chair. I think, let me again once thank you so much, I think, for your very useful remarks and introduction.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Mishra. Let me now invite Dr. Subhash Sharma, the Indus Business Academy, who has been talking for a very long time about the human values, and he has been not only talking, but he's also put some of those issues in his own schools, programs, etc. Professor Sharma, are you able to listen to me?
He's on mute.
Are you on mute? All right. Let's start, Professor Janakshah.
Sure. So thank you, Dr. Saxena. And I think Professor Mishra did talk about value. Both of you talked about, how it's valuable. And I think there's a very little debate now on this particular issue of value diversity brings in. There are actually studies which have shown how the quality of even profitability of a companies have been higher when the companies are more diverse, right? Both on the gender as well as on the ethnicity front. So I think, and all of us who are taught in a classroom know that, when you have a diverse classroom, you're able to get a lot more different perspectives kind of thing. So I think, this issue that do we value diversity? I mean, would diversity add a value or not? I think probably everybody, understands that. I think there are two sides, two issues which I will talk about. One, in terms of what have we done to increase diversity within those challenges which Professor Mishra and Professor Saxena talked about. Second, when we try and do that, what are the challenges we face? Okay. So one is what we have done, I think, like a lot of others, is give a certain, diversity score. Right now we give on 2 dimension, one on educational background, because we found that engineers used to dominate. So how do you get more non-engineers? And we have given a diversity score there, as well as on gender, and as well as something on a work experience, right? Regarding, with a result, we have found at least our gender ratio has increased, number of non-engineers have increased. So, right now it's about 30% non-engineers, similarly 30%, girls who come into our classroom, and which has improved the quality of classroom experience. The area where I think Dr. Mishra talked about, Professor Mishra talked about, is that, finally all our classrooms are Indian, and which is a major difference between what we see globally and what we see in India. So what we have done is we have introduced a course called International Business in Practice, because we realize that how do you bring, greater, this understanding, what does it mean to work in a different culture? Now, some of us have attempted this international exchanges, but there's a limit to which I think none of our schools have been able to increase international exchanges beyond probably 15-20%. So what we have done is we have this course, International Business in Practice, where we physically take our students to different, country for 2 weeks, and we get them to work on a live project there. The focus is obviously on a project initially for a student, but our real focus is on what does it mean to work in a different culture, and we try and do a reflection exercise that. Because we are realizing that it's going to take a long time before we are able to actually get lot many students in our classroom. So we'll have to figure out a way in which to bring this cultural diversity where at least students should be able to understand nothing like if you're able to get a classroom which is more diverse, but we will have to figure out some interventions through which we can figure out a way of getting students sensitized on this. So this is what we've been doing. Let me just talk about certain challenges when we try and talk about bringing a more diverse classroom. I mean, we find this as a tangible way of defining, gender, education. So there are so many other dimensions on which we can look at it. But we all work under, at least be in a public system, work under right to information system. And there's a limit within which we are able to play with our admission, because anything we do comes under a scrutiny. And with a result, we end up with a more objective way of measuring this. I think it'll be nice if we are able to have a slightly more subjectivity, which allows us to bring more diversity than what we do. Second, we find even though corporates talk about saying we value diversity, I think when it comes to gender, I find corporates also seem to value it. But somewhere when we bring in more varied background, a lot of them complain that corporates not necessarily actually, when it comes to family recruitment, they don't seem to look at them as that valuing diversity. So sometimes we do get into that challenge that when we get a diversity on the dimension, when it comes to corporate looking at it, it's gender they seem to value, but other diversity, we have faced a challenge on that front. So with that, let me conclude my opening remark. But I think it's a dimension on which all of us will, as a country, will have to work towards. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Shah. And very rightly said that I think you've talked about the kind of value that diversity today brings to this education and also to the corporate world itself. Professor Sharma, can you hear me today now?
Okay.
Yes, Professor Sharma.
As far as our campus, there is also a lot of regional diversity. Almost all and union territories of India are represented among the student population. And for the purpose of developing tolerance among the students, we have a symbol on the campus which we call Omega Circle. So it's a circle which has different spokes. The spokes represent the different perspectives. And so students, when they develop different perspectives, they also develop arguments put forward by us. So similarly, we have some other to develop this kind of spirit. And we have a learning model which we call discussion.
I think we are. We are having some connectivity problem.
Develop the tolerance to develop students. That is.
I think we are running into a connectivity problem with Professor Sharma. Maybe the organizer could possibly fix it up till that
before
I really come back to him again. Professor Sharma, I'll just come back to you with the after they fix up.
Idea.
Yes. All right.
And then we cultivate among students.
Professor Ramanathan?
Yes.
Let me now invite you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Saxena, and thank you, and good afternoon to all the members on the on this distinguished panel, and hello to everyone listening in. Thank you to Businessworld as well for organizing this amazing discussion. So I want to take a slightly different tack, building upon exactly what everyone else has said about diversity. And when we talk about diversity of gender or ethnicity or religion or regional background, I think we have touched upon all of these aspects, including international students and so on. I want to talk about another aspect of this, which is a theme that is part of what we have in the title of this panel discussion, which is the third idea, which is tolerance. Diversity by itself doesn't mean anything unless there is tolerance for ideas that are contrary to what you might believe. I often feel, having been in the US for over 22 years and having just recently come back last year to take over as a dean at Great Lakes, I often find that there is what I would call a tyranny of the sameness of thought. That we are inclined towards a majoritarianism of thought. That we tend to believe.
We are using. I think with that I can conclude. There seems to be some disturbance.
Professor Sharma, I'll get back to you, sir. Yes, please hold on. We have Professor Ramanathan who has already started. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, so I was talking about the idea that there is kind of a sameness of thought that permeates our culture and our the way we discuss things. And when we talk about tolerance means the willingness to accept differences in opinion in a respectful fashion. And that is something that I think is something that needs to be inculcated right off the bat, even in our school systems. We need to encourage that kind of a thinking process where it is not my way or the highway. That kind of a mentality tends to permeate everything that we do and say, and therefore we need to encourage that kind of a system where all of us are encouraged to express our thoughts, no matter whether they run absolutely counter to what you believe in. And that is something that having been abroad, I think that is something that I have learned to appreciate, and that is something that I would really love to see happening a lot more. And the academic setting is the perfect setting for that kind of a respectful dialogue. Once you go out into the whole wide world and you start working, people automatically start gravitating towards one opinion versus the other. But in an academic setting, when you are in a classroom or when you are on a campus, everybody should be free to express themselves in whatever way that they want, without fear, without any kind of feeling that they will get browbeaten into one opinion or the other. And celebrating that tolerance and celebrating that inclusivity, I think, is very, very important as part of the culture. And that is really what academic freedom is all about. So that is something that I really want to touch upon, because it is not simply enough to to take into the extreme. What could happen is that we are just filling quotas. We're just saying we need to have X number of female students, X number of people from regional background, and so on and so forth, without actually paying attention to something which is far more fundamental to the fabric of the society, which is, are we truly tolerant about diversity of opinion? Are we actually encouraging people to express themselves freely without fear? And that is something that we need to create as heads of institution. We need to create a culture and an infrastructure that actually facilitates that kind of a thinking process. Yeah. The second point I want to make is about, we've talked about diversity of students. I also want to touch upon diversity of faculty. When I was in the US, I was part of a project called the PhD project. And the PhD project encourages people from minorities, from whether it's gender or ethnic communities and so on, to apply to PhD programs. And this is something which is again very important, because sometimes I find that within the faculty pool, we find a very similar kind of a setting where there are people who all kind of gravitate towards one point of view simply because, of their sameness. And again, as heads of institution, particularly those who are granting FPMs or PhDs, I think it is very, very important to encourage diversity even at the faculty level, because the more we are able to build a group of trained academicians who go out and start teaching at other institutions, and all of these members of the faculty should represent very, very diverse points of view, which will actually encourage that kind of a debate in the classroom, which also fosters diversity and tolerance. So those are the two key points that I really want to touch upon, because ultimately, in a campus setting, this is, I think, very important that we actually encourage this kind of an expression of ideas, rather than simply pay lip service to this notion that we need to have diversity for the sake of diversity. So that is what I would like to end with. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Ramanathan. And I think you really hit the nail when you said that, one of the prime objectives or the prime purpose of education is really to develop a tolerant individual.
Yes.
And at a time when majoritism seems to gain so much of a ground in our society, that we have become intolerant to an alternate viewpoint, to another viewpoint, which is a very dangerous sign for the society, and perhaps in the world itself. When this kind of a development takes place, it is fundamentally, it really tends to push us towards a fundamentalism rather than towards a more accommodative and a peaceful coexisting communities and societies itself. And I think the universities, the institutions have a priority, have the prime obligation to really develop this kind of a tolerant graduates itself, the tolerant mindset itself. Wonderful, wonderful, Professor Ramanathan, for your views itself. Professor Bhattacharya, from IMT Ghaziabad. Yes, Professor Bhattacharya, let's hear you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Saxena, and all my fellow panelists. As also, I congratulate Businessworld for organizing this wonderful event today. In fact, what I liked about this title is so rightly sequenced. Diversity, inclusion, then tolerance, and very aptly. And without tolerance, diversity and inclusion doesn't make any sense, right? So this is absolutely perfect. Now, I probably, at cost of repeating some of the well discussed, points altogether, I believe the mankind is growing absolutely differently in different ways only because we argue. We argue because we have different viewpoints. We argue because we respect different viewpoints. And this, different viewpoints will come only when we allow others to express their views, whether it is on gender basis, region basis, culture basis, caste basis, religion basis, whatever. We listen to everybody, and we give equal importance to all the views, and then collectively we come up with a very constructive decision to discuss, to decide about our way of growth. From this perspective, diversity is absolutely necessary in whatever way we do, whatever thing we do. So, and one extremely, of course, this happens in some pockets or the other, but usually power and position does not play so much major role in this entire decision making process. And that is what is one very good thing that mankind can talk about, which usually is seen in the the animal kingdom. You got those alpha male, they determine who will be there in the team, who will have their ways and this, that. We allow every views, every individual's their existence. We respect that. We talked about campus diversity in terms of representation, but I want to talk about something little different. A campus has to be a melting point of all these different thought process. So if we have people from different gender, if we have people from different region, different caste, religion, social norms, but we don't allow them to participate in amalgamation of this thought process, the whole exercise becomes just as a case of we are doing just for the sake of it. Therefore, the intervention should be through appropriate designing of curriculum. The curriculum should be designed in such a way that creates an opportunity for intermingling of all these different views, culture, thought process, right? So that is what is one essential component of ensuring an effective campus diversity, right? So it's not only about the numbers and the representation, but facilitating intermingling of their thought process. That is when the learning will be absolutely perfect, right? Here we all are representing B schools, and therefore probably our focus of discussion is B school. But I want to go a step back. Let us think about science. Let us think about other professional sciences. I believe it is equally important to have this kind of diversity, in those curriculum as well. As we say, necessity is the mother of all, inventions. Now think about one scientific invention. If it is not influenced by other factors, coming from other, so to say, the necessities, it will be a kind of marginal growth process in the research field. This is where I think let's talk about physics. The students of physics should also have a concept called empathy. They will understand necessity more appropriately only when they have empathy, which is again an outcome of a multi-dimensional perspective of the thought process. So whenever you talk about creating a multi-dimensional perspective of thought process, you have to have intervention from other disciplines as well. So it is not only physics which can give you the most appropriate. Now, if you talk about aircraft designing, it's pure engineering. But is it pure engineering? You've got so many other things, coming and getting amalgamated. So that is why, even in our all the other programs we have, other fields we have, we must ensure this kind of diversity, not only in representation but also in curricular activities, so that we ensure perfect building of this thought process. So and in the process, we of course some of them will join business school and eventually will run businesses. That's sin. But even when they go for inventing, go for pure physics field, they will keep in mind that I should think about inventing something which will have significant social impact. So my research work will not be focused purely on publications. So that is what probably we should create. And we all represent one field, management, but there are universities which are having different departments, different chapters also. Probably they are in a much better position to have this kind of activities for the science and other professional courses, which will allow them to interact with other disciplinary contributions, thought process as well. So I think that is what we should bring in our campus diversity wherever possible. I think NEP 2020 is, to a certain extent, is compelling us to move in that direction. So that's where I'll stop.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Have we been able to resolve the internet problem with the Professor Sharma? Organizers? All right. So let me just start. Yeah, I see him coming in. Yeah, Professor Sharma, I hope we are all able to hear you. You're all waiting to hear you. All right, so let's start by reading some issues with you all, and all of you have really made some very, very interesting points and interesting observations. And let me start by, first of all, by Professor Janat Shah, with you, Professor Shah, when you raised this whole issue of the diversity score that you really have started developing it. in your admission process itself, which is indeed a variation from what generally the IIM policies have been. Now, how far that was acceptable? I mean, do you feel the constraints emerging from RTI, or do you find that there is a kind of a constraint emerging even from students who wanting to join in? How have the students looked at it from that kind of a perspective, from when it came to, let us say, the admission policy itself? What was the student reaction to that?
Sure. So I think there are two kinds of one which we've been doing because of law. Okay, Dr. Saxena. One, for example, recently there was as per law, we had to look at economic weaker section, right? So today, actually, if you look at, so there's one part which is coming, especially for a publicly funded institution like us, the whole lot of affirmative action comes from a
Professor Bhattacharya, would you like to start off? If you are, and if you are able to listen to me, if you raise this whole issue of argumentative society, the empathy that we need to be developing, are you able to listen to what I'm saying? Are you able to hear me?
Actually, there's a your internet connection. We couldn't hear you, and Professor Shah was saying something, and he was in the middle of it. So I think he should conclude then.
Yeah, I think there's a.
Okay. Yeah.
So, Dr. Saxena, I can hear you.
Professor
And
Shah?
if you, yeah. So, you had raised this whole issue of, what is the student reaction and society reaction in general, right? So, I was just, are you able to hear me?
Yes, yes.
Is the internet connectivity problem with me, or is it an internet connectivity problem generally?
I don't have any problem. I think I'm listening very clearly.
I'm fine. I can hear everybody.
Professor Ramanathan, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Professor Jarat Shah, are you able to hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you very well.
Yeah.
So, you had raised this issue of, what's the way society looks at it and the way students look at it and maybe the way recruiter look at it. And so, as I was saying, we have two kinds of one which is by law.
There.
So maybe
Professor Shah,
so Bhattacharya, you want to come in if you're here. Dr. Saxena had asked a question, and
yeah,
I think he has some problem, connectivity problem.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, Professor Bhattacharya, would you like to take this shot on empathy and also in terms of the diversity scores that Professor Jarat Shah talked about in the student selection?
Yes.
There are two things that we're talking about. One is on the admission policy. The second is about the development of the empathy itself.
Admission policy, fundamentally, I think, as far as admission is concerned, no amount of reservation will give you any, appropriate, dignity to the segment you are appointing under reservation. That's what I believe in. Therefore, as long as merit is the primary, parameter for selection, that gives you dignity also, that gives you full support in every sense. However, there will be people in that, in a certain particular segment, you want to extend financial support to them, please do that. But I do not think, reservation actually gives, rather people admitted through this reservation way, are attached with some kind of stigma. So therefore, I don't think reservation gives them the right amount of dignity. They should be selected only on the basis of merit. However, give them full support, whatever they need in, in improving themselves, training themselves, and basically, the second part is empathy means what we talk about, understanding each other well, understanding everybody else well. So you have to have that openness of your mind. That should be, your curricular activities, your training process, grooming sessions should encourage people to have this kind of openness in their thought process. Initially, there will be, people coming from different background, different group, different training, different culture. They may have different type of behavioral issues, but eventually the institute or the campus should have appropriate grooming process to encourage them to tolerate, to accept, to appreciate others' cultures, other ways of life. So it is the responsibility of the institution to ensure that this happens.
Great. Professor Janasha, are you there?
Yeah,
All right.
I'm there, and
Professor
at least
Ramanathan,
I'm
you
able
raised
to
this
hear you
and
very well.
we continue.
Yeah. So I think there are two parts. One is if it's a land of law, I think we don't discuss that issue internally because it's a law, right? But there are issues related to, as I said, we find because also we come under Right to Information Act, there are only those areas which are very objective in nature, where there is no subjectivity involved. Only those dimensions we are able to address. And I'm saying that
I do not know. Are we getting it?
We can hear you.
All right. So, Professor Ramanathan, would you like to look at it from the perspective of how do you think, this whole aspect of empathy? You talked about academic freedom in the US, that academic freedom, which is so very fundamental to the development of an alternate viewpoint. How would you really develop that? And what is it that you are doing back in your own institution to develop such kind of graduates who understand that there is another viewpoint also?
Yeah. Thank you. In fact, I'm sorry, Doc. I was hoping to hear Dr. Shah complete his thought. Dr. Shah, if you would like to continue, talking and complete your talk, then I can take.
Suresh,
take
go
this
ahead.
on. Yeah.
I think you go ahead, please. Yeah.
Yeah. So as far as this whole idea of freedom, I think it is entrenched in the way, at least in the US where I was, it is very well entrenched in the system itself, that right from the word go, in fact, even in the school systems and in where you talk about even in public schools and so on, you find that people are actually encouraged to express their thoughts no matter how different they are. And in fact, this idea of critical thinking, that you are able to reason something out, that you are able to assimilate points of view which might be different from each other, that is inculcated right from the get-go. It is in the Indian system in which I grew up, and I went through the system here, and what typically you experience in the classroom is that you are kind of basically memorizing things. You are there is not much of critical thinking that is encouraged, particularly in the middle school and high school level, and that is really where I think you need to start developing that kind of a mindset, right? So Dr. Bhattacharya was talking about this notion of merit, and how this is important in the context of affirmative action that that we might take. But here's I think a question to ponder about: how do we recognize merit if the system itself is not at the school level, is not in favor, or is not providing the right kind of opportunities to people from underprivileged backgrounds? We are creating a self-fulfilling prophecy in terms of the types of people who are coming through in terms of merit, and we are not being inclusive enough, right? So once again, I think it all boils down to how our regular school education system is actually going to encourage that kind of diversity of thought, merit, all of these things, critical reasoning, all of these things have to come very, very early on, because that is the only way you build this kind of tolerance. And I would argue that if I were to start creating an atmosphere of tolerance in a business school, I would say it is too late.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Creating a new system of tolerance where tolerance did not exist, it is already too late. The formative years are when you actually build that appetite for tolerance. If you're talking about 25, 26 years old people, their brains are already well formed and their attitudes are already well set. It is very difficult to change that. Yet, I mean, of course, you can create an atmosphere, you can create a feeling that, yeah, you are free to express all your opinions. We have student groups, based on the principles of diversity. All of these things are happening. And I have, my student committees, the very first thing they talk about, I have a dean's student leadership committee, which is, a group of about, 16 students from, our different programs, who are all kind of, coming up with ideas by which we can encourage the campus atmosphere, provide, thoughts for, how, greater inclusivity, including, we didn't talk about, sexual identity. That is another dimension of diversity that, we need to acknowledge. These are all interesting topics to talk about. But like I said, tolerance, inclusivity has to be brought in very, very early. It cannot be brought in at the level of a business school. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. Professor Shah.
So maybe I'll just probably build on, what Professor Suresh was talking about. And so one issue, I know it's late, but I think still we can do something within our own campuses, the way you are attempting. So one thing which we have done is since we are in a tribal region, what we do is we take our students to spend a week with the tribal groups. So at least there we find this whole idea of a notion of merit, right? They realize that till that point in time, they think they all come here because of merit and they're God's gift to mankind. But when they go and see a tribal village where students don't have access to education, don't have access to health, suddenly their outlook changes in life. Because I think that's one way of building empathy, that not everybody has access to all the resources. So we're all privileged. So how do we give back to society is something we attempt at least in that direction. But one challenge which we have faced, and I'll be here, love to hear from rest of you. I think business school faced one real challenge. There's an obsession about placements.
Correct.
And with a result, the kind of issues you're talking about, it's very difficult to do a meaningful discussion of our business school campuses because, all clubs, committees, they seem to focus so much on a placement. There's very little scope of doing a lot of discussion of the kind we would ideally like to do. And we struggle, I would be honest with you, that how do we do this discussion when all their mind seems to be focused on placement? All club activities are placement. So somewhere as a society, I think Indian schools have played a big role in that part. There's too much of placement obsession. I think if you want to do something meaningful in this area, somewhere it'll be nice if you're able to de-emphasize. But I don't know, that's something you can do only collectively. So I would like to hear from other people on this. As I said, we do a couple of things, but we find a huge constraint in terms of how do you do this meaningful dialogue.
Quite. I think it's so well said. I think, Janak, that about this whole aspect of placement focus of the Indian business schools. Am I audible?
Yes.
Yes, we are all able to hear you very well. But till he comes in, I don't know, I would love to hear from Professor Suresh, Professor Subhajit and Professor Mishra about this placement actually crowding everything out.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You're so correct. And it's a kind of, for us like private B schools, this is, one of the major issues because, we have to earn every rupee before we decide to spend it. So it's a major challenge. And if the placement gets hit in 1 year, next year's admission will get affected. This is a kind of, cyclical process. So we cannot really undermine the importance of that. But despite having these concerns, we this constant, we have to move ahead and do whatever we think we should do for the benefit of the business education, because the students should build up a much bigger perspective than that first job focus. When they as of now, what we see, the students have typically what they are going to get as the first job is their focus of life. And in my first, introductory speech, I talk about, the career focus. I say when you go to a gym and you aspire to build up a body like say Salman Khan or somebody, what do you expect? Paying the fees enough, or you have to toil and continue to do that hard work even when you are not in the gym? So this orientation has to be changed. So it's not the first job but the career and the bigger perspective of their existence that they have to be told, and we have to try in so many different ways.
Right. Professor Mishra, and then I'll come back to Professor Sharma, because I'm so sorry there has been that internet connectivity
So many things have been told, but one thing, I am working on education and helping the ministry. Also, I work for this NEP. Let us come to evidence-based things, not thoughts. Education for Muslims and minorities have been very, very poor in this country. These are the facts. And unless I think we open up education for tribals, as we told, for Muslims and minorities, I don't think we can go forward. And there, I think the concept of merit has to undergo a change. Merit should not be an absolute merit. You can have sectional merits, I think. There is no problem in having sectional merits, but we have to give opportunities, I think. It's a question of leveling up. If we do not do, we fail miserably, I think, as business schools, I think. We have no then place to stay in our country. I'm very, very clear on that. Then coming to, I think, another thing. See, we talk of freedom. Who gives freedom, I think? Have we got freedom on ourselves? We always talk of, regulators, and we subjugate our mind to them. Why don't you think that we want to go this way? If you want to go this way and you are ethical and you're right, nobody can stop you, I think. But you don't want, I think. You want to ascribe failures to those things because, as somebody rightly told, we have bankruptcy of thinking. We don't think diligently. We don't want to take risk. And once you join, I think, in the business school, public or private, you think you are a servant, I think. You are just being paid. You are a director or anything. You don't have your own identity, I think. You don't assert your own identity. Your thoughts are not known. You have not integrated yourself in society. Who cares for you? They don't care for you because you don't have individual thinking. You don't have freedom of thinking. You don't think freely, I think. Freedom of thinking will come from, can you think freely? You don't think freely, I think. That's very, very important. Then the issue is of culture, I think. On campuses, it seems, we don't give variety of food, I think. This country is a country of diversity, I think. Variety of food, I think. Variety, I think, of, discussions, variety of thinking. That is missing in the campus, even in teaching also. You might have been talking about blended teaching and number of other things, syndicate and all that. They are there. But you don't have divergent thinking. Your schools, are they known for one thing? When Suresh was talking about US, I have been to, I think, a couple of these countries. I have my own experiences. Schools are known, I think. Let me tell you one thing very, very clearly. When you say that you become placement agencies, you are placement agencies because you don't have good professors. If you have top-notch professors, I think boys will come to you and people will come to your schools. This shows very clearly that you have mediocre teachers. And you have mediocre, people, who are running these schools, I think. Maybe at the board level or at the lower level, I think. You get the best. When I go to Booth School of Business, I find 45 Nobel laureates. What kind of people you have in teaching, I think. When I say this, let me congratulate Professor Janna Shah. I understand. There is a big recognition, I think. In a couple of days, I think, was there for him. How many people recognize you? What is your contribution, I think? Where do you stand? What is your interconnection with the industry? Are you a puller, I think? Do people come to you? Are you being heard in the government? Just not because you're director of a school or you're an IIM or IT or a private school. Have you created your own identity? You don't have your own identity. Economists have their identity. Anthropologists have their identity, I think. Scientists have their identity. You don't have your own identity. I think create your own identity first and then come to, I think, the basic issues. As Amit Sen talked about argumentative Indian, and the reason was that he had to go elsewhere, I think. He spent a lot of his time in Harvard or in the US, I think. You don't want, I think, you don't want to listen, I think, to divergent things. People disagree, you condemn them, and you think that they are your enemies. No, I think the questions of leaders, I think, we have bad leadership, very bad leadership in business schools, I think. At, I think, directors level, I think, maybe at the board level, maybe I think people are assigned at different kind of coordination jobs. Get good people, I think, over there. Give them the confidence. Don't come in their way. Stay out, I think, of their way and see what they do. I think that's how scientists they do. That's how I think good members they do. They stay out, I think. They do their own work, I think. So that's, I think, very, very important. And multidisciplinarity is the must, I think. Let me tell you, business schools cannot grow. Yes, we talked of the universities. Can you make your institution, I think, what kind of people are coming to your schools? Can they enter? Can they talk? Why don't you call people from different kinds of things? So that people, those who come out of business school, they may understand life is not only education. Life is not only a job. Life is not a designation, I think. Life is not, I think, a level that you have got. Life, I think, is a pool of divergent kind of things. You don't tell them, I think, you are one-minded people in the business schools. You have one track, I think, and you spoil, I think, the students, I should say. We are spoiling our students. We are creating clerks. They might be getting very high salaries. You are great followers. You are not great leaders. So let me tell you, I think is that you, I think, change. You do better things, I think, and take risks and come out and say, yes, I am getting resigned. I'll resign my job. But this is what I want to say. How many of you have come out? I think you are sticking to your jobs. You never come out. Have you written a note against the policy? No, never. You are subjugating. You just bow your head. I have not come across, I think, any such thing. You just stand up like, you don't accept yourself.
Thank you so much, Professor Misha. And you very rightly said. I think there's a whole issue of what kind of culture are we really developing? Are we developing
You can't negotiate with secretaries, I think. You can't stand up, I think. You have not created your own constituency, I think. You don't, I think. When you get what you do.
Yeah. Dr. Misha, now we are running out of time. So thank you very much. And I think you really made that point very clearly, that I think the whole aspect of alternative thinking, the whole aspect of diversity, the whole aspect of inclusiveness, or tolerance for viewpoint, for example, or the diverse thought can only grow when we as leaders are comfortable in our own skin itself. And that, I think, is extremely important. And which is what was really your kind of a perspective. And I think very well said. Also the aspect of multidisciplinarity. And this is what exactly almost all of us are saying, that unless and until the institutions become multidisciplinary and move away from a single discipline focus to becoming a more multidisciplinary focus, that until that time period, I don't think we will be able to develop what I call it as a community of diverse thinkers and a community that can really argue and argue in a much more fact-based and an informed basis itself. Most of the time, otherwise the arguments are just tilted towards one kind of a side itself. And I've seen that in my own kind of an experience when I was leading NMIMS upfront. And I've seen, for example, even in research seminar that we were doing on the university day, when it came to management seminar, management topic, or a speaker from us from the management area, the entire management faculty was there, but none of the other disciplines were there. And likewise, when there was another discipline speaker, there was that discipline only, but there were no other speakers and faculty. And that is really goes contrary to the very culture of development of a viewpoint. I don't think no viewpoint can ever get developed unless and until we respect the views in different disciplines itself. It is indeed unfortunate that we have missed Professor Sharma in the discussion because of the internet connectivity. Businessworld would like to, if Businessworld has the time, and Professor Sharma is I can see him. I've been seeing him, but I'm not able to get him. Kathy, do we have about 3-4 minutes?
If we can hear Mr. Sharma. I think there is a lot of connectivity issue. Mr. Sharma, if you can just address us so we can know that we can hear you.
Yeah, Subhash, put your video off. Can you just put your video off and just speak on your part?
Yeah, the bandwidth will probably work better.
That would really make a big difference. That can help you in terms of, and that will give us the privilege of listening to you, the benefit of listening to you.
Absolutely. So while Mr. Sharma comes back in with his audio in, I would like to pose a question to Professor Mishra, as we got from our audience. While the topic you were just touching upon, how do we decide or how do we curate our faculty in every institute to be of merit, to be of advantage to the students of these times? Like, what can be the solution for this?
The only solution, schools should be schools of ideas. They should not be school home for religion. They should not be home for petty politics. Ideas, ideas, and ideas. We must grow, I think, and we must transcend to higher level of things. Unless you think bigger things, I think. Unless you have an idea, if you have a good idea, you will have good students, good followers, good teachers. But if you don't have good idea, your idea is, I think someone rightly told, is just to produce, just to get a salary in the faculty, just to get a promotion, just to place people. You don't go anywhere. You are a lost out business school. Nobody cares for you. How many ideas you are promoting, I think, As Edward De Bono, who was my teacher, he told, creativity, I think. We must put premium on creativity. We must put premium on risk. We must have people of divergent thinking. We must not think of religion, division, as we rightly told, intolerance. Intolerance is killing our country. If India has to grow, India will only grow when India is one, I think. India can be one only when all of us are one. We can't be divided. And let me, I think, finish. When I was a student, we had, the person who got Nobel on the wheat, I think he came. And we were in management students, we attended, I think. What we are doing is, as we have divided the country in terms of politics, regions, and, in terms of provinces, we are dividing the academics also in terms of, educational, streams, in terms of, different divisions, in terms of different specializations. These are low-level things. What is more important is holistic. Asia believes in, we are holistic. We are not like, we don't have reductionist approach of West. You take, I think, an onion and take layer by layer. You are left with nothing, I think. If we have to grow ideas, and ideas. And that I see, I think, when Suresh was talking, I have taught there. Bala was there, who did a great job. And when, we talk of, Janna Shah himself is a great leader, I think, and he's now thinking of research. Because ideas, they come not from teaching, they come from research, which you take the classroom. You're committing a basic mistake, I think, only of teaching, I think, from videos, blended teaching we are talking. This is not important. What is important, what is your first idea? If you don't have an idea and you only think of technology, it's useless, I think. We are, telling wrong things to our students.
Great, sir. We need to become ideas factory. I think we need to
Absolutely. We need to be ideators first, then technologists. We have Mr. Sharma. Mr. Sharma, if you can say something, maybe we can engage with you for another 2 minutes before moving on. Unfortunately, I think the connection is really bad where Mr. Sharma is. So, Mr. Saxena, would you like to?
Yeah. Let me now conclude the session.
Yes.
Well, it's been truly a pleasure and a delight to listen to each of our panelists. It is unfortunate that we missed out on one of our very distinguished panelists, Professor Subhash Sharma, whom I said have been doing a lot of work in the area of human values, and he has come out with very, very innovative models. Even when he was with the Institute of Plantation Management and later now in the Indus Business Academy itself. It's been wonderful listening to you all, and I quite agree. And what we really were talking about is that at a time when the global society seems to get tilted towards a majoritarianism, or for that matter, let us say, is getting pushed towards some very radical kind of a thinking itself, how can education institutions retain their flavor and continue to refocus themselves on developing graduates who are more tolerant? And because ultimately, at the end of the day, it is tolerant individuals who really make the society. It is not an extreme viewpoint that really make a society itself. And that's where we are really talking about it, whether this is in the area of coexistence or collaboration or co-creation itself. Everything is really going to be happening only when you really have the tolerant individual for which obviously diversity becomes the kind of a bedrock itself. And the diversity that is really going to help towards developing an innovative society, a society which is creative. And we in our own institutions have a very big role to play. Quite obviously, we need to move away from a discipline focus to a more multidisciplinary focus, and therefore bringing in a much more holistic development of an individual itself. And that is what we really think. Thank you very much, Business World, for hosting this wonderful education summit. Thank you, Business World Education, and the entire team at the Business World for giving us this opportunity. All of us expressing our thought, and some of the great radicalists, one of the biggest radicalists in our Mr. Mishra sitting in over here, provoking almost all of us to move up and say, we are not education institutions, but we are the ideas factory. That, I think, is a wonderful thought. I think it's a thought that we should all live with and start ideating on it, turning it inside our minds, because that would really make a difference to the education. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Saxena, and thank you to all our panelists. Thank you so much for spending this time with us, sharing your insights, and as Professor Suresh is suggesting, I will put this message out to BW team so that they can create a group so that there can be actually an action taken around the points that are spoken. And all of you gentlemen and people like you, the leaders in the industry, are the nation builders. The culture that we build in our country is through education. So thank you so much, everybody, for all the efforts and time here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
With that, ladies and gentlemen, we'll once again request all of you to spread the word outside and share your experiences from this platform with a wider audience. I request everyone to join the online conversations using our hashtag BWTEB 2020. It's BW Top Education Brands 2020. So BWTEB 2020 is our hashtag. You can join us on Twitter or any other platform and talk to us online. You can also send us your questions for our panelists as well. Before we move forward, we'd like to showcase an audio visual as we prep up the screen for our next panel discussion, which will talk about the challenges and rewards of technology and blending learning in our schools and institutions. A very pertinent topic for these times, right after this audio visual. Let's take a look.
BW Businessworld presents a rich legacy of curated events that enable conversations on policy issues in India.
Because of the state of our cities, we have no option but to build smart and resilient cities.
Digital India is more for the poor, underprivileged and the deprived.
Covering a range of topics, BW Businessworld events look to create a strong narrative around smart cities, digital India, healthcare, Swachh Bharat, human resource issues, education, banking and finance, among others.
The world is fast changing. Best practices are available now on the net.
विकास डेवलपमेंट पूरी राजनीति में ये फोकस बन गया है.
BW Businessworld events provide a speaking platform to the voices that matter.
स्मार्ट से ताल्लुक यह है कि हम जो बेसिक एमिनिटीज हैं उसको हम चुस्त दुरुस्त करें.
You don't have to be a technologist. You need to understand how technology influences the world.
Mahatma Gandhi was a great man. He was the leader of the freedom struggle.
We believe that e-governance and IoT will play a very, very important role.
BW Businessworld is an excellent exhibition platform that helps you showcase your services to the right audience. To be a part of our legacy, write into us at partner@businessworld.in.
Welcome back, everybody, to BW Top Education Brand Summit and Awards 2020. We are here with our next panel discussion. Once again, requesting all of you, if you have any questions, please send to us through comments and chat box on whichever platform that you're watching us. You can also join our online conversation using our hashtag BWTEB 2020. Moving forward to our panel discussion for the time, which is the challenges and rewards of technology and blending learning in our schools and institutions. We have with us Menon, CEO GuruQ, Vineet Patwari, co-founder eLearn Markets, Achin Bhattacharya, founder and CEO, Notebook, Manoj Chawla, Chief Business Officer, Tribyte Technologies, and to chair this session, we have with us Tijay Gupta, founder and CEO, Henry Harwin Education. A very warm welcome to all of you. And Mr. Gupta, I'll leave the screen to you to begin the discussion. Very warm welcome, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you so very much, Kathy. Very good afternoon to all of you. And thank you so much for joining for this session today. I'm glad that we have such an experience
Thank you for
with
having
us.
us.
Yeah, wonderful. So as per the agenda, guys, we'll be talking about how the pandemic actually changed the edtech sector, the digital sector, the education sector, and the world is soon going to be called maybe education sector before 2020 and education sector after 2020. These phrases will be here common, and we are the ones who have been at the front of witnessing this change. So let us just maybe first of all introduce ourselves. Let us know each other better, so that we can connect with each other and have a great session the next 60 minutes. So let's start first with Meenal. Meenal, if you could please introduce
Hi,
yourself.
my name is Vinal Anand, and I'm the founder and CEO of GuruQ. It's a platform that helps connect teachers with students. So any online tutoring that is required in any subject, whether it's school education, competitive exams, language learning, or study abroad, we cover the entire array, and we provide quality, vetted, verified tutors for students. Pan-India now. Initially, we were
Wonderful.
home tutors, but now and online both. But of course, like you mentioned, this pandemic has created a lot of change, and now we're completely online, and home has taken the back seat. And when only when and if the pandemic gets better, we'll be able to move back to home. So yes, we have seen this trend, and overnight we were primarily from a home tutoring platform, we became an online tutoring platform.
Wonderful, Meenal. And where are you from, Meenal?
I'm from Delhi.
Delhi. Great. Wonderful. Okay, next we have with us Achin. Hi, Achin.
Hi. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
So, good afternoon to all our esteemed viewers, and I thank Businessworld for having me in this forum. My name is Achin Bhattacharya. I'm the founder and CEO of Notebook. Notebook is a K-12 edtech portal. We made short, engaging videos for school students, all classes, all subjects. We cater to CBSE, ICSE, and various state boards. We started our journey 2.5 years back. Currently, we have around 10,000 videos in our portal, and we cater to a base of around 1.75 million students. And the best part of it is 60% of them are from non-metros, rural areas, aspirational districts. We work with a team size of around 250 people. So I think, the best part is that we also work on vernacular content space. So I think that was from my side.
Wonderful. And where are you from, Achin?
I'm from Kolkata.
Kolkata. Great. Welcome on board, Achin.
Thank you.
I have with us Vineet. Hi, Vineet.
Hey, hi, Kunal. So this is Vineet Patawari, co-founder and CEO of elearnmarkets.com. We are a financial market training portal. So we deal with all the aspects of stock markets and commodities, currencies, etc. So people who want to get into serious trading, become professional traders, investors, we help them. We have 500,000 plus learners on our platform. We have courses which are certified by National Stock Exchange, MCX, NCDX, and so on. And we also develop a lot of content in vernaculars. Earlier, we were doing a classroom training. We were doing it in a classroom training format, but now we are completely online. So that's have been our journey. We develop a lot of content in vernaculars also. We have content in 7 different languages so far. And I have a team size of around 150 people. And I also come from Calcutta. So hi, Achin, we will meet offline sometime.
Sure, Vineet. Look forward to that.
Yeah.
Great. Wonderful. Thank you so much, Vineet. Good to know about you. And next on my screen, we have Manoj from Tribyte Technologies. Hi, Manoj. How are you?
Very good. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining in.
I am Manoj Chawla. I look after the business at Tribite. I'm the Chief Business Officer. Tribite, just to give you a short introduction, is a Bangalore headquartered technology company, and we provide an e-learning platform, basically a LMS. In fact, we are now celebrating our 10th anniversary. So our mission at Tribite is to enhance learner engagement and learning outcomes through interactive videos and other learning content. So the LMS basically adds magic to the learning content by making it fun, building the tools to upload, aggregate, enhance, share, interact on the videos and all learning content. So currently the platform is deployed and is being, not I wouldn't say deployed, it's being used in 25 countries in 6 different languages. So of course, English, Hindi is of course there, but it's also there in Arabic, in Portuguese, in Spanish, in Bahasa. Okay, and has got over 1.5 million users on the platform who experience it across Windows, Android, as well as iOS. So that's what we do. And we basically provide the LMS as a white label solutions to companies like the people who are on the forum right now. So I'll speak to one of you and maybe look at you. Yeah.
Great. Wonderful. Thank you so much, Manoj. A quick intro about myself. I head this organization called Henry Haven Education. We have been into this business for the past 7 years. We belong to the upskilling, reskilling space. So we provide courses for colleges, corporates, individuals. And we have been there for the past 7 years. We have a team of around 90 plus people. And yes, we are also based out of Delhi, Noida. And in the past recent 6 months itself, we have almost tripled our numbers. But yes, we have catered to more than 150 plus corporates, 60 plus colleges. We target the Indian market and the US market, and also the Middle East market where we sell our courses. So we are into both live online, self-paced, and classroom programs. And yes, classroom has also resumed. We have been dominating the classroom sector earlier, but now classroom has also come back. But live online has been our core forte. So that's quick about myself. And yes, Meena, I'm also from Delhi, so we'll sometime meet offline. Great.
Yes, most definitely.
Wonderful. So guys, let's start with our agenda. We know this is quite a hot topic these days. Everyone has been talking about this. And so let's understand each and every person's views on these topics. Maybe we'll start first with Manoj this time. So Manoj, what do you think? What are the top 3 challenges which your company faced while transiting from the usual non-COVID world of free flow of everything, whether it be information, whether it be even human space, and now when everything is restricted? So how has been the transition during March 2020?
Well, for us, the transition has been terrific, like it would have been for many people in the tech world. Okay, because while the pandemic has hit everyone hard, very hard, but in terms of the business, I think our transitioning was more about how do we ramp up to serve our customers. The number of inquiries which came in. Okay, we were in any case growing significantly. But I think the pandemic made a significant difference, because it like I used to say once upon a time earlier, that education is a very high involvement category and it affects careers, and therefore the adoption of technology takes time. Now that sentence is no more valid. Okay, it's an invalid statement after the pandemic. Because the pandemic has been an inflection point for technology-enabled learning, irrespective of where we are. But yes, the bigger challenges have been of actually implementing it at the client sites. And because we're really speaking more about schools and colleges, I'll just talk a little about that area, because we do serve many segments. But in the school segments, I think the biggest people who really got hit not only were the students everybody talks of, okay, but I think the teacher had to transform herself. Okay, the teacher transformation had to happen from chalk and dust to a digital teacher. She had to become ready for a camera. She had to be ready to have content generated for the, because she never had the content. She needed net connectivity. She needed a digital mindset. And how do you do assessments? How do you do evaluations? And all this, on top of it, the biggest problem which was there was now the parents were inside the classroom. If you really look at it, the parents were sitting with the children, okay, in the classroom, and therefore the parent became the consumer. And that, I think, is the biggest challenge which has been faced, okay, in this entire transformation. So teachers have been hit. The administrators, okay, have been equally hit because they were managing uncertainty. They never understood, okay, the ever-changing government norms. Okay, they said, okay, aaj band ho jayega, tomorrow it will start, and they didn't know what to. So there was a lot of uncertainty. People, somebody went for Zoom, somebody went for Google Meet, somebody went for MS Teams, and some people said, no, we want an LMS. So I think there was a lot of discussion which happened, but ultimately, I think what really mattered is who really was able to make the change during the pandemic. And so pandemic is undoubtedly a defining moment for all of us. But it has been, I think, a tremendous learning for us. We have been able to ramp up, and we continue to serve and doing very well with our customers. So that's what I would say. I can add more maybe in the next section.
Awesome, amazing. I think good to hear that the challenges has been from all corners, but we were able to face and fight back very well. Next, Vineet, how was pandemic for you? What challenges you?
So I agree to whatever Manoj ji said. The transition for all the edtech firms have been pleasant, unlike for the rest of the businesses. So there have been a lot of changes, in skilling up, because we are in skilling up kind of segment. So in skilling up, what happened was people got this mindset with a lot of time in hand and sitting at home. They got this mindset that skilling up is essential. I think it was the first time when every individual took it very, very seriously, and they started figuring out programs which are available online because they couldn't move out of their home. Earlier, the perception was I need long time, right? I need to get out of the office and do a program. But now that notion was completely shaken. Now it was that you have to skill up, number one. Number two, if you don't do that, probably you will be thrown out of your job also, or whatever you are doing, right? So that fear was also there. So this whole skilling up thing got a big, nudge from everyone, number one. Number two, institutes like us, we got a very good option of scaling up things, right? It was the time when suddenly the volumes became 3x, 4x, 5x at times, right? Especially we are in financial markets. So whole time stock markets were also open. So EdTech was open, stock markets were open. So it became a very good mix. I think that happened with a lot of other industries also, which were kind of operating. So any kind of vocational training in them, vocational training over will be taken very, very seriously now, because people now have this understanding that training can be done over online platforms also, especially in a blended way. There will be some mix, there will be some, so blended learning becomes extremely important now, other than purely online or purely offline. That's my take on this.
Wonderful. Great to know about your views, Vineet. Achin, maybe if you could just share what challenges you faced, what challenges Notebook faced.
Sure. Sure. So pandemic per se initially was a huge challenge for us, because the way our business model is, our videos, the way they're, the way we plan to cater is, these videos can be played in classroom, as well as students can use these videos at home. So initially what we were trying to do, we were trying to reach out to the students through schools. That was a much more easier way and faster way of doing it. And we were doing it quite successfully, like more than 200, 250 schools we were already working with when pandemic hit us. All of a sudden, things were completely different. First of all, students were not coming to schools anymore. So schools couldn't be our touch point. Second, as far as revenue models of schools are concerned, that itself was challenging. But I'll say our experience has been very different. So what we did is, we suddenly understood that our business model needs to be realigned. So we realigned our business model, and we started various initiatives of trying to directly reach out to students. So from, I'll not say exactly B2B, but from a model which up to some extent was B2B, we shifted to a B2C model. And what we did is various events. For example, we hosted this 0-hour international online debate with 64 schools from 7 countries. We got more than 300 entries. So more than 75,000 students attended these events. This really gave us a huge, edge in terms of reaching out. We also conducted teachers training.
Some light on the challenges we faced, maybe because.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Sure. So I'm just coming to the challenge itself. And challenge, and so next part we'll elaborate on that. Yeah. So what I was telling you is, so it really helped us because when we did this 0 hour debate, as well as when another huge challenge, educators were facing a challenge, and that challenge was affecting us. What was the challenge? All of a sudden, educators were told to create content. So imagine an educator who is a great teacher in a normal, classroom setting, brick and mortar classroom setting, doing a phenomenal job for 3 decades. All of a sudden, he or she was asked to create online content, digital content. That was a huge challenge, right? We took it as an opportunity. We reached out to them and we told them that we already have customized content which is completely mapped to your syllabus. So why don't you use our content and use your time for more engaging discussions? So that really helped us in almost increasing our user base by 4 times. And today we are at 17 lakh user base. And I'd say during pandemic, we had a great run just because we were able to realign. Also, another huge challenge was in terms of our own productivity. The entire team. So video making per se requires the team up to a large extent, if not everyone, to be at office. But we were able to realign it, use more cloud-based working mechanisms. Initially, we suffered for 2 months. Around third or fourth month, we broke even. Right now, I can tell you, our efficiency has actually gone up by 20%. So it has been a huge learning for us also, this entire learning curve.
Great, wonderful.
Yeah, so that's from my side.
Great. I think infra and content creation, what we can understand, and people management were 3 major challenges which you guys faced. Right. Great. How about you, Meenal?
So I don't, I don't think we really faced huge challenges being an edtech company. The really great thing about our company was we were actually seamlessly started working about a week into lockdown. Because what happened was initially the first 10 days, there was a lots of uncertainty about what's going to happen, if schools are going to open, if exams are going to happen, not going to happen. So that uncertainty was a little challenging because we just didn't know when things were going to restart or when they were going to open. But 10-15 days into the pandemic, our teams were up and running and working every day because education and learning didn't stop. Students were still learning at home. The difference was that a tutor wasn't coming to their house. Instead, they were learning online. The good thing in this was that home education was always in India at the forefront. There was no question about it. Anyone who said otherwise probably has not done enough research, because online tuition, as much as we would all want to believe that it's something, that initially was beneficial and blah, blah, blah. But at the same time, we have to understand that the demand in the market today has always been for home tuitions. Hence, our primary USP was home tuitions, and our online tuitions, even though we had the entire inbuilt video conferencing system and all of that built into our system, people still in India prefer to take home tuitions. It's only because of this pandemic that people have, and students and parents have actually been forced to accept online tuitions the way that they have now, and any online class for that matter. Because at the end of the day, Indian parents, the reality is Indian parents don't want their children sitting in front of a screen for 10 hours a day. They are of that mentality that sitting in front of a screen for 10 hours a day is not going to be beneficial for my child, even if they are learning. And what learning happens sitting in front of a computer? That is the bottom line, how every parent thinks and every child also thinks. But what with this pandemic, because they've been forced to adapt online education, they have really started seeing the benefits of it for themselves, rather than us as edtech companies pushing the benefits on them and saying, this is the benefit, do this, if you try it, this will happen, you will save time, it's more affordable, it's convenient. Until you actually use it, you don't understand the convenience and the benefits you can get out of online learning, whether any type of online learning that may be. So I think that has kind of been a boon for us, because now we have that online user base, that is really strong and wants to continue to learn online. And we're very, excited that once this pandemic was to subside, we can always go back to including home tuitions and having that hybrid model again. But the great thing is that online is here to stay. we're not just pushing it onto people anymore, and we're not telling them, okay, do this, do this, do this. They are in fact coming to us and want to do it now because they've understood the benefits of it. So that, I think, has been phenomenal.
Great, wonderful. So our next agenda is around the innovation aspect. So Meenal, what innovative practices, innovative tools and techniques, or innovative ideas you guys implemented to really scale up, or maybe since you guys didn't face much challenges, I would say scale up perspective. So what all things you did to scale up? Innovative ideas only.
So when it came to GuruQ, when we were home tuitions, our scalability was actually going to be very planned. We were going into Delhi NCR, then we were in Punjab, Haryana. We were going to expand very gradually into North India and then into South India, because when you're doing home tuitions, you provide vetted, verified tutors. We actually had to meet every single tutor before we vet and verify them, to ensure the safety and security that we did to students and parents. So, with that, at the same time, the innovations that we were able to do is that our scalability, we had to, once online tuitions came into the forefront, we had to expand pan-India overnight. So those 10-15 days that it took to figure out, how we're going to do this, we actually, from being home tutoring platforms in various states, we went to being an online tutoring platform pan-India. So that results in your marketing spend increasing, which is the biggest expenditure that comes in, because when you're targeting a certain area, you decipher your marketing plan in a way that targets those areas. But when you suddenly go pan-India, you now have to cater to tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 cities and peoples of all backgrounds. So I think that was is always a challenge, but we were able to do that really well, because we, from all our print and all our on-ground marketing, we shifted the entire focus onto digital marketing, which allowed the scalability, customer acquisition, all of that to happen very seamlessly. So we didn't actually feel that. It actually happened overnight for us, and our marketing activities, whether it was on Google or whether it's on various digital activities, various webinars, lots of activities with mom bloggers, all those things allowed us to scale and create that buzz that we actually had to. Our mobile app actually launched 10 days before lockdown started. And during this lockdown, we were able to get over 1 lakh downloads, 1 lakh downloads during this pandemic itself. So I think scalability, in my opinion, has to be directly proportional with your marketing and marketing efforts. And of course, how scalable your product actually is. And when you move from home to online, scalability is not an issue at all. We've actually been able to expand outside India also. We've had students from the UK, UAE, Singapore, all these places come onto our platform and actually pick tutors for themselves, because the price of tuitions abroad versus here is so much the difference. There, in London, a GMAT tutor will cost you £250. Here, the same teacher will cost you between 800 to 2,000 rupees. Even that's the best tutor for a GMAT tutor, as I'm saying.
Wonderful. Meenal, I'm glad that we were able to all of a sudden maybe customize all our marketing plans, strategies, and we are able to fight back. Wonderful.
Exactly.
Achin, how about you? How did you manage? What were the innovative practices which you implemented?
Yeah, Kunal. So when this entire pandemic started, one thing we understood that the emotional or the software impact was far more than the real impact, right? Imagine children and parents staying at home for months together. At times, it was very stressful for children as well, and as well as for parents and teachers as well, right? A huge amount of monotony, insecurity, etc. coming in. So we understood this factor. We also understood that we wanted to build a much more deeper engagement with them. And that engagement has to be something not with regard to sales, but something which is far more personal. So what we did is we started this series called Together for Education webinars. We host them twice every week on Wednesdays and Saturdays in the evening. And people from various walks of life. So in these webinars, it's a 25-75 ratio. Like our speaking slots are 25% and 75% we love to listen from them. So people from various walks of life, eminent academicians, school principals, social workers, international cricketers, Bollywood singers, army officers, So they have been kind enough to come and grace this platform, speak with regard to their worldviews and various softer topics like parenting during lockdown, turning around, career choices, and it's not only about having stalwarts, but also people people from the everyday walk of life coming and speaking about their stories, cancer survivors, how they fought back, how they conquered. That really helped us because what happened is, in turn, we understood that we were able to build a far more deeper personal connect with them. See, education per se, I believe, is too serious a business to aggressively oversell. It's not about making 5 frantic phone calls and selling a product, right? The product has to sell itself. The objective of marketing is to create brand awareness. And it is the same person, the same principal who is coming to my webinar. His teachers are coming for teachers training that we conducted with around 1,000 schools. And his students are coming to our platform and they are our users. So it's a complete synergy. And unless and until we are able to work on the ecosystem, and unless and until we are able to speak to all the stakeholders, and all stakeholders, they have different priorities. If we address them relevantly, that really helped us, because with this webinars, today I can tell you, we have done more than 60 episodes now. We have been able to connect with more than 1 lakh people. And these webinars and earlier debates that I told you, 0 hour, these two have been pillars behind Notebook. The way we have been able to market the brand aggressively and the way we've grown, all thanks to these two initiatives that we have taken.
Wonderful, wonderful.
So that was from my side.
That we were one of the beneficiaries of webinars to scale up our business. Wonderful. How about you, Vinesh? What was different with e-learn markets, which others did not do?
Yeah. So during this time, what happened was, in stock markets, you have this following for celebrities, right? People who have done very good in their life in stock markets. What we did as a, you can call it as an innovation, that everyone was sitting at home, including these celebrities. We got them on our platform. In a week, 2 people will come. So that gave us an exposure of 60, 70 people during this lockdown. And a great thing which happened was, we didn't have to do too much of marketing because it was the celebrity who marketed himself as well, right? And we got his audience. In fact, we did a webinar, which was kind of a record of a sort, which had 40,000 registrations, okay, for one single webinar. It was by a gentleman called PR Sundar, who is an options expert in markets. Now what happens is people get relevant content. We got experts onboarded, right, which will help us lifetime in terms of our, the authority they bring into the platform. And we got the audience also on our platform onboarded. Strategy for all, and we continued this throughout the lockdown, and we want to continue this from here on also. So that was one thing which would stand out. Apart from that, again, if I extend this a little bit, we got a lot of good people making courses for us. We hired a lot of people for writing content who were actually good traders, full-time traders, and good in communication skills. We hired them because they were sitting at home, right, on project basis. So without having people onboarded full-time, we got extremely good content, which we through outsourcing. And we got a couple of people managing these people, and we scaled it up really, really well. So these are a couple of things which we did during the lockdown. Yeah, lockdown.
Wonderful. I think the idea of celebrity marketing and using webinars was really, really very amazing. Over to you, Manoj. What did we do different? I'm sure Tribite has a list of things to do. Manoj, you are on mute.
Yeah. Thank you. I'm sure everybody has innovated, okay, and Tribite also, okay, played its own share. So, yeah, I think one of the big things that we saw was that we had a far more business coming in because we were a B2B. So lots of inquiries and lots of people wanted to do that. So the first change that we had to do was innovate internally of reorganizing our entire engineering team to be able to service our customers at a breakneck speed. So I think that was one mega thing that we did. Second thing that we really did was we noticed that, or rather we all know that while a LMS, okay, gives you self-paced learning option, it gives you assessment options, but because of pandemic, the biggest demand was for a live classroom. and we had to integrate multiple live classrooms into things. So like, for example, we have a school as a customer, we have a university as a customer. Now they have got multiple departments and they have got multiple faculty. So almost 50 to 70 live classes to happen simultaneously, okay, at the same time for different batches. That's a mega integration that had to happen. So we were able to integrate that. So that was one. Second thing, we set up what we called as a virtual shala. So virtual shala was another innovation where we said this is how the entire training will be done, and all the people who are customers of ours would have access to a virtual shala of Tribite, which basically becomes an internal training platform, okay, for dissemination of information at a very speedy rate. Third, and a very critical component, which was big news in any case, which was there, that every time there's a live class, students disturb the teacher. So student ko chat kar dega, student name they will change the name, and there was a lot of hangama around Zoom, which was there. So we built up a huge amount of security features over and above Zoom, okay, into our platform, so that every student, okay, if I was to use the word, had to behave himself, because we were able to detect the point of where the issue was, and the teacher was able to immediately catch the student and say, "Beta, aisa mat karo. Okay, I know it is you." So we were able to do a lot of features. I can go into technology of saying what all we did, but I think that was something which served us a lot. We set up a huge auto scale environment because the number of classes that were happening, because we are a SaaS based platform, so we set up a much bigger auto scale environment. We also are serving some of the largest coaching classes, test prep companies in India with our B2B platform. So they had to transition the entire classroom. Lakhs of students, okay, had to move from classroom to online. And we were able to do it for them within a 7-day period. I think these were some of the things that we did. And of course, lots of things. So in fact, there were almost 1,000 sessions that we did around this. So it's been a lot of learning. And in the process, what we have also done, okay, not only have innovated, but in the process we have learned that personalizing the learning for each student is equally important. And therefore, the focus for Tribite now is on adaptive learning, in doing the AI bots, okay, which we are already experimenting, but now we have speeded up the implementation of it.
Great, wonderful. I think the idea of virtual shala sounds quite exciting. So, do you think all these benefits, all these rewards which we got with this transition, are they short-lived? Because we are all predicting that maybe by 2021 end December, pandemic will be a lesser pandemic because COVID, it seems to be carrying on forward also. But let's assume that by 2021 December, things go back to normal and 2022 comes. Now, what do you think? All these is this a bubble which will burst in 2022, or these benefits and these rewards which our sector gained will continue?
Well, if I was to take that first, I'll actually look at Vineet and say Vineet will understand it best, because I think what will happen after something settles down, it will be like a stock market. There's a bull run and there's a bear run, but then it's always a cyclical wave which keeps on growing. So I think we have seen a bull run of EdTech which has happened. There will be a bear run which will happen for a short period of time. But because there is so much of volatility within the market, there is so much of uncertainty which is there. Okay, so much of complexity, so much of ambiguity. There will be people who will automatically be forced to experiment and innovate. There will be a combination of synchronous and asynchronous. There will be greater personalization and adaptive learning. In fact, the role of the teacher, okay, that's a very important thing. The role of the teacher will change from being a content provider to becoming a content facilitator. Okay, so she will become a coach. And like I said in my starting remarks, the parents will become better consumers, because the parents are now going to have much more interaction with the education provider, especially in the school environment. Okay. and new performance measures will emerge, okay, for measuring the improvement, okay, in education. So it is no more going to be, did you get 96% percentage marks or 98%? I think there are many more new performance parameters which will emerge. So the change is going to be permanent, but yes, it will go down, okay, like a bull in a bear market in the stock exchange. And rest, I'll leave it to Vineet to predict how it will go. I think he's a financial expert, so he'll be able to explain better.
So, Vineet, there's a new course which you should launch. Bubble of tech. Is it a bubble or is it not a bubble? So, what is your conclusion on this?
See, we are experiencing that. Last month was probably the first month of the down cycle starting. Okay, the short down cycle which Manoj was referring to, because last month was full of IPL. You had the festival seasons, etc., all coming in, and obviously people started going back to offices. So all of that happened together. So we had our peak in the month before that. Okay, and then this thing happened. So it was as we see in markets, it was kind of a crash, I would say, right? But we are very optimistic. The cycle is positive. It will obviously the whole e-learning thing has to grow, and in India it's such a large economy with its own potentials. I just went to a village. I'll tell you incident. Sure. Even in villages, people have started accepting. People have computers, and they have started because there is no alternative. Either you just completely, if you are in class 10, you need to figure out some way of learning things, right? Otherwise, there's no education. And especially in villages, what you see, the school earlier also they had very minimum infrastructure, very minimum teachers. So suddenly we might see that people will skip. There will be certain part of the society which will actually jump into online before properly going to schools, right? The vocational training is one such area, because in India, vocational training never ever happened seriously. No one took it seriously. Okay, different governments tried with NSDC, etc., but never it came mainstream. It never went mainstream. Now I think it's the time with the online thing. Right? Forget about people paying for education. YouTube is such a great learning platform. I have learned cooking in last 6 months using YouTube. It's education, right? So the point is, world is changing, right? And this is going to stay there. We are in a up move, and we're going to stay there for long time.
Great, wonderful, amazing. I think I'll note down your tips on cooking and soon practice myself. Achin, I think pandemic for schools is still going on, while for Vineet and others, employees have started coming out of their houses, but I think kids are still home. So how about for you? What do you think about future?
Yeah. So I think you made a very interesting observation with regard to the bubble. I'll answer that first. See, bubble by definition is hollow inside. I think this is more like a supernova condensing into a new planet. See, technology was always there, right? There's nothing new about it. Only thing that this pandemic has done is it has acted as a catalyst, and the entire process, there's been a leapfrogging that Vineet also referred to. There's been a huge amount of leapfrogging. So I guess there's no doubt about it that as far as future is concerned, blended learning is here to stay. If you look at realities of life, whether it be with regard to increasing the inclusion factor, all layers of the pyramid, in a country as diverse as ours, where practically ensuring best teachers in every school, in every corner of the country, in every subject is virtually impossible. Whether it be ensuring that every child with a separate learning curve is able to learn at his or her own pace, there also, blended learning comes in, machine learning comes in, artificial intelligence comes in a big way. And also considering the fact that we're moving towards a knowledge economy. From service sector, we're moving towards knowledge economy, and also implementation of new education policy that has come in, which speaks about blended learning and online learning in a very big way. I think Manoj made a very relevant point. The role of teacher actually has undergone a sea change, and we can see that change day in and day out since we're interacting with so many teachers. The role of a teacher from a knowledge provider has actually changed from a facilitator or a moderator, or a very mature counselor. I'll put it that way. Because flow of information thanks to internet is democratic, seamless, and 24/7. So naturally, the role of teacher in terms of ensuring engaging discussion. But yes, one change has happened. Blended learning, from a teaching aid, it has become a teaching platform. So that change we have seen during this pandemic. Having said that, there's no doubt about it that human element is equally important. Schools will be there, teachers will be there. Blended learning will have its own fair share of the cake, but that human element really plays a very big role when a student is doing good, when a student is doing well, or when a student needs encouragement, that friendly pat on the back, that has a huge impact. We cannot do away with it. So schools will always be there, personal interaction will always be there, but blended learning in days to come is only going to grow from strength to strength. That's my take on this.
But Achin, once parents allow tutors to come inside their residence, I'm sure some may be doing that already. But as and when tutors start going into residences, do you think parents will still want to resubscribe to any online learning, mobile learning platform?
So I think very, very good question. First of all, I compliment you for this. So because these are some factors that you also brainstorm on day in and day out. See, I think it's a huge market, and as far as edtech is concerned, till now, less than 5% students are under any kind of structured edtech umbrella. When I say structured edtech, platforms like YouTube, which have open source content, which are not vetted, are not structured platforms. So if you look at how big the market is, there is space for everyone. As far as personal tutors coming in, that is important. I agree with Meena, that has been around. And nowhere else in India, nowhere else in world, this parallel system of schooling exists to this magnitude as in India. Anything which is existing from a long time, since for perpetuity, I'm sure it adds value. I don't deny that. Having said that, there are certain factors where online really comes in a very big way. Because see, the advantage that any online platform has vis-a-vis any kind of personal teaching, whether it be in school or at home by a tutor, when you're working in a centralized manner, resources are there at our disposal. We can ensure that we have great teachers in each and every subject. There might be a great tutor in mathematics, but what about English? What about social science? So in any locality, ensuring that you have great teachers in every individual subject. And then again, the question of affordability comes. When we are discussing about the masses per se. So considering these factors, whether that be in terms of affordability, in terms of ensuring individual access, in terms of ensuring quality education being delivered to each and every child, I guess online has a huge role to play. There's no denying the fact.
True. And how about you, Meena? I think you are into connecting with students, so I don't feel there should be much difference between 2021 and 2022 for you. Or what? Was it the
I
other way
don't
around?
think there'll be much of a difference. See, there'll be a difference soon as the vaccine comes out. Once the vaccine comes out, that's when we'll see the clear, evident difference because, people will go back to bringing teachers home and allowing teachers to come into their houses and all those things, even going to institutes. Parents might push towards that, but like Achin said, it's a huge market and there's space for everyone. And not every student thinks the same, not every parent thinks the same. There'll be some parents who'll be like, okay, no, we must stick to this online now, and this is the way forward. This is more time consuming. You don't waste travel time, you don't waste things like petrol and going somewhere, all those things, those costs that are incurred when you have to go somewhere and study or when someone has to come to you. But at the same time, there'll be some parents who want someone coming home, the traditional type of parents. So I think today the edtech space and education space has become pretty massive, that there is space for everyone. Yet India is so diverse that there are so many types of consumers here. So you can't even generalize and say, overall parents will want this or students will want this. I'm pretty sure in South India, people will end up sticking more with online education versus in North India. That's just the kind of, I feel we figured out how different parents work and how different audiences work now. So we segment our marketing strategies accordingly. So even if you think about children from K to 8, right? KG to class 8, they are usually the influencers. The parents are the decision makers. So usually what parents say will happen for students between KG and class 8. But as soon as you go to a student who's beyond class 8, they are the ones who become the decision maker. So if they want to study online, they will study online. Their parents are only the influencers and the payers at that point. So I think it's a huge market. We're a population of 1.3 billion. So it all depends on the kind of background and kind of mindset parents have. And the biggest thing it depends upon, and the continuity of online education, it depends on the most basic thing, which is the internet access and the speed of internet connectivity. Until telecom companies are going to work with the edtech companies to ensure that there is internet connectivity everywhere, that is when we as edtech platforms will also be able to grow beyond, and really go into tier 3 cities and go into rural India and actually make the difference. Because at the end of the day, frankly speaking, I think it's the private sector only which will have to make a difference, even when it comes to rural India and all of those things. Because we've been hearing that teacher training budgets are there in the budget, and this much has been put aside, but not really much is happening, or happened in 20 years, not even now. So I feel like that push we all have to work together to ensure that technology is the future, and people move towards this.
Wonderful. Glad to know about that, Vinal. I'm sure we all should be able to sustain, survive, fight, and thrive together. And before we end, we have Manojji also sharing one more point and enlighten us with his innovation and his vision to future. So maybe Manoj, if you could just enlighten us.
Sure. In fact, Menon almost used the words that I was going to say. Okay, what has taken decades of discussion, okay, has taken 1 month to implement. The EdTech revolution is here. Okay, so but what is really going to happen? Okay, that this pandemic has simulated innovation in the education sector. There is going to be a newfound appreciation for the teachers and educators. However, on the other hand, okay, it has also highlighted the extreme economic and the social inequalities which exist, okay, between the students. So there are people who don't even have a mobile to connect with, and there are people with extremely good. So I think it's something which has opened up the eyes for everyone. But yes, okay, clearly it has brought out the need for better training of the teachers and how do they manage different education delivery mechanisms. I think this is what is going to be the bigger change. Other than, yes, business will grow, okay, for all of us. But I think the fundamentals are going to change going forward. Thank you.
Great, perfect. So we had a wonderful discussion here. Thank you so much, Achin Bhattacharya from Notebook. You guys are doing superb work. Wishing you all the very best for future.
Thank you, Vinay.
Vineet
Thank you so much.
From Elan Markets, amazing financial products. I'm sure we got new course ideas today in this discussion and would thrive and survive. Great.
Thank you.
Wonderful, Meenal. Amazing to know about your growth stories. And we will look forward towards Guru Q being the next Coursera for the tutor space.
Thank you for having me.
Great. And Manojji, thank you so much for enlightening us with all your amazing points. We really look forward towards TriBite becoming the next Facebook of content, Facebook of LMS.
Yeah, and I just have to say, Manojji is very, very eloquent, and he's very well known in the education space. In fact, I've known him now for a few years, and he was one of the first people that we connected with when I started GuruQ. So he's really a big asset to our space. I have to put it in there.
Thank you, Meena.
Great. Before I start getting WhatsApps from Businessworld team, I would want to hand over it to Khyati and let Khyati please take it further. Khyati, you are on mute.
Yes, they put me on screen, but thank you so much, Mr. Gupta, for steering this really interesting conversation, and thank you to all our panelists for taking out the time and being here and sharing your insights and case studies. Thank you very much to all of you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for.
Bye-bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're moving on to our next panel discussion. But while we prep the screen, we're going to showcase an audio-visual of our jury to all of you. But let me tell you what is awaiting after that audio-visual. We're going to talk about accelerating the pace of higher education post-pandemic strategies. Our panel will discuss this pertinent topic after this audio-visual. Let's take a look.
BW Businessworld presents a rich legacy of curated events that enable conversations on policy issues in India.
Because of the state of our cities, we have no option but to build smart and resilient cities.
Digital India is more for the poor, underprivileged, and the deprived.
Covering a range of topics, BW Businessworld events look to create a strong narrative around smart cities, digital India, healthcare, Swachh Bharat, human resource issues, education, banking, and finance, among others.
The world is fast changing. Best practices are available now on the net.
विकास डेवलपमेंट पूरी राजनीति में ये फोकस बन गया है.
BW Businessworld events provide a speaking platform to the voices that matter.
स्मार्ट से ताल्लुक ये है कि हम जो बेसिक एमिनिटीज़ हैं उसको हम चुस्त दुरुस्त करें.
You don't have to be a technologist. You need to understand how technology influences the world.
Mahatma Gandhi was a great man. He was the leader of the freedom struggle.
We believe that e-governance and IoT will play a very, very important role.
BW Businessworld is an excellent exhibition platform that helps you showcase your services to the right audience. To be a part of our legacy, write into us at partner@businessworld.in.
All right, welcome back everybody. Once again, let me remind all of you to join our online conversation and spread the word from this platform to the wider audience using our hashtag BWTEB2020. Moving forward, like I've mentioned, the topic for our next panel discussion is accelerating the pace of higher education, the post-pandemic strategies. And on this panel, we have with us Aditya Burlia, co-promoter APJ Stya and Swaran Group. We also have with us SS Mantha, Chancellor KL University, who's going to chair this session. We also have with us SP Singh, Vice Chancellor, Assam Royal Global University, Sahil Aggarwal, co-founder and CEO, Rishi Hood University, Dr. K. Ramesh Kumar, Professor and Vice Chair, UG Amrita School of Engineering, Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham, Professor S. Srinivasa Murthy, Dean and Chairman, Placement and Finance, IPE. A very warm welcome to all of you. Thank you for joining us today, and I hand it over to our session chair to take the proceedings forward. A very warm welcome once again.
And all the participants. First of all, a good afternoon to you all. We have some very eminent panelists. We have Aditya Burlia, the co-promoter of APJ Stya Group. SP Singh is the Vice Chancellor of the Assam Royal Global University. Sahil Aggarwal is the co-founder and CEO, Rishi Hood University. Dr. K. Ramesh Kumar, Professor, Amrita School of Engineering, Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham, to discuss some concerns. And we also have Professor Srinivasan to discuss some concerns, challenges, and the way forward in a topic of importance, accelerating the pace of higher education. And some post-pandemic strategies is what we possibly will be looking at. Now, the COVID-19 crisis has accelerated the urgency for change. And we as university leaders must use what we are learning in this crisis to position our institutions, our universities, for greatest impact in the decades to come. Our experiment with the online teaching is making more apparent the superior value proposition of our four-year residential programs, four-year, our college programs. Students get to live on college campuses, away from their families, perhaps for the first time, and engage in open-ended discussions, joint problem solving. Even the day scholars go through all this experience-based learning and conflict management in classrooms and in their hostel rooms. Their interactions with other students, it generates confidence, it generates brand loyalty, the lifelong friendships, and so on. They also develop communication skills, They develop emotional intelligence and networking skills. Such a campus life is lost to COVID. Suddenly, we found that the campus life is completely gone out of the system. The question is, how do we get this back? And there are many more concerns. I'll articulate this in a few short-term issues that we must address. The large budget cuts, the institutions are facing fund crunch, reluctance among students to pay full tuition fees for online education. There are demands of reimbursement of already paid fees. And we all know a few universities are facing class action suits in US. And the number of foreign students on our campus are anyway low. But even that has gone, that is out, and that fees also is not forthcoming. And the large-scale deferral of admissions. This is another point that we must address. Is many children are dropping out this year and probably deferring their admissions. A sharp hike in the need for financial assistance among students because of the impact of the pandemic. And the question of, finally, the most important question of whether and how to reopen our institutions. These are all short-term problems that we have, and also we will be facing post-pandemic. As university leaders, we should not be spending time on fighting these current fires, but we should also look at the long-term aspects. In as much as this is a crisis, this also gives us opportunities. So therefore, we will discuss today the strategic framework for how universities must start considering their options and experiment with the alternatives. I'll request SP Singh, Vice Chancellor of the Assam Royal Global University, to share his experiences in 6 to 7 minutes. All the panelists will get about 6 to 7 minutes in the first cycle, and probably we will take it up from there, and on how these short-term university issues that I have cited could be dealt with. Now, there are, of course, several other post-COVID concerns, which I'll try and articulate as we go along. So over to you, SP Singh, sir.
Thank you so much, Professor Bantha. I always get a chance to read your articles, what you write regularly, and you share with me. Thank you so very much on this platform. I must say that every time I read whatever you write, there's a lot of learning in me. And as a Vice Chancellor, young Vice Chancellor, I feel that every time it is something which is very new, which is very, very challenging what you talk about. So as far as the topic is concerned, the topic has been given accelerating the pace of education post-COVID. I'll stick to the topic. I have a few things in my mind to share in 7 minutes, because for professors, 7 minutes is too less. So my other dear panelists, Aditya ji, Srinivas ji, Sahil, and I may be excused. I'll try to finish in 7 minutes. My experience and our experience in Royal Global University is definitely is very good. I would say that the positive side, as Professor Bantha has said, we have many areas which are great, where we have lost revenues, where we have lost many things, which probably is a physical interaction with the students in the classroom setting and the environment. I don't feel I'm sitting in my university. I feel why I'm sitting in the university when the students are not there. But thankfully, the classes have started physically on 2nd of November in Assam. Assam is quite safe in comparison to all other states of the country. So fortunately, I'm getting students. They are coming regularly to the classrooms now. But then our experience of March to November or March to October was very good. And in fact, I say my teachers and students, they have taken this very well, the blended mode of learning. And students have come to the digital platform. And fortunately, our students are having access to the digital platforms, and they were having connectivity. So we now never faced a major problem. But then if I talk with respect to any discussion point of view, there are a lot of digital divide with respect to many students in the Northeast and other areas of the world and country. And also there was also not only the divide with respect to the availability of the bandwidth or availability of the internet, but also with the physical infrastructure that is required for the digital platforms, maybe a mobile phone or maybe a smartphone or maybe all other things. So this all has happened. Guwahati University, Dibrugarh University, all have faced these issues. Many colleges on Assam, they also face, and India also has faced. But then The positive side of it, I will probably, I have some problem with my mind that whatever negative comes, they gradually washed out by the evening and all remains as the positive. So I'll talk only positive. So this negatives which is there and which will be there and which will continue to happen, and not pandemic or maybe anything else will happen and there will be negatives. So I'm keeping those things aside. If I talk about the positive side of it, I personally I still teach it very much, and I take 6 to 8 classes per week, and I continued my teaching. It was a difficult journey for me to switch over from physical classes to a digital platform. And initially there were a lot of things, Zoom and WebEx and all those things, but then it was very, very good journey. And I would say that today I feel, after 6 months of teaching or 7 months of teaching, I feel that I'm not as far from the students on the digital platform as I was in March or April. I feel it, I'm very, very close to them. This distance, the web distance, the digital distance has also been reduced because of the innovations we had in our pedagogy while we were interacting with the students. So one part we learned that our teachers, especially, I'm talking with the teacher's point of view, not the Vice Chancellor's point of view, teachers have learned how to interact students more effectively on the digital platform, and that will percolate to the physical platform or maybe phygital platform whenever though. Right now we have a phygital platform, we have a student in the class, and the same class has been streamed to the students who are sitting at home or anywhere else. So we have this combination going on very effectively. So this is a positive part of it. Other than this, as far as we talk about the accelerating the pace, in the national education policy, the GER, that probably should be increasing. This year, the numbers may be reduced because many people will try, as Professor Mantha said, not to take admission this year, but they will be keen to take more number of admission next year. So we should be having a kind of influx in 2021, which probably the students who have not taken admission in 20 will take admission in 2021. And then at that point of time, we should be prepared. Then one very important thing, I think Professor Mantha was the chairman of AICT when we started this Royal Group of Institution in 2009, and we are very kind for your help. And now in that condition, I would say that one of the major interest area is 75% attendance, which we used to 100% follow when we were having UGC mandate and AICT. Probably the new era will be for the brick and mortar universities and colleges, that maybe regulatory bodies and we all will allow students maybe having 50% classes online and 50% classes while they are physically present. Or maybe if somebody is ill, he or she can very well attend the class, maybe half attendance may be given, any kind of modality we can find out, but the student will be losing less in comparison to losing more in this physical kind of system. This is very, very important positive point that has come to me. GER can be increased in many fold because now people have more confidence about the digital platforms learning. People have more confidence about open and distance learning. People have more confidence about blended learning. So this MOOCs and SWAM and all the things which were there but not so very much accepted by each and every one of us, now it has more acceptance, and this is another positive point of it. And then we are talking about very, very important component is called transparency. Now in this digital platform, we are talking as of now on this platform, everything is recorded. My teachers are taking class, that has been recorded. I can barge into any of the class and see how they are teaching. And they can also barge in my class and want to learn and want to know if I'm teaching right or wrong. So this has become more transparent system. And now I would say that each and every classroom in India, in due course of time, we may be digitally sound or maybe having all the facilities by next year or maybe next to next year, but many other places, including government schools and colleges, will have this kind of situation where in a small remote village school, if a director of education or maybe minister of education want to see what kind of class is going on, we can see that. Second very important component is that the number of teachers, quality of teachers is not good. Those teachers can utilize the good classes of others and can use it in a blended mode and can improve themselves and the students. So these are very, very positive things which has happened during this pandemic time, and I'm very, very optimistic about it. Collaboration has increased. We were collaborating, many of the universities are collaborating for, universities in foreign countries for the sake of branding and naming. Now the collaboration, real collaboration has started. Now university in India, they started collaborating together, and the research institution, they are collaborating more because during this digital platform, I'm meeting 6 of you, and almost 250 digital platforms. I have met maybe 4,000 people as of now. And I have developed this into a collaboration, and we have developed 10 collaboration out of digital time. So this particular time has given me 10 good collaboration. I would say that as a Vice Chancellor, this is I've taken this as an opportunity. And then we are talking about few very important things finally before I wind up. that whatever we do, we cannot replace brick and mortar university, because the education is not to teach, not for job, not for skill, not for anything else, but it is for life. That I personally believe. That particular aspect of life where we are creating an engineer, he is not also an engineer, but a human being, a good human being. And that kind of aspects, I tell you, whatever digital platform we use, whatever other platform we use, I was listening to the other panelists in the earlier group, and I've seen they were talking about many kind of things, especially they're talking about human touch and all other things. But I tell you, a good professor is standing in the class or maybe uttering only few words, has more learning than a full class of any ordinary teacher for 40 minutes. What I probably wanted to emphasize upon, the way professors walk, talk, and impress upon, and the vibes they emit in the classroom and in the corridor, that is what I think, personally, this is my opinion, is the learning which is required more than becoming a very good mechanical engineer or a computer science engineer or geologist like me or a doctor or MBBS. Because, end of the day, a doctor, engineer, geologist or manager or financial analyst will not be very, very effective and efficient unless and until he's a good human being. I'm talking about ethics, values, and human values. And that part can be given in the system. And final point is that whatever we do, end of the day, the sports cannot be replaced online. The social interaction, the cafeteria, the discussion, the peer group discussion, fighting, and most important, the America and Europe, what they are facing, the psychological issues. Though they are very, very educated, but then the psychological issues can be resolved in many, many ways. When the student come across with their peer group, they interact with teacher. We have psychologists, not only psychologists, all teachers are psychologists. And that kind of aura in the classroom can change the life. And education is for changing the life, not for only skilling and employability. That's it. That's what I wanted to say. And I'm really will be eager to hear from you and also to answer anything if at all been asked. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Singh. You have touched upon several issues. I'm sure I know we all must know optimism is a perpetual force multiplier. So therefore, it's always good to be an optimist in almost all kinds of situations. COVID, I said there are a lot of challenges, but then there are opportunities as well. Now, online college degrees are not new, but the acceptance was a problem. But in the change situation, when reputed universities enter the space, it will be a game changer. Now, moving post-COVID, there are actually three external forces that I thought must be brought in here. Now, first is the rising cost of higher education, where it has to be transformed to an automated world, so it becomes more affordable and more accessible, which means we need to use technology and so on. Now, there are various facets of technology. The second is there are a whole lot of new generation of digital technologies, such as mobile. We talk of cloud computing, machine learning, AR, VR, AI, and so on. Now, they have all matured. So the personalized education, the immersive part of the education, can be provided even online at scale, large numbers, and also at a much lower cost than that of the conventional education. And the third point is the psychological barriers which we used to have to online education. And we all experience that at some point of time. The acceptance is a problem. And among parents, students, faculty, and university leaders, they all seem to have been effectively addressed. So these three are very important points: rising cost of higher education, whole lot of new digital technologies, and the psychological barriers being broken. So what must be done? We must use the data from the current forced online learning experiment and initiate small pilots, which will bear us out in the future times to come. Now, I'll now request Aditya Berlia, co-promoter VIBGYOR Group, to share his experiences on how these external forces influence the future of education and how it could be used in post-COVID times. And I have a very difficult job as well, in the sense that limiting such eminent speakers to 6 to 7 minutes and so on. Thank you. Aditya Balya ji.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mamta. And I'm so glad that you are the moderator of this session. Sir and I were on another panel discussion yesterday when I was the moderator. So, in full conscious of the time, sir, I will not go over my 6 minutes. Please don't worry. Very quickly, just to set, pre, current, and post-pandemic. We all know, and I think all of us in this August gathering can agree that the higher education ecosystem in India was broken and has been broken for decades. And I think any discussion of a post-pandemic on what higher education will look like and what it should be has to bring in the absolute wonderful, amazing positivity of change that NEP has come. In fact, I cannot think of a better time for NEP to come. Right in the middle of all of this, because on one hand you have a revolutionary, if not expected or certainly desired reform policy, as well as matched with an unfortunate but brilliant worldwide experiment, which has once and for all has completely put to lie or put to bed concerns by all stakeholders on a wide variety of education issues. And this ranges from regulators to parents to students to everybody, and most importantly even to faculty. In fact, one of my great joys is seeing all across the ecosystem. We've been leading this for the last 15-20 years at APJ, but I'm seeing all across the ecosystem teachers, faculty members who've never done a Zoom conference or a class before stepping up and now becoming experts at this. All of you have extremely wonderful faculty members who are now creating videos, they're posting it online. And so that mindset change, to me, combined with the unique regulatory opportunities that the NEP has provided, I think that is the critical and core change that will happen post-pandemic. But I also want to say this. I think the Indian higher education ecosystem needs a reset. I think NEP is a great way. And in fact, although I'm very sad, and I know this is maybe a very horrible thing to say, but I think between NEP and between COVID, a whole number of education institutions will be forced to either step up or close. And I'd be very happy to see thousands of these institutions close, because quite frankly, they are not sustainable. They are cookie cutter copies of each other. There is no vision, mission, anything behind them. The NEP itself, if you read the drafts before, identified almost 5,000 to 7,000 blatantly fraudulent institutions. And these give everybody a bad name. They give the Indian ecosystem a bad name. They give private universities and colleges a bad name. And I think between NEP and between COVID-19, I for one would be very grateful to see a lot of these ones either step up. I would love if they stepped up, really transform themselves, get accredited, get recognized, get things under a light but tight regulatory mechanism, or very happily, gracefully exit. And all of us are here to support students. All of us are here to support should those exits happen. And I think this is one big thing all of us will have to see come April, May, when we're going to see a lot of our associate institutes in our regions, in our communities go away. And it is our duty to pick up that slack, pick up their students, really make sure that the community impact of this is brought down. In about a minute or two, and I just want to leave with a few things. What deeply concerns me is when I have conversations with educators such as this panel, I always feel amazingly optimistic because they are on the ground, they understand what's happening, and they're able to really see the true things that make impact and change. I get very worried when I see our colleagues in the media or even in the edtech space try to use this time to lift up valuations of so-called companies, AI, machine learning, blah, 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 blah. That's all fair and nice. But at least for the next 2 to 3 years, I have not seen any of these promises being so-called delivered. And I think the greatest impact that will happen in COVID-19 has very little to do with the glitz and glamour that we'll see these so-called companies and technologies, etc., come up. But the extremely hard work and thought that all of us will have to put into readjusting our frameworks, our curriculum, how do we do, the measurement of learning, and all of those fundamental building blocks that create great processes and create long-term institutions for hundreds of years, regardless of what the flavor of the decade is. And I'll stop on that, Manthaji, I think, just so that everybody has enough time to speak.
Thank you, Boliaji. You spoke about you'll be glad to see some of the colleges not doing well, closing down, and so on. We all, at some point of time, have said that
Sir, not glad, sad, but happy for the ecosystem, for them to step up or step down.
It all boils down to the point that survival, the fittest, and those kind of. But then in education, we really need to cater to the last mile as well, and probably there are ways of getting across to them. And the online education has actually given us several directions in which we can possibly address all of them. But yes, it's what you say is in a way right. Those colleges who cannot step up, probably it's much better not having them. So the future will see certainly more learning models, and they will evolve, like the blended model, the hybrid model, and so on. Now, there are three arguments to this. The first is that the current experiment with online teaching has actually provided us with real-time data of which aspects of the courses can be substituted, which can be complemented and or augmented, and which can't be replaced by the digital medium. Now we have a fair understanding of this dynamics. For example, there are certain subjects which you can teach online, and there are subjects which need a lot of hand-holding, the lab support, the virtual support probably would be difficult to comprehend in some of those subjects where you need those competency-based skills to be built. The second argument is how we learn that face-to-face learning is not the only mode of learning. For all its benefits, the residential programs are too expensive for our comfort today, and that's something that we have found during this, the current pandemic. And the third argument is that the top-ranked universities, with all their structural advantages that they have, the global recognition that they have, access to world-class professors, faculty that they have, and the connect that they have with prestigious employers, and also a very influential alumni, they now have the opportunity to explore how their recent experience with online learning can help strengthen the traditional model. Now, these are all some of the advantages that we have. And in that context, I would like to ask Professor Ramesh Kumar, Professor of Amrita School of Engineering, Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham, to share some of his views on some specific questions, like how can the new digital capabilities make the experience on the campus better? How can the residential experience from the perspective of hostel students be open to more high-achieving students from low-income groups and low-income families and so on? Can we offer more scholarships? And is it possible to supplement the so-called high-end degree certificates that we have with some kind of certifications that are more hybrid and more accessible to many of those students? So over to you, Professor Ramesh Kumar.
Yeah, very good evening, sir. It's a nice opportunity for me to share the platform with all the legends of academics. So thank you very much for the opportunity. It's a nice introduction that you have given, sir. It's really motivating us to continue the teaching profession. So the amount of service that you have done for the academics is really marvelous. And as well as Dr. S.P. Singh also, he has talked very well. He was thinking about only the positives of this COVID, what all we can take it from the COVID, that very nicely he was articulated. Thank you very much, sir. Let me share some of my thoughts, that is both positives and challenges and opportunities. Then I can answer the questions raised by Mr. Mantha. Maybe I can articulate very few minutes regarding online learning, higher studies.
I think sir is having some technical difficulties.
I think we can't possibly hear Professor. What I suggest is we will, until we come back to Professor Krishna Kumar, we will seek some of the observations from Professor Srinivasa Murthy on the same subject, and we'll come back to, So over to you, Professor Srinivasa Murthy. We'll come back to Ramesh Kumar when the audio is better.
Professor Murthy, you're on mute.
Professor Murthy, you're on mute.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Professor Mantaji and my esteemed colleagues on the panel. Very interesting discussion taking place on the challenges faced by the academic institutions, especially higher education institutions. If you see from the higher education structure point of view, the strategies faced by any institution can be put into 3 stages. Like we typically say, when a product is manufactured, we say input, process, and output. Similarly, if you look at the higher education system, the input, process, output, the challenges faced have been magnified because of the COVID situation. If you look into the input stage, for example, where we actually access the applications and classes we have to commence, now it got affected because many universities could not conduct degree examinations. So we were supposed to start academics from July, but we have started from August 23rd. And they are given permission, students are given permission to submit their degree certificates up to December 31st. So there itself is a big challenge for institutions to admit the students, and students' parents anxiously waiting whether they will complete the exams, they will pass the exams. So that challenge is always there for all these academic institutions. I think from next year onwards, we will not have this because universities will fall in line with and they plan everything online and they try to complete everything online. So accessing the important process in the input, so it has been actually affected, but now we have learned lessons out of that, and we have conducted online group discussions, online personal interviews. Of course, everything is through social media, where applicants will come to know about the universities, courses, and we have engaged these students through webinars. Even before orientation, we have engaged the students through webinars so that the various students from different streams like engineering, sciences, humanities, they are actually given a flavor of what is management education. So what is there in store for them? So what are the various trends taking place in various industries? Like that, we engage the students so that we are able to keep them intact. Otherwise, they will be, on one hand, they have fear of examination, writing examination of degree, and on the other hand, whether they will be admission will be confirmed or not. So in this context, we have slowly introduced to them, so what is management education, what are the challenges, but at the same time, what are the opportunities thrown open by pandemic situation. The second important thing is the process stage, very important, where we have to engage the students. In a physical campus, we had various classrooms, faculty directly speaking to the students, and eye-to-eye contact and observing what the student is listening or not. Then also after the classroom, clarifying the doubts. Then we have sports facilities, various club activities. For example, in our institute itself, more than 12 clubs are there. Marketing club, finance club, social club, etc. So all these things actually enable outside the classroom learning. Now, in the pandemic situation, again, this is a challenge. Now they are on the other side. We are doing online. They are mute, video mute, audio mute. We don't know to what extent they are listening to the lectures. So it is a great challenge for the teachers to ensure that they are sitting at the laptop or mobile, whatever they are viewing, and they ask questions so that they are following whatever has been told. But in order to enable that, we are providing recording of all these lectures to students. So if any student misses a class, he will get video of that particular class session. So he need not worry that he has not been taught by a teacher. So the same faculty who has taught other students, that lecture is available, so he can go through that and he can get the doubts clarified. So the process system has undergone a sea change. And again, case study method of discussing in the classroom. So in the online way of discussing case studies and numerical subjects like earlier discussion started, like quantitative techniques, accounting, financial management. The best way is to teach them on the board, whiteboard or blackboard, explaining them the process. But now there is a challenge. So there are some challenges, but teachers have understood these challenges and slowly they have found the mechanism of teaching these numerical or quantitative oriented subjects to the students so that they are understanding the subjects. At the same time, they are preparing well for the placement process. The third important stage is output stage. When you come to that, then again the process of internal evaluation, interim evaluation, which used to be offline, now everything online. We are using merit track and online examinations conducted. And at the same time, not compromising on the quality of the question paper. We have to set the question paper, and internet connectivity for the students who are spread all over the country is a big challenge. So the proctored way of conducting examinations has come in place, and students and faculty have accepted this system, and they have started implementing the system in a better manner. The another important thing is actually the placement process. We used to conduct placements on campus, inviting recruiters. Recruiters used to come, they address the students, they make a presentation about the company, interactions between the recruiter and the prospective recruitees. But all these things are now happening online. We are contacting recruiters online. So the entire process is happening online. But we also find that there's a great opportunity for the companies as such in this pandemic situation, because most of the IT companies, they have already declared that the employees have to work from home till July 2021. It's a great saving for corporations in terms of electricity, in terms of transport charges, and so many other things. So they have found a value business model there, revenue model in this pandemic situation. So is the case with the academic institute, but academic institutions have to invest a lot in terms of creating the infrastructure, electronic databases, electronic online way of conducting examinations. So they have to suitably invest in technology, train faculty has to be trained, and so that they are able to provide the best possible inputs. Then again, sir.
Yeah, I mean,
Yes,
yes, Professor Srinivas Murthy. I mean, we will again. I mean, there is a lot of important points that you have actually raised, and there is certain disconnect in the sense there are a lot of monologues happening on one side, and we do not know whether the students are attentive, whether the speaker is muted, the video is not there, and these challenges will always be there. And we also know that the research says the maximum attention that you can get in an asynchronous mode is just about 17-18 minutes. So what I suggest is we'll come back in the game, and I'll now go forward a little. I suppose we still do not have Professor Ramesh Kumar, so we will take this forward anyway. See, there are several things. There are several challenging questions also that arise, and there are also some unique opportunities that we have. Now, for example, I'll again give you some pointers where you can possibly react. Now, we all have a lot of real-time data. In fact, the learning management systems can also provide you a lot of data analytics, and you have the slow learners, the fast learners, the face-to-face, the real-time, virtual, asynchronous versus virtual components for each course. All that kind of data has been captured. Now, with all that data now available, can we actually have a degree less than 4 years, in which we can complete in less than 4 years? Are there insights in this? This is the first question. And does your blended learning models actually help this happen? Now, the second one is, there are which proprietary assets are actually the differentiators in these blended models that we are trying to work out. In fact, in the Northeastern University, if you look to the again to US, where most of these things are much more evolved than what we have here, they have a cooperation program where students alternate between semesters of academic study and a period of full-time work. So you do one semester of full-time work and then one semester of academics. Now these give them unique experience of experiential learning and so on. And the third important question that we must answer, because these questions will come about whether we like or not, and that is, what is the optimal tuition fee that must exist? I mean, I know there are no easy answers, but then I'll request now our Sahil Aggarwal, the co-founder and CEO of Rishi Hood University. Maybe if he can throw some light on the questions that are raised. Thank you. Over to you, Sahil.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Mantha. You have been asking some very provocative questions, and I don't know if we have time to answer all of them, but sometimes such questions, they ignite us. So we'll have to control ourselves in the interest of the organizers. When I received this topic of accelerating the pace in higher education, so this is a very interesting topic because we have somehow made this conclusion that this is so slow, extremely slow, and we really need to accelerate the pace. And what I'm going to share has been covered by the eminent speakers in one way or the other, but I'll try to put this in a framework. I think the way education, not just higher education, but overall education has evolved in Indian independent history. There has been a very slow, extremely slow pace of reforms or pace of growth. But now we see some bright spots. So I would classify pace. When we're looking to increase the pace, I would see that there are three major objectives of increasing this pace. One is providing access of education to more and more students. Second would be to improve the quality. And third would be to make it industry or socially relevant or nationally relevant. So access, we know that currently our gross enrollment ratio is around 25%. It may drop down slightly this year, but it is increasing. I know over the last 10 years we've seen an increase, and we may see a further increase, but we are way far behind when we compare ourselves to developed countries, and if we even compare ourselves with emerging countries and including our chief competitor China. So there is a big thing that we have to do in order to achieve that access in terms of pace. The second thing of quality, all of us already know, and Aditya shared this wonderfully, that either institutions will have to step up or step down, because quality is paramount, and if institutions are doing just lip service, then neither the institution is getting any benefit out of it, nor the students, nor the economy or the industry, the employers. So we really need to see what is it that we as educators can do to improve this quality. And the third thing is industry and social relevance. I think this. I think the latest data says that only around 17 or 18% of graduate engineers are actually employable, and I don't know what is the percentage of employability in other fields of study. I would assume it's similar. So with that kind of employability, it puts a serious question mark not on the student but on us as educators, because it's our responsibility to ensure that, as Professor Murthy was saying, what we are getting as input, are we doing the right processing on it? So, given these three outcomes, I am looking at three enablers which can help us getting this, objective of pace. And for me, the main enabler is the policy ecosystem. New education policy we briefly touched on. I think that has so interestingly, new education policy came at a time when very quickly a major portion of the policy became outdated because of COVID. So we'll have to see to increase the pace of higher education reforms, we'll have to also increase the pace of policy reforms in the country. if we bring out a policy every 3 decades, and the moment the policy comes, much of it becomes outdated, then I think we are at a policy level very slow. I still feel a lot of there is a lot of opportunity in the policy, and it has given us the right, it has increased the benchmark, and it has improved the baseline on which all of us, as educators, as teachers, as students, as industry can build on. We have this academic bank of credits. We have an emphasis on digital education. We have an emphasis on modular education. I think that is definitely going to increase the pace of higher education. And the second enabler would be us as institutions, whether it is private institutions or public institutions. A simple example is the way our institutions are governed. If you look at the government institutions, highly bureaucratic. And as economist Arvind Panagaria says, the nature of bureaucracy is to have more and more bureaucracy and slow down the process. I think this is a well in which our bureaucracy has been stuck, and to take out our public institutions out of this is going to be a major reforms. And I think we as people in education should pressurize the public sector on this. And the third major enabler, all of us have spoken about that in detail, is the digital landscape. So now we have for the first time this opportunity that most of the learners in India can learn at their location, at their pace, a topic of their interest from a teacher of their choice. So this has not been done any time before. So this major enablement that has been given to us through the digital environment is very important in this. I think 50% is the internet penetration rate in India today. While 25% is the gross enrollment ratio. So there's a big gap there. And if education becomes online, I see a lot of benefit there. There was this point of the students in the digital environment. They are, we don't know whether they are listening. They're on mute. The audio and video is on mute. I would go ahead and say, I think in the physical environment also, we never know whether the student is actually listening or not. So I don't think there is much of a difference there. At least if the student is not interested in a digital lecture, they can switch off and do something else. Whereas in a classroom, we have forced them to sit at a location, and we don't know whether the student is able to understand something or even interested in doing that.
Yes, I mean, you have made some very interesting and pertinent observations. What I would want to do is maybe provoke the others. Like you said, there were some very provoking questions. I would want the others to be provoked as well. And probably I would want to know their views on those questions like can the program be shortened? Because we have a whole lot of data available now through the data analytics that these providers gave. What should be the optimal fees, and whether we can alternate between semesters with lab work, with experiential learning, and if we can do that. I'll go to Aditya first and seek your observations maybe for the next 2 minutes.
So very quickly, G, I did one of my master's theses was just on this. And one of the fundamental things was, if you go back 300-400 years and analyze how on earth did we end up with this 3 + 4 + 2 + etc., you start to see it was a little bit not thought through and nonsensical. I think at the end of the day, and we are doing this, for example, in the APJs at the university, is fundamentally trying to break down every degree, every certificate, every achievement into the building blocks of time spent and measurement of learning. And so as long as you focus on those, I think it becomes much easier to individualize, to then say that, hey, if you can learn this in 2 to 3 years and demonstrate it to us, why on earth you need to sit here for 4 years and just twiddle your thumbs? learn something more, learn something else. So I think a lot of it, and that's why I'm so encouraged by the NEP, is that this does allow, I mean, earlier it was just a regulatory issue, these many years, these many credits. You can't give a degree in advance, and you had to come out with all of this part. But second, sir, on your thing about data analytics, my worry is, so we were the first to go into cloud computing. I'm now talking 2008, Jeff Bezos acknowledged us, we were, on Economic Times and all of that. But what we learned is this is horribly expensive. And, all these data learning tools and analytics and etc., we are competing against, Fortune 500 companies. And the average salary for anybody who actually knows data analytics is 2.5, 3 crore per year. And so I think one of the biggest struggles all of us are going to face is that it's going to take a while before these technologies, this access to data mining, data intelligence becomes commoditized enough that most of the ecosystem can afford it. People like us, we've been investing in it for years. And honestly, we are seeing the slow returns come out. But, I could not expect the vast majority of institutions in India to have a data analytics team which is trying to compete, by paying like 30, 40 crore per year in salaries just to understand student data. It's, I think let's get the fundamentals in first, which is what our ecosystem needs to do. And I think we can wait maybe a year or two more once this all becomes more democratized, which it will get, for us to take advantage of the more glamorous, sexy stuff.
Yeah, thank you, Aditya. There are possibly, yeah, you are absolutely right when you say that we have, I mean, considering that we have 45,000 colleges and not everyone can possibly get into that space. We have more than 1,000 universities today. And I don't think they will be able to afford all the so-called, low learning management systems, the content management, it all costs money. So therefore,
and Dr. Mantha, I think this is a great space where internationally, if you look at the UAE government, if you look at some countries in Europe, where there's been systemic government interventions, where they have done the 300-400 crore. The problem with our Indian government, and I'll be very honest with you, for the last 30 years, is a fundamental discrimination against the private sector and private universities. The federal government in the US is very happy supporting MIT, Stanford, Harvard, all of which are private universities. Ours tend to just want to support 5, 6 eminence ones. And, the ecosystem doesn't develop. And the NEP will change that.
See, Aditya, I think all those things are changing. And I was actually coming to that. We need a lot of collaborative effort. I mean, I don't think you need to replicate the model in every college and so on. So someone can come in, the government can come in, probably have a learning management system, have multiple instances provided to various colleges, and have a backend data analyst that's applicable to everyone who is there on the system. And we slowly move to virtual university concept. So that makes people reach the unreached. So anyway, there are a lot of discussions on that. Again, time constraints. I'll request Professor S.P. Singh your views on the provocative or whatever questions.
The two questions I have just picked. One is that how to shorten the period of the courses, if at all. I mean, this is very, when we were thinking of having the dual degree program or maybe integrated program, that time a lot of discussions have happened. But now with the digital bank of credit bank, and also if the fast learners, there are 3, 4 kinds of learners. If I talk about the fast learners, if the fast learner can complete a BTech degree in 1 year, I personally don't mind. But the issue is that the real fast learner is learning BTech degree in 1 year, or is there somebody who is tweaking here and there and trying to get a degree in 1 year with no knowledge? And then 17% will become, 7% and 0% engineers employable. So that is the issue, because for me also, because I'm also provoking everybody, as Sahil has very rightly said, this employability is one issue. At the same time, Professor Srinivas said that digitally students are attending class or not. And Sahil has very rightly answered that they are in the physical sense are attending classes or not. I go, Sahil, one more point beyond. Is everybody coming to higher education is really willing to do higher education? There are 2 kinds of education provider, 3 kinds of education provider. There are equally 3, 4 kinds of education seekers. Some really want to get educated. Some really want a degree alone. Some come for fun. Some come for nothing. So, we have to forget about bringing them to the classroom. You are keeping them the education because of the social pressure. emotional pressure, peer pressure, family pressure. They are coming to the campus. They are not interested in their studies at all. So this is a bigger domain. So I'm not opening that Pandora box. I've already done it, but I'm deliberately not doing it. Now I'll talk with respect to those who really are sincere and serious, and they want to get educated, not for only livelihood, as I always say, beyond livelihood, for life. If you want to do beyond livelihood and life, then I would say that those students should be given a chance to get any kind of degree, diploma in as much less time as they can. There should be some system. So that this is point number one. And point number two, Banta sahab, because that also has been raised thrice by you, is nobody is speaking on that. We see two promoters here, Aditya ji and Sahil. I'm a vice chancellor and a CEO of a place where I have to speak in a different perspective. But I say that very categorically, that it is quite possible to to charge a reasonable fee. And this is going to happen. I've seen all universities which were charging very, very high. Now gradually with the many other institutions coming in competition with them, they are diluting it. They are not increasing their fee for many, many years. And some exceptional few I'm not talking about. But in general, it is going to go down. And we also hear our fee structure. And Professor Mantha, I would just finish by this, that I request Government of India, I request the ex Education Minister also, Javadekar ji, and this Education Minister Sahab also, that please stop funding government institutions. In place of funding them, give money to the student. Give money to the student, they decide, because the subsidy for a BCom course in Mizoram University and Guwahati University is almost 1.5 lakh rupees per year. Give them 1 lakh rupees and let them decide where they want to study. If they want to study in my institution, I will say I can stay back. I mean, as I think very rightly said by Aditya ji, that many institutions will be closed. And I tell you, Aditya ji, all those will be private institutions. Before giving an ecosystem so that they all get closed, let government decide and give money to the student to decide that they want to study in Delhi University, or they want to study in MIT University, or they want to study in Rishi Hooda University. And I tell you that level playing will decide who want to stay and who should stay. And that is what I conclude.
Thank you, Professor Singh. You, in your own discreet way, you expressed several concerns and so on. And lest it gives an idea to the organizers that the panel here, is batting for closing down some of the institutions, I would certainly want to raise the bar, raise the quality, and see that things are a little better. For want of time, I'll just like to close this discussion here. But we all must believe that the digital technologies will make obsolete the current university system. Now, is that true? Personally, I don't believe that digital technologies will actually make obsolete the current university system. A lot of that has responded for years together, and that will remain. The university leadership and faculty have individually responded to the shock of COVID-19 very incredibly well, migrating to digital platforms in as little time as a week. The coming summer, however, is a great opportunity for us to build on that momentum and transform higher education into something that is customizable, affordable to a vast majority of people. But I also believe that the time to act is now. Thank you. I had wonderful interaction with the panelists. Thank you, each one of you. And I personally have also learned a lot from different views. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mantha. I would request our speakers to stay with us just for another 2 minutes. Thank you firstly for your time. We had one audience question that came in, and it was in addition to what Professor Singh already touched upon. So maybe I could divert it to Professor Murthy. That is there a government policy, a policy that goes ahead and gives subsidy to any institute or to any policymakers to go ahead for higher education for the students? Is there for either government affiliated institutions or private institutions? Is there a subsidy like that? Mr. Aditya, you're on mute. If you could just unmute yourself, please.
Oh, no. Look, without going into it, right, there are a huge number of government bodies. There are grants, both for public and private. Yeah. There are student scholarships. There are PSUs who do CSR. So on paper, there is a lot of stuff. It is just inefficient. And I think what the NEP does is sort of brings it all together into a more coherent framework. And to Professor Singh's point, he's referring to which has worked across the world, which is a consumer-driven voucher system. Because what happens is, and a very quick context, a lot of government universities spend the last 2 months of the year spending down the excessive money they have managed to collect, and that doesn't really benefit students. And so if you are saying that we actually care about students, let them be the judge. Let parents be the judge of what quality looks like, or where they would like to attend. And that NEP transformation is slowly happening, but it's going to take at least a year. But yes, today there is a lot of such things available, just inefficiently managed.
Not in execution. So, in these COVID times, students and parents alike are suffering with financial crisis as job crises are in rise. So, Professor Murthy, any points that you'd like to put forward for them?
No, crisis. No, it is a crisis of the crisis which nobody ever expected. We say in Sanskrit, "Nabhuto nabhyavashyati." It never happened earlier. It may not happen in future as well. But it has taught us a lot of lessons. And the government policies at the center and state level, they have always been to help the people who are in need. So various scholarships have been there. Various types of assistance have been there. Government national scholarship portal is there. State governments are supporting in a big way. So the parents should make use of this opportunity. And also many banks are giving educational loans. So they have to consider it as an investment. And after they get job, the students will repay. There is no burden to the parents. But at the same time, I think we have to wait for a good times to ahead. I think we have to manage the situation with the hope that everything will be normal very soon.
Absolutely. Now that you say that such policies and grants are available, I think what really needs to happen is for awareness of such grants for students and parents alike. So if any one of you can point us towards that direction for the students' benefit, that where can they find out about these grants? And, yes, sir.
I will just say one thing. Professor Mantha was there. He was heading AICTE. He has done human service for the cause of higher education and management education. AICTE very regularly gives circulars to the faculty. It helps faculty in submitting research proposals for various schemes for faculty development programs, research projects. Similarly, for students also, for girl child, there are scholarships, and the students who are joining the stream for the first time. No, there are various schemes. They can go to NSP portal, National Scholarship Portal. There, the complete information is available, and wherever they are studying, they can get that scholarship in that institution. It has to be forwarded through that institution. But there are many such schemes available. And in addition to that, every institution has got its own scholarship scheme, like bright merit students and merit and mean scholarships. So every institution is actually working towards this cause.
The URL is scholarships.gov.in. That's a great place to start. And of course, if you just spend half an hour Googling around, there are, as Sir has said, there are a lot of scholarships available.
Right. Professor Singh, you were saying something?
I was just, Professor Murthy finally touched upon that, because I have never seen in the last 30 years any bright student suffering that he's not been educated because of any kind of crisis anywhere. Only thing is we talk on papers. If you're bright, there's nobody. If you're bright, contact me. Forget about portal. I will tell you where to study at. But if you don't want to study and you don't want to do anything, you want to enjoy scholarship the way minority scholarships and the scholarship with respect to SC, ST has been spoiled all over the country. So this is something which is, therefore I say, no scholarship. No scholarship is required. Only thing is, like Ujjwala Yojana, directly fund the person to get a gas connection or the gas cylinder, and the money goes to the pocket. The same way, students should be selected to a particular university, say for example Delhi University, and whatever money Delhi University is actually subsidizing to that university or my study in IIT, 40 lakhs, we pay 2 lakhs, 18 lakhs should come to the account of the student till the time he's studying and doing that. And money, if at all, will come through this, the student will be more conscious about the money he's paying, and will be more conscious about the education being provided in those government institutions, and that will be a level playing for private institutions like us.
I get into trouble for this graph, but I'll make it for you now, just since Professor Singh has opened that door. There's a 2x2 matrix of access to resources and determination and talent. Almost 3-4 of those get done very happily. The problem is where you have low determination and low talent and low access to resources. That space, and unfortunately that's not a higher education problem, that's an early childhood development problem, that's an attitude problem, that's a skill problem. In today's society, anybody who has a great attitude, has talent, willing to work hard, I can put my industry and CII hat on. There is a line of companies wanting and waiting and hoping for talent. The problem is that compromise part, where you have a lot of students, which Professor Singh has also said, they don't view higher education at the margin. Either their parents see it as a lottery, or they look at it as dil chata hai, good times for 3 to 4 years before they somehow get a job downstream. I think that's where we are struggling, but that's a schooling problem. That's an early childhood education problem. And I'm hoping again with the NEP, and you can see I'm putting a lot of hopes in the NEP here, that, that's a generational change that will only happen is once we fix our schooling. And, things like the RTE Act and all have destroyed school education as well. And so once we fix that, then we will do.
Yeah, I mean,
yes, Doctor.
Yeah, there are several scholarships available for different groups of people. Organizations like AICT, UGC, they all routinely provide these scholarships. And there are scholarships for girl students separately. There are scholarships for Divyangan students. And a whole lot of state government level scholarships are also available to students. And all these can be accessed on the websites of the respective governments. Now, having said all that, it's very necessary that the students also look at not just the government support for scholarships, but they should also look into the educational loan facilities that are available at low interest rates and so on. So therefore, my belief is that no student should go without education, should go without food. And there are enough opportunities, even enough avenues to make that happen. Thank you.
Thank you once again. Thank you to all our panelists and Dr. Mantha for steering this conversation. It was really insightful, and I'm sure all the students and their parents alike have taken a lot of points from this. And Professor Singh has openly said that they can get in touch with you. So I'm going to urge them that go ahead and meet them online. We all are virtually available now. So thank you once again for all your time and effort. Thank you so much.
Thank you. It's been my pleasure. Thank you.
Thank
you so much. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I hope all of you thoroughly enjoyed this conversation and taken points on where you can find the scholarship programs, and also taken points on how universities and private institutes itself are also giving out scholarships for the deserving students. Now, this online conversation is also going on Twitter using our hashtag BWTEB2020. Moving forward, we have our next panel discussion, which is on analyzing the needs to resume physical classroom systems, but that will happen right after this audiovisual as we prep the screen for our session. Let's take a look.
BW Businessworld presents a rich legacy of curated events that enable conversations on policy issues in India.
Because of the state of our cities, we have no option but to build smart and resilient cities.
Digital India is more for the poor, underprivileged and the deprived.
Covering a range of topics, BW Businessworld events look to create a strong narrative around smart cities, digital India, healthcare, Swachh Bharat, human resource issues, education, banking and finance, among others.
The world is fast changing. Best practices are available now on the net.
विकास डेवलपमेंट पूरी राजनीति में ये फोकस बन गया है.
BW Businessworld events provide a speaking platform to the voices that matter.
स्मार्ट से ताल्लुक यह है कि हम जो बेसिक एमिनिटीज़ हैं उसको हम चुस्त दुरुस्त करें।
You don't have to be a technologist. You need to understand how technology influences the world.
Mahatma Gandhi was a great man. He was the leader of the freedom struggle.
We believe that e-governance and IoT will play a very, very important role.
BW Businessworld is an excellent exhibition platform that helps you showcase your services to the right audience. To be a part of our legacy, write into us at partner@businessworld.in.
In the world of business, when you think business, you think BW Businessworld. Spanning across platforms from print to the fast-growing digital space, from custom events to insightful industry books, BW Businessworld continues to capture a critical market space. Enjoying over 1.2 million engaged reader base, we have replicated this success in digital, with a 6-fold growth in the past 1 year. So who is the BW audience? Our magazine readers are the cream of the crop business professionals spread across industries and niche communities. BW Digital engages with a much larger audience, hailing majorly from India and US. We also reach diverse markets including UK and Saudi Arabia. The BW print universe comprises of BW Businessworld, BW Smart Cities, BW Hotelier, BW Applause, BW Education, and BW People, each profiling industry leaders and niche sectoral stories. BW Digital communities target niche segments like startups, CIOs, smart cities, defense, amongst a range of other fields, with a following of millions of unique digital users. BW Businessworld is an industry leader in curating a plethora of IPRs. With multiple industry stakeholders under one roof, BW IPR events generate superlative content. BW Engage offers bespoke brand solutions across functions with inputs from the award-winning BW editorial team. We design and execute a 360-degree marketing model, resulting in top-of-mind recall and a large BW Engage client patronage. Why engage with us? We have an award-winning editorial team. We forecast new scoops and future trends before any of our competitors. We provide 360-degree brand solutions and our clients are always happy with the ROI. This is just a glimpse of our client endorsements. To subscribe to our print patronage, visit subscribe.businessworld.in. Follow us on Facebook and Twitter. You can also connect with us on WhatsApp on businessworld.in/WhatsApp.
Welcome back, everyone. And this is going to be our last panel discussion on the pertinent topic of analyzing the needs to resume physical classroom systems. Right after this panel discussion will be the Top Education Brands 2020 awards that are awaiting all of you. Now, for this panel discussion, we have with us stalwarts of the industry, Annurag Gupta, CEO, DCM Group of Schools, Kavita Jain, Director, MDN Edify Education, Lieutenant General Surendra Kulkarni, Director, Mayo College, Virendra Rawat, Founder Director, Global Green School, and to chair this session, we have with us Swati Popit, President, Podar Education Network. A very warm welcome to all of you. Thank you for joining us. Can I request all our panelists to please switch on their cameras? Warm welcome to all of you.
Well, thank you so much, Khyati. That was a wonderful panel before this.
Yes. Yes, ma'am. Over to you.
Okay. So, namaskar and hello, everybody.
Education Network. A very warm welcome to all of you. Thank you for joining us. Can I request all our panelists to please switch on their cameras? Warm welcome to all of you.
Hello, everybody. Namaskar. And it's a pleasure to share this panel with General Surendra Kulkarni ji, Anirudh ji, Virendra ji, and Kavita ji. Welcome to the panel. I think the best way to start would be if each of you could give a short introduction about your work. Can we start with Kulkarni ji?
Thank you, Swati ji. Thank you very much. I am Surendra Kulkarni, Director, Mayo College, Ajmer, India's premier fully residential boys' school, nearly 150 years old now. And I head the school with great pride as a former alumnus myself. Thank you.
Wonderful. Anirudhji, if you can introduce yourself.
Good evening, everyone. I am Anirudh Gupta, CEO of DCM Group of Schools. We are of 1946 vintage, serving the cause of education in Punjab, Haryana, and Tri-City for the last 75 years. In next, a month from now, we'll be celebrating our Diamond Jubilee amongst this pandemic. So, pleasure to be a part of this panel. Thank you.
Thank you. Kavita ji, if we can know more about you.
I am Kavita from Edify Education. We are a chain of schools.
5 years, the next, a month from now, we'll be celebrating our Diamond Jubilee amongst this pandemic. So, pleasure to be a part of this panel. Thank you.
Kavita ji, if you know more about you.
In about 78 about my the schools are spread across different socio-economic backgrounds and different boards, including the national and international.
Amongst this pandemic. So, pleasure to be a part of this panel.
I think we are having some problem with the sound. More about
in about 78 about my the schools are spread across different socio-economic backgrounds and different boards, including the national and international.
Amongst this pandemic. So, pleasure to be a part of this panel.
I think we are having some problem with the sound.
Nobody's audible.
Yeah, I know. There is some repeat of some sound.
Different boards.
I think that's better now. Virendra ji, I think we are having some problem with the sound. Yes, I think now there's silence. So Virendra ji, can we hear more about your work? You're on mute, sir.
So, I am Virendra Rawat. I am based at Ahmedabad. I'm the founder of Green Schools. My role is to bringing maximum nature.
Now there's silence.
Yes.
So Virendra ji, can we hear more about your work?
Yes, ma'am. So I'm Virendra Rawat. I'm based at Ahmedabad. My organization is known as Green Mentor.
Mute,
No, I think I'm not mute.
No,
Virendra Rawat. I'm based at Ahmedabad. I think there's some issues about the sound. Audio need to be improved.
About your work?
Yes, ma'am. So I'm Virendra Rawat. I'm based at Ahmedabad. My organization is not mute. So I'm based at Ahmedabad. I think there's some issues about the sound. Audio need to be improved.
Your work?
Yes. So I'm Virendra Rawat. I'm based at Ahmedabad. My organization. So I request technical team, please improve the audio. Audio is mixing. So there's some issues about the sound. Audio need to be improved.
Virendra sir, I think you have an audience view on. If you could check that.
No, I request technical team, please improve the audio. Audio is mixing. So some issues about the sound. Audio need to be improved.
Virendra sir, I think you have an audience view on. If you could
No, ma'am, I'm clear. Audience, I am in the main frame. Some issues about the sound. Audio need to be.
Virendra sir, I think you have an audience view on.
No, ma'am. No, ma'am, I'm clear. Audience.
It's on a loop. Okay, can the others hear me? Perfect.
Yes, Dr. Swati.
So now everybody's on mute, so we don't know who the problem is. So let's start anyway. The topic is very interesting. That starting physical systems. My first question to all of you all is: do you think this is the right time to start our schools and colleges, starting our physical systems? Dr. Lieutenant Kulkarni, what about you? Do you think it is time to start our physical systems?
Yes, ma'am. In our case, we are a fully residential school. So even while the children have been away, we have had for the last many months more than 400 staff members living on campus. And all these safety protocols that are needed have been in place. And by God's grace, we have come through so far without any concerns. Now, as I see it, in a boarding school, we have the capacity to restrict access to the children. So once they come from home after being tested negative and go through a 14-day quarantine, the number of people they will actually come in contact with can be highly regulated, much more than it would be at home or in their local communities, number one. Linked with this, an important point is that all these decisions there is talk of reopening schools. Please understand, schools have been running, schools are open, only the campuses have been closed. Therefore, the school system is functional at present. But all the decisions are coming through various governments. What is to be finally understood is a child coming to school is a transaction between the parent and the school. And no school will call a child without parental consent. It's the first step. So if there is parental consent and they are assured that the school ecosystem caters for whatever is reasonably the best safety, nobody can guarantee, in no case will ever happen. But Absolutely. If there is an assurance between the parents and the school that whatever, as much precautions they would take at home, the school would take that much and more, then I don't see why any other agencies need to step into this.
Absolutely.
And I'm saying this in the context of a fully residential school. In the context of a day school, the parents can be invited by the day school management to show them what special measures they have taken to look after their children. It's easier for them to call the parents and actually show them. And if the parents are assured that the measures taken are satisfactory, in that case, again, if the parents give consent, I don't see why any third party needs to step into this.
Right.
Because we have lost a lot of learning time on our children, and we are not understanding that 8 months, 9 months of loss of learning time for all that we are doing for online teaching, and we made it very interesting. It is no substitute for the physical experience of learning.
Right. So, Anirudh ji, you run a group of schools, and as our topic is analyzing the need for physical classrooms, Colonel Kulkarni said that schools are not closed. Basically, education is not closed. It is the school building which is closed. And that's exactly what our topic is, that analyzing the needs for reopening physical classrooms. So, do you think we are ready to reopen physical classrooms? Do you think there is a need right now?
Swati, there are, to my mind, 4 aspects. One is academic aspect, then administrative aspect, then we can say health and safety precautions aspect and regulatory aspect. Fine. So first and foremost, as General Kulkarni mentioned, it's the state government Ministry of Home Affairs, which is deciding on this, Unlock 5.0, whether the schools and colleges will be open or not. Even though the parents are planning to send the children to the school, and school is all set with, very robust, protocol and ecosystem in place.
Yes, continue.
Yeah, am I audible?
Yes, Yes, absolutely. Please continue.
Yeah. So I mean, despite of best of the intention and arrangement, at the end of the day, it's the state government's call and permission whether the schools can be opened or not. Secondly, if I talk about the academic aspect, I think yes, for the senior classes, class 9th onwards, it's high time that the students they start coming to the school. Parents are equally willing to send the children to the school. And for our group of schools, DCM group of schools, we have all the standard operating procedures in place, and we have done a lot of dry runs to ensure that as and when the children they come to the school, we are all ready for that.
Right.
Thirdly, administrative aspect, as I mentioned that all the arrangements are in place. Recently, the state government, especially in Punjab and Haryana, they had permitted the schools to have the students on the campus from class 9th onwards. And at the same time, they made it a point that the schools do not stop the online or the virtual delivery of education. So right now, from class 9th onwards, we have both the face-to-face, classrooms also, and we are continuing with the virtual mode also. And we have got this, through our ERP, the indemnity bond signed from the parents, and the virtual tours and all the arrangements, the videos have been sent to the parents to build up the trust so that they do not have any inhibitions. And from health aspects, we have trained and put all the paraphernalia in place, and the entire sanitization, fogging, the doctors on are 24/7 available, so everything is ready. And but it's we are just waiting for the government nod, because again, like in Punjab, night curfew has been clamped, and so many other regulatory aspects have been, as General Kulkarni said, needlessly some of them they have been imposed. But again, I will reiterate that academically from class 9th onwards, especially for the board classes and the senior students, I think it's high time that we have offline test and regular classroom projection starts for them.
Right. So basically, Kavita ji, do you think that it's time for physical classrooms to open?
Dr. Swati, please don't address me as Kavita ji. Just Kavita would do. I'm way too young than you, and there's so much to learn from you. So Kavita would be great. So I think this is not a one size fits all kind of a situation. Like Kulkarni said, it's very different for residential schools to day boarding schools to day schools. Also, it differs in terms of the geographical location of the school and how the pandemic has impacted that location. Going by what other countries have done, about 59 out of 134 countries in the world, 42% of the countries have already started school, and some have withdrawn, some have gone back to reopening. But I think the recent CDC guidelines were very interesting when they said we are good to open schools when the number of cases are under 5 per 100,000 population in the city. So there are some parameters which could be decided to ensure safety of kids in every state, every city, I would say. In fact, even within the city in different zones, if those parameters are well laid out by our regulatory bodies, it will become easier for organizations to decide how safe it is to set up schools. Whatever precautions a school takes, whatever arrangements we make, like the other speaker said, there's no guarantee that it's going to be pandemic free. But absolutely, at least the lesser the numbers in the city, the higher and the safer chances for the schools to reopen.
Right. I must also share with the audience that IAP, which is Indian Academy of Pediatrics, has recently come out with guidelines as to when schools should actually open. They've done it from the point of view of medicine and how many cases, etc., should be there before schools consider. So I would urge schools to go on the Indian Academy of Pediatrics website and download this document. Very rightly said, Kavita, that Colonel Kulkarni's school is a boarding school, and they will be able to maintain a bubble kind of a concept, which will be very difficult for the other schools. And as he rightly said, they are going to be there with them and not with their families, because otherwise when they are with their families, they are moving around to malls, etc. So the chances of infection are in fact daily, and that is a kind of a fear that every parent would have in their mind when they are sending them to a school which is not a boarding school. So Virendra ji, what about you? Do you think it's time to restart the physical classrooms? Sir, you are on mute.
Ma'am, without education, we cannot imagine the nation.
But education to chal raha hai na, sir. Online it is going on.
And we are in India. We don't have a well-trained teacher about online teaching. Is not the mainstream teaching in India. We are doing the way we want, and this is not making an impact. So we have tried also hybrid schooling, but that also not making an impact. So our goal is that we have to make learning spaces safer than before.
Right.
We need to own learning spaces. We need to make protocols. And we need to ensure that when child go back to home, and child should not carry any infection is in hand, books, and uniforms. So
Right.
nothing is impossible, and the people of India love their children. No parent wish to miss the year, because the year is about the whole nation is missing the year.
Right.
The formality is other part and reality is one part. So we are educator. We should believe in reality.
Right. So
government has their own role. Government has their own role.
True.
And unfortunately, government are not taking educator on board while taking any decision. Because power means not to exclude the educators. Power means to include educator in the policy. Educators are missing in whole pandemic policies. And there are risk, no doubt, but everywhere and every time is not risk.
Right.
Every district is not risky.
Right.
Every state is not risky. Every county is and every block or every tehsil is not risky. So wherever is possible, wherever possible, we can do this. UPG started early for the MDM, midday meal, but after that they closed it. There are some schools in Maharashtra, South India, they started, but they are not coming with full confidence. So confidence is missing. So if a student is coming and if you cannot make learning fearless, we cannot make learning.
Absolutely, that's a very
So
well
we have
said.
to make safe schooling for fearless learning. We need to audit. We need to sanitize. We need to ensure that the playground, the classroom, laboratory, library, bus, everything must be safe.
Absolutely.
And we have done it. Many schools we have sanitized, but government is not approving this because law is for everyone. And sometimes we are victim of law, and sometimes we are beneficiary of law. At this time, most of students are victim in law. Otherwise, in this time, government should start the online teachers training, because teachers are not trained. Only private school teachers are trained. But what about the government school? Because every child matters. Every child matters, whether it's government school or private schools. So we discuss, because we are in the private sector, but what about the government sector? Because they are also children. They are also children. So they are also have equal right to learn. Ultimately, the CBSE and ICSE will have the same paper of the grade 10th and 12th for everyone, whether you are going to school or not going to school.
Absolutely. Thank you, sir. Colonel Kulkarni, coming to you, will you be making wearing masks mandatory during school hours?
Yes, ma'am. When they are out of their residential areas in school, they will wear masks mandatorily. Even we are wearing masks whenever, let's say, we are out of our residences at our workplace, within the campus, we all wear masks. But we have worked out the schedule in such a way that many of their classes are going to happen in the residential areas themselves. And that is, we'll have this blend of partly online work and face-to-face work, even as they live on the campus. So in my estimate, something between 4 to 5 hours a day, children will have to wear masks. The rest of the day, they don't have to wear masks all the time, because they're not coming into contact with another person. The rule is simple. If you're going to come into contact with a second person, any person, you must wear, both people must wear a mask.
Okay. So before this session, I posted on my Facebook page today's topic, and I got a lot of questions from parents and educators, and I'm using a combination of that to address you all, because this has come from real life educators who must be struggling with the same points. So Colonel Kulkarni, again, based on this question, these boarding schools have lunch rooms, canteens basically, where children would gather together for food, etc. And they would be removing their masks at that time because for eating purposes. How would you ensure safety at that time?
Yes. So in our case, we made special arrangements that in the lawns of our boarding houses, we are putting up, we already done it for those first few houses expecting the board children to come. We put up shamanas and tables and chairs, like study tables, distinctly apart from each other, which will be assigned to each student. And the mess staff will bring the food there and we'll serve them like a buffet. They will come and line up with all normal safety precautions. Take their plates, go and sit there, eat their food. There's a place to throw away all the plates. They don't have to, again, those are disposable plates. These are special measures for special times. Correct. But let us say 6 months down the road, after students come, we find that this bubble is working well, there are no cases, we will review this protocol. Absolutely. Maybe the time may come when such strictness is not required. But at the initial stages, we are wanting to be strict ourselves. Please remember, it's not only the students, it's my staff. Last 8 months, 400 people are living here, right? And also, parental confidence will fluctuate depending on whether a case takes place or doesn't take place. So if they find over an extended period of time that we have been able to manage with whatever is reasonably the best possible safety protocols, I have no doubt that the parents would gradually, all parents would finally send their children. Initially, we expect that all will not come.
Right. So basically, this question is also valid for the other schools because all of them do have a lunch room, a canteen, and many of them were wondering that this is the time when all masks would be off. So what to do? So I think Colonel Kulkarni's suggestions will help a lot of schools. I'm going to go to Kavita ji now. A question that was asked very much by parents was, do we really need daily physical classrooms, or should it be twice a week? And second part of the question was, do we really need to send our children for so many hours? Can't the hours be reduced?
Perfect. So in most other countries, so I keep looking at best practices of what is successfully or what is successful in other countries, and what I see is most of them are choosing a hybrid model. They're reducing the school hours, especially for day schools. They're reducing the school hours in a manner that children don't have to eat on campus. So they're keeping like 3 hours where children can go back home and have lunch and not have lunch at the school. Also having a mix and match of maybe 3 days a week school and 2 days a week online. So that gives them, the teachers and the students and the school enough time to prepare the entire infrastructure and safety standards for the school itself. Is it essential? I think from a lot of perspectives, it is essential that children come back physically to school in terms of peer learning, in terms of having that social interaction. I think it's a lot of pressure on kids. While we look at it from educational institutions' perspective, looking at it from kids' perspective also, not only is there, they are learning. I wouldn't say they aren't learning, but definitely they are missing out on a lot of fun that they would have at a campus. So it is essential that they come back, but certainly it may not be required that they do 5 days a week or 6 days a week, 7-8 hours a day. Definitely that can be moderated by a school by creating a right balance.
Absolutely. Also, that this kind of anxiety and fear is going to be exhausting on children also. So keeping them for longer hours, they are going to feel exhausted by that. So I think this is a superb solution. Virendra ji, I have a 2-part question for you. A, should exams be done this year? And if yes, online or offline? And B, what about sports activities? If you're planning to open school, say by next month, would you also start sports activities? Sir, your mic, sir.
as I know about you, you are all about pedagogy, right? So without teaching, without learning, examination will not make any sense. Exam is all about learning, to judge the learning. If learning is not taking place, and without online pedagogy, we cannot introduce online teaching, and it will not make any impact. Sharing information is one part, learning is other part. So learning is not taking place. Information are shared, curriculum is completed, topic are completed, and but the assessment, online assessment is different, online teaching is different, and that are because nobody was aware about the pandemic, so nobody was knowing about it. So I'm sure that exam will not make any sense.
Right.
And why should we label anyone those who don't deserve to be labeled?
Very rightly put. And so sports, would you start sports if you say open your school from next month?
Yeah, sports is that I have suggested government of India is homeschooling is a better way. So this year must be year of homeschooling. So let's student learn everything about his family, his culture, his values. Let them send them back to home, their ancestors' house, and let them have the physical activity like farming, like cultural activity, a lot of things where they are safe and they are learning a lot of things. And we can frame the question paper on the basis of indigenous learning, learning local language. In this year, if a student can learn one local language, that is enough.
Right.
If they can learn their family values, that is enough. I think this is only missing in our education system. So this year, yes, and let's learn from grandmothers, grandfathers, and parents, and neighborhoods, and from everyone who has a set of knowledge and set of skills.
I think many schools are struggling to explain this to parents that go light this year. Don't worry about things. And I think all of us in the education community need to talk more about this so that the message goes to the parent ultimately. Very good point, sir. Anirudh, sir, you said that y'all are prepared. Y'all have made your systems completely ready. So one of the questions that came was about school buses. Will you be starting your school buses? And if yes, what are the precautions that you would take on a school bus? Like, for example, a parent asked that how will you monitor that the driver or the bus attendant, etc., are wearing their masks or sanitizing themselves?
Thanks, Dr. Swati. So we have taken a conscious call. Though we started with the school for class 9th onwards, we have not offered the transport yet for obvious reasons. One, the strength is quite low. I mean, it doesn't make any of feasibility or sense to start the transport at this point of time. Secondly, what we have done, we have converted our buses in class on wheels. Since a lot of our schools are along the border region, where children, due to some connectivity issues, some lack of devices, and there are a lot of students who are first-time learners, so they have not been able to take benefit of the virtual education also. So we have equipped buses with all these gadgets and LEDs and boards, and our teachers are using those buses and going to remote areas to provide learning to the students. So that is how we are using because the drivers are there, the conductors are there, everything is there. So that is how we are using the school transport at the moment. But we are not providing transport, and the children who are coming to the school, either they are being dropped by the parents or they are coming at their own level.
Okay. So which means right now you are not planning to open the school buses. Right. Colonel Kulkarni, this is a question for you, and I'm going to then throw the question again to the other panelists also. Washrooms are a place of concern again for parents, whether the numbers are less or the numbers are more, whether it's a boarding school or a day school. Washroom is where the maximum amount of germs are there. And in this kind of a scenario where you have your wash towels where children are wiping their hands, or the soap dispensers that they are using, or the taps that they would be touching, how are you planning to ensure safety in washrooms?
Yeah, to begin with, as I said initially, since we are getting controlled number of children, each child will be, you see, the most risky place is the water closet, the WC. That's the highest risk point we have identified. Each child will have his own dedicated bathroom and his own dedicated washroom. So the question of a second person using it doesn't arise. Of course, we are educating the children how to sort of clean it before use, after use, etc. Then at all the public points, we have these sanitizer dispensers already available, number one. All the taps have already been modified at the common places so that you don't have to use your hands and fingers. Either it's foot operated or elbow operated. So all these things have already been put into place. And as I said, after some time, once the bubbles set in, we can afford to start modifying our protocols. But at the outset, we've gone to this extreme level that there will be no two people even using the same bathroom facilities. And since we're going to have their initial classes and all in the residential areas, and many of the classes will be held outdoors, because if outdoors, again, the risk of the infection is lower than in a closed space. So keeping all that in mind, well, we are hopeful that some of these things that have been done will help. Plus, every place, for example, say my own office, every day there is a disinfecting routine that takes place for all the office complexes, where obviously people come every day, even if they're wearing masks or they sanitize their hands. For example, anyone entering my office has to sanitize and come in and wash his hands. But the fact is, despite that, our sanitary team disinfects the entire office complex every day. Otherwise, like I said, it's only humanly whatever maximum can be done. Definitely, we have looked into it. Beyond that, well, it's a matter of chance and gods. The other thing, I just want to make a general point. Beyond a point, we need to be not so obsessed. If you see on the streets and elsewhere, public is roaming around freely in most places. And now you are at the festival season. I don't know if you have seen the scenes on TV and other places, because I don't go out of my campus. All right. So you are expecting that only in the school the kid will get infected. You know, please understand, parental behavior elsewhere is more risky than inside the school environment, where the educationists and the school administrators are being super careful to make sure nothing goes wrong. So if a child comes for 3 days and not for 3 days, I am afraid it's not the problem. The virus doesn't hit you on alternate days. So I think there is something wrong. There is what should I say, this fear psychosis that is being created around this. And I think we need to address it dispassionately and with a level-headed fashion, whether a day school or a boarding school. As I said, we have some great advantages in a boarding school, but even in a day school, please understand that the educators, like Dr. Gupta is here, I know that he will go out of the way to make sure that his school takes all precautions, right? And definitely more than the common places outside. And everybody's roaming around outside. Please understand.
Absolutely.
Why has the Pakistan government, where we are located, hiked the fine for not wearing masks? Because obviously people are not wearing it. Simple.
Yeah, I think parents' worry is more about right now children have been under their supervision. So even if they are roaming around in malls, it is with the parents. After a long time, parents will be sending their children out without their supervision. And that's why they are not only worried, they are also wanting to be a little strict with the other person who's going to take their responsibility, which is the school. And when it comes to alternate days, sir, I think the day schools have that problem because of the large numbers. So you won't be able to get the whole class together. You will only have to bring them in on alternate days, you know. So Virendraji, what about your thoughts on sanitization of the toilets, which are common used by students and teachers?
Ma'am, there is protocol, and if we maintain that protocol, the space of sanitizing washroom, bathroom, toilets can be made safe, and every bathroom is safe, every toilet is safe. We need to make it safe. So there are protocols, right? So we have designed everything. We are doing it for many schools, not only India, for outside of India, according to law of CDC US. And we're making sure that students are not getting infected inside the school. if they are getting infected, they are getting from outside of school. And the student, when the boarding on the bus, he is sanitized. When he is getting down from the bus, everything is taken care, right? Because we believe that learning should not stop in any situation. Because we are taking nation back, right? You cannot stop learning in any situation because education brings solution of everything. If today we are just forced to follow the guideline of the medical officers or the people who are dealing in the administrators, but they never follow our guideline when they are making policy of education, because after around 30-40 years we are getting the new education policy and we are so excited about it, right? We should get in early 80, early 90s, right? But somehow it's there. But ultimately, we cannot compromise with the future of nation and future of children and future of education. Education is solution for everything, whether there's war, no war, pandemic, no pandemic, because educator brings solution. Second, my concern is that my teachers. So teachers are the ears. These teachers must get the Nobel Prize because they are suffering a lot. They are teaching from their home. They are psychologically, they are facing a lot of challenges. Teaching from home is not that easy. And when the many parents are abusing teachers, this is not correct. I know this. You are not teaching right. They are labeling teacher instead of labeled student. Now parents are labeling teacher. This is unfair part of this pandemic. This is a real pandemic. This is biological pandemic and psychological pandemic. So after this biological pandemic, will take at least 2-3 years to remove the psychological pandemic that my teacher and my student are facing. So I'm sure that the policymaker must keep this in mind.
Absolutely. Just like Nelson Mandela said that the best way to destroy a country is to destroy its education system. And I think the education and has working and striving to ensure that learning does not stop. Even though we had no experience in online learning, schools and colleges took up the challenge just so that learning in students does not stop. Kavita, what about the youngest students, the ones in the early years and the primary years? Do you think schools should open for them?
So again, this is really a mixed view. I was amazed to read Sweden's strategy. Sweden said that they will never stop school for the early years up to elementary years, and they did not discontinue the school for up to elementary school even once. Because they said that these children are less infected. Of course, they are stronger carriers to spread the infection, but they get infected less. Having said that, in India, when we've done survey across all our schools, what we've seen is less than 20% parents are interested in sending kids at that age group. The higher the age, more willingness of parents to send children. Even then, it's just about 50-55% maximum, even for the grade 9 to 12 students. And this I'm talking about is a survey across 75 schools, where we've surveyed parents, given them an explanation of all the safety, cleaning and disinfectant parameters that the school is going to take. Despite that, this is their fear, which is understandable. Every school will, I think, eventually have to make its own custom strategy, its own custom number of working days. Like you rightly said, based on the strength of the school and the physical infrastructure available, whom do they want to call first? How many days do they want to call them? How can they still maintain social distancing parameters? Because in India, it's very strange. I mean, I know schools which are run on 2,000 square feet and have like maybe 800 children, and there are schools that are run in 5 acres campus and have 800 children. So can the two schools have the same strategy? Of course not. They will have to make their own strategies. They will have to decide how safely can they get children onto campus. So it's a very school-specific decision, I think. Ultimately, every school will, like all the other panelists here have said, safety comes first. We want to ensure that children, when they come to school, parents, when they send children to school, are not worried about about the safety of the child. While academics, learning, all that is important, learning happens inevitably. They come to school, they don't come to school, learning never stops. But we
Can I
can't.
intervene? Can I
Yes,
intervene?
of course, sir.
Yeah, actually, this is fun. Our country, the Guru is a supreme. Guru take care for everyone, including a nation. And this time, the Guru is not trusted.
Right, absolutely.
We say Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu, Guru Devo Maheshwara, right?
Right.
So the country who believes Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu, Guru Devo Maheshwara, they are not trusting Guru. The voter are trusted, educator are not.
Right. That is sad reality, sir, in this country.
Unfair part.
Absolutely. That's exactly my next question to Anirudhji.
Teachers are more responsible than the parent.
Absolutely.
They are more concerned about the parent.
Absolutely.
I don't know why parents are not believing.
I think we all need to work, sir, to change this mindset. Where did the respect for teachers go away is something that we need to all study and work towards. Anirudhji, government has announced that when the vaccines come, who will be in the first set, second set, etc. Do you think teachers should have been put in the first set? And don't you think that schools need to be one of the first institutions to open as soon as the vaccine is out?
Yes, Swati. First, teachers should be given priority whenever this vaccine arrives.
Is Anurag connected?
I mean, it's high time,
Yes, you are audible.
Yes, now
am I audible?
Now you're audible.
I think, yes, it's very important that the teachers, they need to be put in the list of priority whenever the vaccine arrives. Rather, I'll say the government should take on the onus to ensure that all the teachers are vaccinated at the government expense. This should be a part of the state policy to ensure that all the teachers, as a part of the government policy, they are provided this vaccine. Yes, like health workers, doctors, paramedics, security, who are more vulnerable because teachers are exposed only to the students and to the other officials and staff. But there are other category of people in different walks of life who are more vulnerable. I mean, they should be prioritized, but teachers should not be ignored either. And the government should take on the responsibility, and the schools can also chip in. But I think it is the state's responsibility to ensure that the vaccine reaches the teachers in time.
I think the vaccine is going to be free for all citizens, if that's what I heard correctly yesterday. So I don't think cost is something that we'll have to worry about. My question was more of priority. And as you rightly said, that teachers are not exposed to so many people. But we always thought that, at least in the third priority list, teachers should be put. And somebody commented on the Facebook post that teachers may very well be involved, like they are always in the ballot process and in all these other things. Our teachers may be roped into the vaccination process also.
It's all subjective to the situation, and I think it's all.
Yes, you were saying.
I think it will be all a matter of demand and supply in what numbers we are able to make the vaccine available. But as far as providing the vaccine free, I don't think what I've been reading and what I've been listening. There are a lot of companies coming up with vaccine, and I don't think the government can afford to provide it free to everybody, especially in a country like India, where even the healthcare is not its responsibility. I don't think the government will be able to provide free vaccine. If they are able to do it, I mean, it will be an amazing thing. So as and when the vaccine arrives, what will be the production, what will be the requirement. So it's all. But yes, as you said, the teachers should be accorded due priority whenever we reach that situation.
Absolutely. So,
Dr. Swati,
yeah.
Sorry, just to maybe add a point is, for a for a state to get free vaccine, they should have elections coming up. Telangana has municipal elections. So BJP has recently in the manifesto announced that we will get free vaccine. So we hope and pray that every state
everybody
has
is
an
getting
election.
Kavita, even if it is not the state,
the entire
the contestant
I
might like to lure the populace or the voters by offering free vaccine this time.
I know.
Well, that is their headache. Tomorrow, they may point a finger to us schools that we lure the parents by promising all kinds of things in the fees. So I think that's best left out of this discussion. But the whole point is that vaccines, the minute a vaccine comes in, would any of you change your protocols just because the children and teachers are now vaccinated? Let's start with Colonel Kulkarni.
Yeah, just before I answer that, just for a moment to go back to Kavita's point of 800 students in 2,000 square feet. I have less than 800 students in 200 acres. So when people get worried about social distancing and all, and despite that, we are going to extremes. So please understand, today we have cases of some of our students and parents, wherever they are, or their families being infected by the virus. All right. So this point that because they're at home, they are safer,
absolutely,
is a bit of a mythical thing. It's not necessarily true. But coming to this point of the vaccine, please understand, for a vaccine to be passed around 130 crore plus Indians takes a long time.
No, sir. Yesterday on Z News, there was a lovely format given that just like the country does a ballot for in the main elections, this entire vaccination process can be completed in 6 days. So they had given the whole understanding and the format that if done on the same level as our ballots, how they are done, our voting system, it can be completed in 6 days.
Ma'am, please understand. Firstly, you have to have 2 doses of this vaccine spaced apart. Please, yes. First point.
Yes.
Second thing is, to produce so many doses itself is a Herculean task. Third thing is, depending on which vaccine we have, certain vaccines require a cold chain, some vaccines don't require a cold chain. Which one will be?
Yes, yes. My question, let's go to my question.
Please understand this vaccine.
Assume that the children and teachers have got the vaccine. Now, will your protocols be the same?
Swati, please understand, this is not a silver bullet. Please understand, it's not going to happen overnight. It will happen in a phased and graduated manner. Now, when have we reached that point where we are satisfied will be quite far in the distance. So therefore, as a prudent head of school and a caretaker of the children, parents leave their children in our trust, I will follow the same protocols for a long, long time to come.
Very true.
So if the vaccine comes next month, you may be talking to me a year from now and I still may be following protocols.
Right. Virendra, what about you? Do you think the vaccine will lower the expectations of parents where protocols is concerned, and will you lower your standard of protocols?
Ma'am, we are Indians, so we don't trust everything in the first stage. In spite of vaccine, we don't trust the vaccine also. So we trust our food, our immunity, and the way we are protecting ourselves now. And we'll continue to protecting ourselves the way we are protecting in spite of the other protection. So that is the additional protection. So precaution will be always there. And I'm sure that Indian food system is the vaccine for everything.
Right. Anirudh, what about you? Because these precautions are going to cost a lot to chain of schools. So do you think we will let down our guard once the vaccination comes in? Anirudh, your mic, please.
Still the vaccine has not arrived yet, but people have already lowered their guard. In a lot of places, especially during the festival season, I've seen, and even with these rallies and protests and elections, everything happening the way earlier. So people have already lowered their guard, and especially when the vaccine arrives, it is further going to go down. But we as an educationist can't afford to do that. As General Kulkarni said, that at least for a year or so, when this COVID becomes a story, fine. Till that time, we'll have to maintain all the safety protocols, and we have to ensure that the schools do not become the secondary point of infection. So come May, we can't afford to, do away with any even the single of any safety protocols which we have put in place at the moment.
Perfect. Kavita ji, what about you? Do you think we should relax the protocols if the vaccine has been already administered to the children and parents and teachers?
So I'm reminded of an interview of a professor of University of Edinburgh, and she said polio vaccine was out over 4 decades back, and polio still exists in the world. So she says it's not that you get a vaccine and this disease is going to get, COVID-19 is going to get eradicated from the face of earth over a period of 1 year or 2 years. It's going to take decades for it to really, and even that's not a guarantee. So definitely nobody should let their guards down. But what it will do, what a vaccine, at least I assume what it will do is it will reduce the fear and anxiety in the minds of parents to send their kids out. I assume at least that will happen for sure, which will make it easier for us to gain their trust and get the school systems operational.
Absolutely, because we did a survey at the Early Childhood Association asking parents 2 months back whether they would send their children to school, and they said not without a vaccine. And we recently did the survey again, and they said, yes, vaccine is coming, and now we will send the children to our school. So I think Kathy is come on the screen, maybe to now tell us all to shut up. So it's time for us all to say bye. And I think all of you shared lovely perspectives, not only about physical classrooms, but about online, about the hidden areas which nobody thinks about, which is toilets, lunch rooms, and what is the impact going to be of the vaccine on school openings or school not opening. Over to you, Kathy.
Thank you so much, Dr. Swati. It's one of the rare times that I get to come on screen and teachers have to keep quiet. This never happens. But jokes apart, I would like to thank all of you for spending this time with us, sharing the insights, sharing the valuable insights that you've shared with our audience and viewers here. Thank you so much for it. And thank you, Dr. Swati, for actually steering this conversation so well. We've taken a lot of key points, takeaways from this conversation. Thank you once again. And we hope to see all of you staying with us for the awards as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you to everybody. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was an amazing day filled with so many knowledge sharing, key insights, key takeaways from our stellar panelists, speakers, and moderators alike. Now, let me take a moment here to thank our partners once again. Our principal partner, Tourism Finance Corporation of India, our B-School partner, Institute of Public Enterprise, our virtual event partner, Almond Vertex. With that, we come to the end of the summit. But ladies and gentlemen, we are gearing up for the BW Education Top Education Brands Awards 2020. Before we move forward, we'd like to showcase audio visuals while we prep up the screen for the awards. Let's take a look. Can we have our BW AV, please?
BW Businessworld presents a rich legacy of curated events that enable conversations on policy issues in India.
Because of the state of our cities, we have no option but to build smart and resilient cities.
Digital India is more for the poor, underprivileged and the deprived.
Covering a range of topics, BW Businessworld events look to create a strong narrative around smart cities, digital India, healthcare, Swachh Bharat, human resource issues, education, banking, and finance, among others.
The world is fast changing. Best practices are available now on the net.
विकास डेवलपमेंट पूरी राजनीति में ये फोकस बन गया है.
BW Businessworld events provide a speaking platform to the voices that matter.
स्मार्ट से ताल्लुक यह है कि हम जो बेसिक एमिनिटीज हैं उसको हम चुस्त दुरुस्त करें.
You don't have to be a technologist. You need to understand how technology influences the world.
Mahatma Gandhi was a great man. He was the leader of the freedom struggle.
We believe that e-governance and IoT will play a very, very important role.
BW Business World is an excellent exhibition platform that helps you showcase your services to the right audience. To be a part of our legacy, write into us at partner@businessworld.in.
So, ladies and gentlemen, that marks the end of the summit, and now we shall begin with the much-awaited award ceremony to celebrate India's top education brands of 2020. I request everybody here to join our online conversation using our hashtag TEB. And you can also watch us live on facebook.com/BW Business World, which is our official Facebook page, BW Business World. Also on our Twitter, which is twitter.com/BW Business World. Also on our website, which is businessworld.in. You can also view live streaming of this event on our bweducation.com website and also BW Education Facebook page. So there are a lot of avenues where you can watch us and engage with us in our online conversation. So go ahead and tell us how you feel, how excited you are. We would love to know from all of you. And do not forget to congratulate and give your best wishes to all the winners tonight. Now, ladies and gentlemen, before we get started, once again, we would like to thank our partners who have made this event possible. Our principal partner, Tourism Finance Corporation of India, our B-School partner, Institute of Public Enterprise, and our virtual event partner, Alman Vertex. BW Education, top education brand, in its third edition, aims to recognize and acknowledge the exemplary achievements and the professional contribution of the education sector. With 140 nominations received and over 60 presented to the jury, we will celebrate the final winners today. Now, before we move ahead with the ceremony, I would like to thank our jury panel who help us finalize the winners by showcasing the audiovisual. Can we have the jury, AV, please? Wow. Now, I'm sure you could gauge from the audiovisual itself that the jury had to, discuss, disseminate, actually analyze all those entry and deliberate on each one of them very, very minutely to come across these winners tonight. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have also with us our esteemed jury member, Dr. S.S. Mantha, former chairman AICTE, who has joined us today. So we'd love to hear a few words from you. Can we have Dr. Mantha? Warm welcome, sir, once again.
Yeah, thank you. Good evening, and to all the participants, the representatives of the edutech companies, schools, colleges, universities, and invited guests to this wonderful event organized by the Businessworld, the Top Education Brands 4th Education Leadership Summit 2020. As a jury member, I had the opportunity of evaluating many of the leaders in education and the edtech companies. I and my fellow jury members can tell you that it was a very enriching experience. Besides understanding the nuances of the working of these edtech companies, schools, colleges, and universities. The methodology was transparent, involved, and based on both qualitative and quantitative aspects. The criteria was there on the screen for all of you to see. And we had 120 nominations, shortlisted 80 of them, and awarded 39 of them under various categories. We all knew that the pandemic, COVID, has disrupted everything. Education has been no exception. Institutions and universities have been pushed to the wall. What with having to reach out to students by the hundreds, thousands maybe, and the faculty who need to handhold left without any training in the new pedagogies required to deliver. Since the COVID has pushed us to adopt online learning in a major way, let's understand what this paradigm is all about. It's necessary since it has brought about a synergy between the universities and the edtech companies that was never seen before, to the extent that people have even begun to wonder if brick and mortar institutions will survive or will metamorphose into something else. Four stories that come to mind for those that did not self-invent themselves in favor of change and disruption. Kodak rejected digital cameras. Yahoo rejected Google. Nokia rejected Android. And Blockbuster rejected Netflix. If history is an indication, the future is here and stares at the brick and mortar educational institutions in the eye. Data Labs by INC 42 Plus analysis reports India is home to over 4,450 edtech startups. Many of these are attracting foreign as well as domestic investors to fund in the last few months. Are these companies redefining the Indian education space? Could they play a significant role post-pandemic? These are the questions that we need answers. A GER of about 25 in the higher education space was disrupted by the pandemic. This number constitutes those who go to colleges. It also meant that almost 75 out of every 100 were fending for themselves with alternatives like online or its poorer cousin, the open and distance learning, to keep the learning pursuits on. While the colleges have shut shop, the pandemic has added the 25 to the remaining 75 to make a perfect 100. A GER of 64 in secondary education and 96 in the primary education also is disrupted with no schools open. 65% of the population demographics is below 30 years of age. Many of these are new learners. With all brick and mortar effectively closed, internet is the only source of education. It will remain so even post-pandemic, having effectively shortened both the development and adoption cycles of online education. No wonder the edtech startups are growing at a rate of 55%. KPMG reports that the market is poised to reach around $2 billion by the next year. Though there are huge challenges in the segment, besides some undeniable benefits like reduced costs, great flexibility, and the ability to train thousands of people all over the globe at the same time. One can even monitor what students are doing, breaking the inertia and passivity of the classroom courses. The challenge that appeared daunting in online education as being too boring and prone to technical glitches is now jazzed up and stays fresh in archives, unlike the lecture that finished in a classroom. Students have come away unhinged from the classrooms meeting the vision of the Prime Minister that says learning driven education, which will certainly inspire the students to search and research their subjects and options. Online education will bring demand for merit-based programs that run contemporary with the industrial demand and a constantly pioneering spirit to the fore rather than the archaic models taught in institutions that prepare only about 40% graduates as being job ready. Businesses require specialized skills and do not expect from the fresh hires a knowledge of the Mendeleev's periodic table. For that, there are technical aids available. Businesses require resources that will be driven by artificial intelligence, machine learning in the times to come. The day is not far for the analogy, the tail wagging the dog to come true. The Indian edtech will be a very hot sector for venture capital investments. Online learning startups, Think and Learn Private Limited raised more than 500 million US dollars, and Unacademy raised 100 million US dollars by June this year, proving that investors will fund
Dr.
early.
Mantha, I'm
Yeah.
sorry to interrupt you here, but we have all our winners waiting right now. And while
Yeah.
you speak, we also have our Chairman and Editor-in-Chief for BW Businessworld and Exchange for Media Group, Dr. Annurag Batra, who would like to come and address our audience as well and to speak to you too. So can we have Dr. Batra on screen, please? A very warm welcome, Dr. Batra.
Thank you, Dr. Mantha. It's good to see you virtually. It's been a while since I met you. But you seem to be getting younger every day, Dr. Mantha. So next time if we do a forum on aging, anti-aging, we'll call you. But it's my honor and privilege to welcome all of you to the third edition of the Top Education Brands. This is a BW Education Initiative. You heard Dr. Mantha. Dr. Mantha, apart from being a known academician, he's the Vice Chancellor of the University. He was the Chairman of AICTE. And to an education audience, we don't have to introduce Dr. Mantha formally. All of you know him. I also want to use this opportunity to thank Shri Anil Sesbuddheji, who's the current Chairman of AICTE and who was the jury chair and who gave a lot of time to finalize the winners. I want to thank all other jury members, Dr. Rajan Saxena, Mr. Nilay Verma, Dr. Poonam Sehgal, and you saw the jury AV. The process was absolutely jury-led. All of you came and presented, and from the universe we selected the winners. When I say we, it is the BW Education, Top Education Brands jury. It is absolutely process-driven. It was we've recorded the process of judging. It is very, very transparent, and that's how we do all our awards. So I don't want to stay between you and the winners, but I can only say that when you're building education brands in the context of digital, I think you have to look at a hybrid model. Technology has to be big, and the educational institutions have to follow what they preach. You have to apply rules of branding, rules of transformation to yourself. So that's what I would say. I look forward to celebrating this year's winners, and I'm sure all our readers look forward to celebrating and reading them in the special issue of BW Education. Back to you, Khyati. I know a lot of winners have already joined and are looking forward to getting recognized. So let's get started.
Absolutely. So I would request Dr. Mantha and Dr. Batra, both of you, to please stay with me on the screen while we kickstart this evening, a celebratory evening where we are going to felicitate and reward and recognize India's top education brands. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's quickly find out who is the first person to join the BW list of India's top education brands. Can we have the AV, please? Big congratulations, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
We would love to hear from you.
Dear Business World and the jury, thank you very much for this award. At a time like this, when it is easy to feel isolated and not an active part of an educational movement, this award is immeasurably valuable for the motivation it gives us in its recognition of our modest achievements. Thank you very much for coming into our world and inspiring us.
Thank you and many congratulations.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Dr. Batra. Thank you,
Congratulations so much, Mr.
and all the rest.
Congratulations to you and
Thank
to
you
your
so much.
institution.
Thank you.
Thank you. Many congratulations, ladies and gentlemen. That was the runner-up in the Innovation for Curriculum for Preschool. Let's find out who the winner is in this category. Let's play the AV. Big congratulations to Sanjivani.
Thank you so much, everyone. Happy evening, dear educators and learners. On behalf of Honorable Director
Manali Amit Kohle ma'am, we are happy, we are fortunate to receive this award. We are genuinely honored to be the one receiving the laurels for Sanjivani Academy, Sanjivani Toddler. Our policy of innovation curriculum is leaving no child, or we do address the diverse learners. Our students teachers ratio is excellent. We do have a cluster teachings. So we believe in creating excitement and learning, keeping in the mind the present and the future to create logical, incentive and innovative minds. We at Sanjivani aim to provide learners with 360-degree learning, where the academic learning is complemented by infrastructure, bringing transformation using head, heart and hand model. We dedicate this award to all our educators, parents, community and to entire Sanjivani family. Thank you. Business W World
Congratulations to
organization
you.
for this opportunity.
Congratulations
Thank you,
to
sir.
Sanjeevani and
Thank you.
congratulations to you, Ms. Sundari, for putting together a very differentiated school. It's very differentiated and clearly because of your differentiation and uniqueness you won. So keep up the good work. All the best.
Thank you for this honor. Have a good day.
Have a good evening to you too. Congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, we are moving forward to our next award category, which is Preschool Franchiser of the Year. We have a winner in this category, so let's take a look on who the winner is. Big congratulations, many congratulations. Love to hear a few words from you.
It's an honor to receive this award on behalf of the team at Eurokids International. Early childhood education is a foundational building block of education and has featured prominently in the new education policy 2020. And at Eurokids International, we've been working hard over the last 18 years to make high quality preschool education accessible to as many children as possible across India. I'd like to thank the jury and Businessworld for selecting Eurokids for this prestigious award. I would also like to thank our 1100 plus Eurokids franchise partners, our teachers who have put in a lot of hard work to ensure uninterrupted learning during the pandemic through online preschooling, and the more than 3 lakh parents and children who have given us their constant support and always rewarded us with their love and their happiness. Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
Thank you and many congratulations.
Clearly you built a brand that parents and students trust, and in getting business partners and franchisees that share your own vision has built your journey. So we salute what you achieved, and as you would have seen from the eminent jury, this is a very jury-led award. very knowledge-led award. So congratulations for winning this, and we are sure that as 2021 comes, you will kind of adapt to the challenges that COVID has already thrown at you and make learning even more immersive for students.
Thank you, Dr. Batra.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank you. Many congratulations to you. Here, I would also like to invite on screen, we have with us Dr. Rajan Saxena, former Vice Chancellor, SVKM's Nursing Monji's Institute of Management Studies, Mumbai. Please join us on screen. He's our esteemed jury member too. Welcome, sir. Very warm welcome. So, now, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving forward to our next category of award, which is Academic Excellence in K-12. So let's take a look at the audiovisual on who the runner-up is and the winner. Let's take a look. So our big congratulations to you. We would love to hear a few words from you. So we can't hear you. We are unable to hear you. But there is some sound. Unable to hear you, sir. Do we have a headphone? If you can put on a headphone, is it possible? Till then, Dr. Saxena, I'd like you to say a few words, please.
Well, congratulations, Harish and your group on this on winning this award. It's been a tough job for all of us in the jury to really look at who's truly the winner, because the competition was really tough, and each one of you have really innovative. Each one of you have done things which are very different, and therefore, I would only say that you are truly you truly deserve this honor, and my heartiest congratulations to you.
Thank you, Dr. Saxena. Dr. Mantha, would you like to congratulate our winner too?
Yeah, most certainly. I mean, like Professor Rajan said, it's been really tough judging the best out of the list. Almost all of them had something to show, and so the winners are probably who stand out. So therefore, good and congratulations to all those winners. Thank you.
So congratulations. Unfortunately, we cannot hear Mr. Harish, so I would request him to re-log in one more time, and maybe we can get him to join us back and say a few words. Till then, we're going to move forward to revealing the name of the next runner-up in this same category, which is Academic Excellence in K-12. Let's take a look at the audiovisual. So our big congratulations. Warm welcome again, Aditya. And congratulations to you. I'd love to hear a few words. I'm sorry, your mic is on mute, Aditya.
Oh, sorry. Thank you very much. My deepest gratitude to the entire jury. You know, we see such awards as a validation of our decades-long vision, execution, and innovation, particularly attention to detail, which is now, of course, being captured by the NEP. We had always created our own academic systems based on our values, which we benchmarked against the best of the world. And this is how we have always strived and been able to create an education experience that allows our students to be global leaders and change makers, but still have those very unique traditional roots. I receive this on behalf of all our stakeholders, faculty, parents, students, alumni, advisors, and of course, all our well-wishers, many of them who are here today, without whose contributions this would have never been possible. Our goal has always been to transform India and the world, and education is the best medium we have found to be able to do that. We are very excited for the years ahead, and we see this as merely the beginning. Thank you once again. We deeply appreciate it.
Many congratulations. Dr. Mantha and Dr. Saxena, would you like to
Congratulations, Aditya. Congratulations. You're doing a great job in your school. Your school is really one that has truly deserved this honor. And the competition was really tough. All of us had a tough job in selecting, but nonetheless, I think what you really showed us was really remarkable. And so therefore, congratulations to you and your entire group itself and your community, the community of scholars and the faculty and the board of governors and everybody.
Yeah, congratulations, Aditya, and hope you'll continue to do well and be there up and be coming back to the awards kind of ceremonies. It's really been a tough job, like Rajan said, but yes, some of you will certainly win, and that's it. Thank you.
So again, congratulations, Aditya. Many congratulations to you and the whole team of KPJ. Many congratulations. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to find out who the winner is in the academic excellence in K-12. Let's find out with this audio visual. Many congratulations, big congratulations to you for taking the winner's trophy for this category. We'd love to hear a few words.
A very good evening to all of you. And first and foremost, I would like to thank, on behalf of our entire school management and all the stakeholders, it's a heartfelt gratitude to the BW Education team and the honorable jury members for selecting us, for considering us, and putting us in the winner category. Awards like these are indeed motivating, especially during these challenging times. This is our 25th year, and this itself is a big celebration for the entire school. Thank you so much, BW Education.
Congratulations, Principal Mishra. You're doing a wonderful job at your school. It was wonderful listening to you, and all the best. I'm sure that the award really gives you an opportunity to further innovate and reach and achieve newer scale and newer heights of excellence.
Thank you so much, sir. It was really a pleasure to see you over here, because I met you during the panel. You were a part of the panel, and it is in my honor that you are here again. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Mishra ji. It was very, during the interactions, hearing to you all on the presentations on your school and so on, it was very, very revealing, and knowing all the good work that you've been doing. And our hope is that you'll continue to do that. And thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Once again.
Thank you.
Thank you, and many congratulations to you and the whole team of the school. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
With that, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving on to our next category of award, where we also have a runner-up and a winner. The category is EdTech Savvy Schools in India. The EdTech Savvy Schools. Let's find out who the runner-up is first. Let's take a look. So our big congratulations, Monica. Many congratulations to you and the whole team. We'd love to hear a few words.
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening, one and all. I'm really humbled. And of course, it's a very, very proud moment as I receive this award on behalf of my organization, in fact, all stakeholders. First of all, I think I would like to thank our transformational leader, Dr. Madhuri Parti. I think it was impossible, especially during this pandemic, to be able to, go through this journey of transformation and achieve this award. Gratitude to the management and, of course, our wonderful team of educators, as it was impossible without their support and their contribution to be here again today. And yes, of course, I would like to thank the jury, the authorities of the forum, for acknowledging our efforts and endorsing the same and, honoring us today. I would like to congratulate my entire team. It is their efforts which have paid off. And just remember, innovation is a continuous process, and this is just a beginning. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. Congratulations, Principal Randhawa.
Thank you. Thank you.
Congratulations, Randhawaji. And the kind of innovation you've been doing, you're right in saying that the team must be congratulated as well.
Yes.
And all these things happen only because of team effort. Congratulations once again.
Thank you. Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Many congratulations one more time to you. Ladies and gentlemen, that was the runner-up for EdTech Savvy Schools in India, Aravali International School. Now let's find out who the winner is in this category. Let's look at the audio visual. So our big congratulations to Universal Educational Group. We have with us the director, Mr. Harish Luharuka. And we're really hoping to hear from you. This is your second award, sir.
Yeah. So thank you. Thank you so much. I hope now I am loud and clear.
Absolutely.
So thank you, BW Education and members of the jury. Thank you for this recognition. Universal education has always been at the forefront when it came to integrating technology into education. In fact, when the pandemic struck the world, our schools were the first to seamlessly transit into virtual learning mode, thanks to the vision of our chairman, Mr. Jesus Lal. So this award inspires us to reaffirm our commitment to establish EdTech savvy schools not only across India but abroad. Thank you so much. Thank you, BW Education. Thank you for this.
Congratulations, Harish. You're doing some great job and a great work in school education. Continue to do the same. Please compliment your owners, Mr. Jesus Lal, for doing some remarkable work. And once again, our heartiest congratulations.
Thank you,
Congratulations.
Dr.
Congratulations, Harish, and keep up the good work. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mantha. Thank you so much.
Our big congratulations to you. Thank you so much. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we're quickly moving forward to our next category, which is emerging schools in India. We here as well have a runner-up and a winner. Let's first find out who the runner-up is in this category. Let's take a look. Our big congratulations. We have the principal.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Love to hear.
Good evening. Thank you so much, Khyati. Good evening, Dr. Saxena. Good evening, Dr. Mantha and everybody else. On behalf of Ebenezer International School, Nashik, we would sincerely like to thank Businessworld Education for bestowing us with this prestigious award of emerging schools in India. It is due to the foresight and vision of our visionaries, Jesus sir and Pinky ma'am, our mentors with Harish sir at the helm, the efforts of our entire team, and the trust and love of our parents and students. School has carved a niche for itself in such a short span of time, and especially during this pandemic.
I'm sorry, we are losing your audio, Lena.
Okay, can you hear me now, ma'am?
Yes, yes, we can.
Yes. So I was just saying that it is
Again, lost your audio, unfortunately.
That the school has carved a niche for itself, and this motivation in the form of this award surely motivate the school and take the school to greater heights in times to come. Thank you so much for bestowing us with this award. Thank you.
Congratulations, Lena. Congratulations, Principal Lena. And Nasik had a great potential, and you all have a great opportunity to do some great work. Continue to rise above, and I'm sure that next year we are going to see you as truly as the best school in India.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for your good wishes.
Emerging
Thank you, sir.
Congratulations, Meena ji. And while I still remember, while interacting, you had some amazing, clarity of thoughts and innovation that you're carrying out in your school. And congratulations once again.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, sir.
So congratulations, Mrs. Lena Karkare, to you and to the entire team at the school. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
With that, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving forward to announcing the winner of Emerging Schools in India category. Let's quickly take a look at the audio visual. So our heartiest congratulations once again, Mr.
Thank you
Joseph.
so much. Thank you, Dr. Saxena. Thank you, Dr. Mantha, and the jury. And thank you very much for this award. We are only in our third year of operation, and though we work hard at what we do, it is still extremely gratifying and humbling to achieve this. The award is a tribute to our founders, the Gera family, and to teachers all over, who by and large are silent heroes in the progress of a nation. But the award not only tells about us, but also about your magnanimity and your vision in promoting the work of schools. Thank you very, very much.
Congratulations, Principal Joseph. As I was listening to you, I was simply transported to my school days, and I felt that, well, you are really one who's driving a great kind of a transformation in school education, and we truly need leaders like you and your school to bring about this kind of a reformative change in school education, which today, unfortunately, has got caught into a very different kind of a trap that we say. It is more of a money trap.
You're kind and generous.
Congratulations. So congratulations to you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Principal Joseph.
Thank you,
and you are
Dr.
actually you're certainly doing good in what you are doing, and hope that will continue. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Bye.
So the entire team congratulates you and the whole team of the school. Moving forward, ladies and gentlemen, to our next category, which is the Innovative School in India. We have the winner in this category, and we're going to announce that through this audio visual. Let's take a look. So our big congratulations to Sanjivani from Vega Schools. Many, many congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Mantha, Dr. Saxena, Dr. Annurag, Batra. We thank all the respected jury members for conferring such a prestigious honor from Businessworld. It is really because of the collective will of the wonderful Vega Schools team that in such a short period of time, we are on a journey to create the most innovative schools in India and hopefully in the world. Our goal is to transform education completely. The pandemic already has followed by global warming and the loss of future jobs because of technology, all these disruptions that are to come in the future The world has really never known or seen such big challenges, and therefore it is now, the time has come now to reimagine and reinvent education. I humbly thank Businessworld for acknowledging all our efforts.
Big congratulations. Yes, sir. Dr. Mantha.
Yeah, congratulations, Sandy Hooda, for all the good work that you've been doing. These recognitions will keep coming your way, but that should only make you do much more in terms of quality, in terms of innovation, and so on. I hope you will continue to do that. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Yes, and congratulations, Sandy, and as very rightly said by Dr. Mantha, I think it should continue. This such kind of awards should continue to keep coming to you. Innovation is not one-time exercise. You need to really develop a whole lot of a pipeline of innovations. I think it is the development of this pipeline that is important, rather than just one-time kind of innovation. Because that's when, truly speaking, that kind of I would say, the critical mass gets developed. And above all, it is important to develop that kind of an ecosystem within the school, which will encourage you to continue to remain innovative. So congratulations once again, Sandy.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
So big congratulations to you and the whole team of Vega Schools. Ladies and gentlemen, we are quickly moving forward to our next category, which is School of the Year. In this category, we have a runner-up and a winner. So we're going to showcase first the runner-up name right here with this audiovisual. Let's take a look. So School of the Year runner-up is Thai International School, and we have with us Dr. Vijay. I would love to hear a few words from you, sir.
Namaskar. I speak from the temple city of Bhubaneswar. With a deep sense of humility, I take this opportunity to thank BW Education for bestowing this honor for being School of the Year for 2020. I dedicate this award to our seniors, parents, and especially our team of faculty and staff and all our well-wishers. In spite of this pandemic, our school remained open while only the buildings were closed. We are an institution of human transformation. Thank you, jury, for recognizing us in spite of not being from a metro, still getting the School of the Year award. This represents that education do not have boundaries. I also like to thank BW Education for recognizing and honoring all those who contribute to the nation and building a better India through education. Thank you.
Congratulations, Dr. Sal, for winning this award. Congratulations. You are truly speaking in the area of nation building. You are in a state and in a city where, truly speaking, some good schools and good education is needed. And you have a very important role to play in that kind of a region. So congratulations.
Congratulations, Vijay Kumar Sahu.
Thank you.
And we believe excellence must be rewarded, whether it's from a metro or whether it's from a smaller place. And we just look at the best practices, and therefore you are there in that group. So we hope you will continue doing that and probably look for excelling even better in times to come. Congratulations.
Thank you. We look forward to visionaries like you. Thank you.
Thank you and congratulations once again, Dr. Sahu. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we are going to announce the winner, or rather the School of the Year. Let's find out which school is the School of the Year. Let's take a look. So School of the Year, Sanskrit School. Many congratulations. We'd love to hear a few words from you.
Good evening, everyone. There's a gender change over here. Please note, I'm not Ankit Goyal, I'm Rupa Chakravarty. But having said that, on a lighter note, my heartfelt gratitude to Businessworld and to Dr. Batra for deeming it, appropriate to bring forth our school on this platform. Our school motto is Sadaiv Agrani, and I think Mr. Lakshminarayan Goyal, who is our managing trustee, and Mr. Ankit Goyal, who is our chairman, has a mindset of advancing with the right attitude of ensuring that there are able and noble pupils. It is really very humbling and a bit nervous to be talking over here in this platform with stalwarts like you, Dr. Rajan and Dr. Mantha. But having said that, I would feel it my duty if I didn't acknowledge the family of Sun City School, who have, through their constant dedication, since we are almost all of us are the founders of this school who have worked there since the beginning, this mindset of excellence that they have been able to put into the school, which has brought us this laurel today. And it would be remiss if I don't mention our children, the children of the school. They have reached such heights that today they are able to meet through their performances the likes of Prince Charles, Satya Nadella, and so I think my children are who truly deserve this, along with the family of teachers. Thank you, Lakshmiji. Thank you, Ankit, for this opportunity, and thank you for deeming it that we should get the award. Thank you once again.
Congratulations.
Yes, Dr. Saxena.
Congratulations, Principal Rupa Chakravarty, Director, I would say. Congratulations. You really bowled us on when you were making a presentation. And we were really we got up from our seat. At least I got up from my seat, trying to understand so much of a wonderful thing can happen at the school education in terms of developing the instructional material, for example, of the kind that we talk about it in the higher education. We talk about multidisciplinarity, but you were talking about it right in your school itself. And that, I think, is really wonderful. That is truly speaking the development of the holistic child, holistic development, as we really say. And it was this kind of a perspective that you really left behind on the holistic development that kept on resonating in my mind and in the jury's mind. And I must say, you truly deserved this award, hands down. And I certainly hope that you will continue to do such kind of a great work, show the way to many of the well-known as already established schools in this country that have been, I would say, the aspirational schools for many of us as when we were parenting our children and when our children were growing up. But I'm confident that the new age parents will truly find you as the aspirational school in the country. Congratulations.
What motivating words. This will keep me going, I'm sure. Thank you. So will it for Mr. Ankit Goyal, and Lakshmi ji, of course, is a stalwart. Everybody knows him as the Vice Chairman of SA Group. Thank you.
Yeah, congratulations, Chakravarty ji. The kind of innovations you've been implementing within a school are really worth noting and worth emulating maybe by the other schools. So probably it's also a good idea if you could come out with some kind of best practices kind of document which could help the rest of the people. I hope you will continue to do the good work. You are proud of your alumni, and you should be. And congratulations once again. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Very, very motivating. Thank you.
So congratulations, not just to you, but to the whole school. It is the school of the year. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to first thank Dr. Rajan Saxena for joining us here on screen. Thank you for coming forward and doing the honors, sir. And I would here like to invite Dr. Pankaj Mittal, Secretary General, Association of Indian Universities, to join us on screen to do the honors for the next few awards. A very warm welcome to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
With that, we're moving forward to our next category of award, which is K-12 Education Group of the Year. And here as well, we have a runner-up and a winner. So let's first find out the K-12 Education Group of the Year runner-up. Let's take a look. So big congratulations. We'd love to hear a few words from you.
Hello.
We can hear you.
Extreme privilege to be honored with this award. Thank you. Thank you to all the panelists.
Mr. Menon, would you like to say a few words too?
Yeah, thank you so much, Businessworld Education and the jury. We are truly humbled. Building and maintaining a brand that too in the K-12 education space is not easy. It's not really like other sectors where billboards and other forms of advertising leads to mindshare recall. Here, actually, it's only word of mouth. And we all know that word of mouth is directly linked to the quality of delivery and learning outcomes of our children. And quality of delivery, be it academics or operations or any other school-related service, is one aspect that we are obsessed about. And this has been a mandate straight from the office of our founder chairman, Mr. Kerawala. And this has seeped down to every employee in the group. And it's a clear mandate that quality cannot get compromised just because we build scale. So we hope to continue to progress in this area. And recognitions like these are a positive shot in the arm to help us strive further in our journey. Before I end, a big shout out to our academic team led by our Vice Chair, Ms. Kavita Sahai, and the entire team of Group Ampersand and VIBGYOR. And of course, the most precious brand ambassadors of ours, the 60,000 children who study in our schools. Thank you again.
Congratulations. Dr. S.S. Mantha is here, our esteemed jury member. Sir, would you like to say a few words?
Yeah, congratulations on both of you and for some of the amazing work that you've been doing. And while interacting, we also have realized that there is so much of innovation that keeps happening. Congratulations, and hope you keep up that good work for the future as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Mittal, would you like to say a few words too?
Many congratulations to VIBGYOR school. We are sure you will be marching much ahead in future also, and keep doing the good work you have been doing, and much better, or rather you would be the best school in the future. Thank you very much.
Wonderful. With that, we congratulate you one more time. Many congratulations to VIBGYOR group of schools. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving forward to announcing the winner in this category, which is K-12 Education Group of the Year. So let's find out who the winner is with this audiovisual. So our big congratulations. We'd love to hear
Thank you.
words.
Thank you. Good evening to Dr. Mantha, good evening to Dr. Pankaj Mittal. It is indeed motivating for us and really humbling to be recipient of this award. Big thanks to all our students and the parents who have reposed faith in us year on year to help us grow to what we are today. A special mention, a big thanks to the members of the jury and also to Businessworld for conferring us with this award. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Dr. Mantha?
Congratulations, Shuklaji. And
Thank you.
The kind of, the ability to keep the wheels moving during the difficult times calls for a lot of innovation reaching out to the children and things like that, and which you've been doing. Awards will keep happening, but I hope in future you'll continue to keep the good work going. And whether awards happen or they do not happen. But for the present, congratulations on this award. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, and many congratulations to you. Dr. Mittal, you're saying some words, few words on
Many congratulations to Jaipuria School. Since beginning, it was very much evident that Jaipuria will emerge as the winner, and you rightly emerged as the winner. So many congratulations, and keep doing the good work. Thank you.
Thank you for the kind words, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, and congratulations to the whole team out there as well. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving forward to our next category of award, which is the leading residential schools in India. We have a runner-up and a winner. So let's first find out who the runner-up is for leading residential schools in India. Let's take a look. So our big applause.
Good evening, everyone.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much. On behalf of the Ebenezer family, EISP, I would like to thank everybody out here who have chosen us for the award. And we really are grateful from the bottom of our heart. We are really grateful to Education World for, BW Education for this award, and the esteemed jury members for selecting us. Our school has been performing very well in the residential arena, especially where children coming from different parts of the world. And when they come, they are very naive, they are very innocent, they hardly know anything, and this is a very, very major job for us as residential school to act as their parents. Act as their parents, and the whole dorm faculty, the faculty members which we have, the teachers we have, they all work together and nurture their talent and bring them to their optimum potential. And when they leave the school, they come out as global citizens of the world. And this is what we are very proud of. And thank you so much for recognizing for our work. We really are humbled for this award. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Bakshi. And the residential schools have a very special place in the committee of schools. And the kind of work that you've been doing is noteworthy, it's good. And we have personally got several insights into the way the residential schools function and how they have been functioning during the COVID times. So congratulations again for all the good work that you've been doing.
Many congratulations, Bakshi ji. When you are making the presentation, the type of diversity you have in your school and the labor which your teachers and the staff are putting in to make for holistic development of the students, that was amazing. So keep doing good work. Many congratulations to you.
Kathy, you are muted.
Sorry, technology does that to us sometimes, but thank you, sir. Thank you for noting that. And ladies and gentlemen, once again, a big congratulations to Ebenezer International School, Bangalore, the runner-up of leading residential schools in India. With that, we're moving to announce the winner in this category. So quickly, let's take a look at who the winner is. So our big congratulations for Sai International Residential School, the winner of leading residential schools in India. We have with us Dr. Vijay Kumar Sahu one more time, the second award tonight. Sir, how do you feel?
Again, namaskar and greetings once again from the temple city of Bhubaneswar. It's it's really very very what I can say express a fortunate moment and a day for us that we are receiving 2 hours. It's my honor and privilege to receive the leading residential school of India award from BW Education for the year 2020. Our team has been working relentlessly over the last 3 years to make our children feel a home away from home, as the residential schools are really unique because we get time to groom the body, mind, and soul, as the jury member said, holistic education. Residential schools, bring a bigger transformation to the children, be it be in the government sector like the Navadayas or the Ekalavyas, or in private schools, private sector like us. Our team gets encouraged by the decision of the esteemed jury members to have selected us and given us this honor. I dedicate this honor to our seniors, parents, and especially our team of dedicated staff and faculty and all our well-wishers. Thank you again, BW Education and our jury members, for constantly encouraging us, and we promise that we will work hard relentlessly to build a better India through education, because we feel it's only education which can make India develop. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations. I'd also here like to invite Dr. Batra once again on the screen. Can we have Dr. Batra, please, on the screen? And I would like to firstly give a big thank you, our gratitude to Dr. S. Mantha. He spent a lot of time with the jury and here also on the event. So firstly, thank you. And sir, would you like to say a few words? Dr. Mantha.
Yeah, I mean, the journey for selecting the best of the entries has been very, very enriching from our perspective. We have looked at the nominations, their achievements, and the kind of innovation some of the schools had been doing, some of the institutions have been undertaking. It has been just amazing. I mean, the kind of work people are doing is something that needs to be acknowledged. And this is a medium by which Businessworld and Annurag, who is a dear friend, have been doing for quite some time. And I hope in future they will certainly keep up the activity. And I believe the in future years, more participation will be there, and more institutions, and even from the smaller cities would participate, and probably the whole exercise will be better off in terms of quality and so on. So congratulations to all the participants, the winners, and so on. As far as the residential school is concerned, they have very unique concerns and very unique challenges, and they have been doing some great innovations in addressing them. Congratulations, Vijay Kumar Sahu.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Dr. Mittal, would you also like to congratulate in a few words, please?
I must congratulate Mr. Vijay Kumarji, and also congratulate you for stealing the show. We do understand that residential schools are much larger responsibility, because there the teachers have to work not only as teachers but also as mentors, guides, parents, guardians of the students, and the type of value education which you are imparting to the students, that is really good and appreciable. So many congratulations, and keep doing the good work. Thank you.
Thank you. Your words of encouragement will always make us to do better work in future.
Once again, a big congratulations to you, Dr. Sahu, and the whole team of the school.
Thank you. Thank you.
With that, we're moving forward to our next category, ladies and gentlemen, which is the leading universities in India. Now, who is the runner-up of leading universities in India? We're going to find out with this audiovisual. Let's take a look. Our heartiest congratulations to you. A very warm welcome. We'd love to hear a few words from you, Mr. Rao.
Inviting us to
You are
this award. It is our honor and privilege to be part of this competition, and I am quite grateful to the jury for selecting us as one of the leading universities in the country. ICFI Foundation for Higher Education is quite humbled and grateful for this recognition, and our efforts will only get doubled in our pursuit of excellence and our commitment towards innovation, technology, and entrepreneurial spirit. This award we will take home on behalf of our students who are relentlessly working to make the Indian competitive. We will take home this award as a testimony to the service rendered by all our faculty members beyond the call of the duty sometimes, and most of the times standing by the students. And we also take home this award on behalf of all the staff and the management who are every day living the visionary principles founded by our founder, late N.J. Yashasvi. On the whole, I would like to thank the business world and the esteemed jury for granting us this recognition. Thank you very much.
Congratulations to you, Sudhakar Garu. Good to see you after a long time. And Dr. Mantha, you're right. Hopefully next year we'll have participation from smaller towns and cities. As an initiative becomes a little, older, and as more and more institutions like ICFI start to kind of flaunt it, I think it inspires other institutions to participate. So I have no doubt that next year the entries will be at least 2 times, if not 3 times, and some of those will come from smaller cities. And we are grateful to you for your time, and congratulations to you, Mr. Rao.
Thank you very much, Mr. Batra.
Congratulations.
So, Dr. Mantha and Dr. Pankaj Mittal, thank you very much. I am really honored to have received this award on behalf of
It's a good year for you, Mr. Rao. The ICFI Business School, the flagship program, has been ranked in top 20 by Businessworld, and hopefully 2021 will be a good year. You got an accreditation which is sought all across the world. Your industry interaction continues to be strongest, and of course the case study methodology, which is a differentiator in terms of creating Indian case studies and encouraging the faculty to focus a lot on case study, helps.
And also convey our congratulations to Dr. Mahendra Reddy. He's a real hard taskmaster and a very, very committed person. So convey our congratulations to him also, and many, many congratulations for being the runner-up.
Yes, ma'am. We'll convey your words of appreciation to our Vice Chancellor, Dr. Mahendra Reddy, and also other team members out here in Hyderabad. Thank you very much once again to all of you.
Thank you. Many congratulations to you. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving forward to announcing and revealing the name of the leading university in India winner. Let's take a look at this audio visual. The leading university in India, Hindustan Institute of Technology and Science.
Thank you.
Congratulations to you, Doctor. Love to hear a few words from you.
On behalf of the Hindustan University Management, I would like to profusely thank the jury members for having considered us. And I think it is all the hard work that has been initiated by our founder, late Dr. K Srikanth, and the management, the faculty members, the students and the entire family of HITS is elated on receiving this award from a very prestigious setup that we have in the business world. And this is something that would give us the boost and the energy that would enable us to take leaps and bounds in terms of providing quality education, not only in engineering, but also in other areas of arts and science. And once again, on behalf of the Hindustan family, let me record my admiration and thanks and gratitude to the jury members. Thanks once again.
Congratulations, Alexander. And,
thank you. Thank you.
Keep up the good work that you're doing during these difficult times that we have. And you are certainly right. You're absolutely right when you say that the credit actually goes to the students, the faculty, and so on, who've been handholding in these difficult times and so on. And as far as the innovation that you're doing, keep that going. Thank you.
Okay.
Congratulations.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
So many congratulations. Of course, the credit goes to the students and the teachers, but the leadership matters a lot. So a good leadership has been provided to the institution. So many congratulations and keep doing the good work.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Big congratulations to you and the whole team out there. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we're quickly moving forward to our next category of award, which is the Institutions with Quality Industry Academia Interface. And here we have just the winner. So wait for it. Keep your fingers crossed if you put in your entry, because the winner is coming up right here with this audiovisual. So big congratulations to Symbiosis Institute of Operations Management. We have with us Dr. Vandana Sane. Very, very warm welcome to you. We'd love to hear a few words.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Khyati, and very good evening, Dr. Mittal, Dr. Mantha. Thank you to BW World for education for bestowing this award and having this campaign. And very, very importantly, I want to thank the jury for having spent so much time in, assessing all these institutions and giving this like a morale booster to many of us. Of course, this award goes to all my students, alumni, faculty, the staff, and very importantly, the industry associates, that have been really instrumental in allowing us to get this award of Best Industry Interface. But as we say at Symbiosis, and Symbiosis is not new to Dr. Mittal and Dr. Mantha also, as we say at Symbiosis, good enough is not good enough, So we need to improve again and again. And being from operations management, I feel continuous improvement is a great thing for all of us, a great motivator. So thank you so much. And I'm so glad to be there and receiving the awards from great personalities like Mr. Mantha and Dr. Mittal. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Dr. Vandana. And we are certainly aware of some of the work that you've been doing in Symbiosis and so on. It's very necessary that institutions these days have a connect with the industry. And you've been doing that fairly well. And there is an element of quality that certainly comes in because of that connect that you have with the industry. And that's where a small, there are several other factors, as we all know, but this is an important factor. And congratulations once again.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Congratulations, Mandana. You have been doing great. And Symbiosis in any case is marching ahead under the leadership of Dr. Majumdar. So you ought to do it, but
thank you so much.
So once again, many congratulations to you, Dr. Vandana, and to the whole team out there of Symbiosis Institute of Operations Management. With that, moving forward to our next category of award, which is Emerging Higher Education Institutes in India. First, let's look at who the runner-up is in this category. Let's play the audio visual. So our big congratulations to Sanjivani College of Engineering. We couldn't have the principal, Dr. DN, here, but if they join us shortly, we will have them on screen. But do not forget to send in your best wishes and congratulatory messages to them. And with that, we're moving forward to the emerging higher education institutions in India winner. Let's take a look at this audiovisual. Emerging higher education.
Good afternoon.
The winner, Himalayan University, we have Professor H.S. Sharma. Congratulations, sir. Yes, hear a few words from you.
Thank you very, very much. Thank you very much. Well, there is nothing much to say. I think thank you all very much. Beyond that, education is the greatest need of the nation, and it is the builder of the youth, builder of the nation, builder of the mind. And I think you are doing a great job and great service. I thank you for all that good things you are doing. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Sharma ji.
Manta Thakur, namaskar.
Namaskar, namaskar.
Congratulations, Professor Sharma and the Himalayan University for the award. Many, many congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, so many congratulations to Himalayan University. And moving forward, ladies and gentlemen, to our next award, which is Excellence and Innovation in Engineering. Let's take a look at who the winner, or rather no, who the runner-up is in this category. Let's take a look at the audiovisual. So our runner-up in Excellence and Innovation in Engineering, once again, Hindustan Institute of Technology and Science. We have Dr. Alexander, who is here with us. We'd love to hear a few words one more time.
I mean, I think it is such a privilege to win 2 awards, one the winner and the runner, to have a taste of both. And once again, record my appreciation to the business world for having chosen us. Of the many entries, I think we are fortunate by God's grace to have this place. And I'm sure with the boost and the boon and the encouragement that you are giving, we would certainly climb up to greater heights and contribute much to the development of engineering education in the country and in the world. Thank you and namaskar.
Congratulations. Do you remember a few words?
Yes. Congratulations once again, and also convey our congratulations to Dr. Isaac.
Yeah, definitely, definitely.
Yeah, congratulations, Professor.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
One more time, big congratulations to you and the whole team out there. And we're moving forward, ladies and gentlemen, to announcing the winner in Excellence and Innovation in Engineering category. Let's take a look at who the winner is. And the winner is, of course, ITS Engineering College. If we have Dr. Vikas Singh, the Executive Director, then we'd love to have him on screen. I think he'll join us shortly, but do not forget to give out your best wishes to the winners. Like I've been saying, we are also active on our online conversation through Twitter using our hashtag TEB or BWTEB Awards 2020. Go ahead and give your best wishes to the winners. And thank you, jury members, for staying with us. We have a few more awards. We'd love for you to stay with us for just a few more minutes. Thank you. And we have Dr. Vikas Singh, who's joined us as well. Congratulations. Many congratulations, sir. We'd love to hear a few words from you, Mr. Singh.
I'm sorry, I missed out, ma'am.
The award that the college has won is Excellence and Innovation in Engineering. The winner college is ITS Engineering College. So big congratulations. Yes, our applause for you. We'd love to hear a
Thank
few
you so
words.
much, ma'am. Thank you so much, and I'm so happy to see Mantha sir here, and it's a big pleasure. And thanks to Dr. Mittal, I can see her there. It's a pleasure for ITS Engineering College to be receiving this award, and we have been uh, trying to do our best in this direction. We are having two innovation centers, one by DST, one by Newgen IEDC, and I'm so glad that the entire team, has been recognized. The efforts put in by my entire innovation cell has been recognized by Business World, and I'm so thankful to all the jury members to bestowing this award on ITS Engineering College. I'm so glad and so thankful to the entire jury and the Business World team. Thank you so very much. It's a pleasure on behalf of ITS Engineering College to be receiving this award.
Congratulations. Dr. Mantha, would you like to say a few words?
Yeah, congratulations, Dr. Singh. And we hope to see many more good things coming out from the institution, and the kind of innovation that you've been doing, the presentations that you made. It's very good, and certainly must be recognized. And that it has been recognized by Business World is something that you should cherish. Thank you so much. Congratulations.
Absolutely. Thank you so very much, sir. Thank you so very much.
Dr. Mittal,
Many,
would you
many
like to say?
congratulations, Vikasji. And thanks to ITS Engineering College. You are really doing good work and keep doing the good work. Many, many congratulations.
Thank you so very much. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so very much. It's a pleasure. It's a big pleasure for us.
A big congratulations to you and the whole team of yours. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving forward to our next category, where we have category is Excellence and Innovation in Management. Let's look at first the runner-up in this category. The runner-up in the category is Management Development Institute, Murshidabad, and we have with us Professor Atmanand, who's here with us. Many congratulations, sir. We'd love to hear a few words from you.
Yeah, I'm pleased and honored to accept this award. On behalf of the entire MDIM fraternity, I thank all the jury members who have really made us proud by bestowing this prestige. I extend my heartfelt thanks to the organizers of Business World Top Education Brands and the leadership for such an initiative. I also thank all the stakeholders of MDI Murshidabad whose dedication and excellence has earned this honor for our institute. MDIM is an abode where the young minds associate themselves with great minds, leaders and achievers. Thank you once again.
Congratulations, Professor Atmanand,
Thank
for
you.
the award and for all the good work that you've been doing. And we hope that the good work will continue, and maybe you'll come back in the next year as well. Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
So, many, many congratulations, Atmanandji. The jury was really impressed with your presentation, the type of internationalization projects you are doing, and it was a really excellent presentation. So, many, many congratulations and keep doing the good work.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
So big congratulations to you and the whole team. Moving forward, ladies and gentlemen, announcing the winner of Excellence and Innovation in Management category. Let's quickly take a look. Can we play the AV, please? And the winner of the category is National Institute of Industrial Engineering. And we were supposed to have Professor Tijay Gupta here with us, but I guess, oh, there it is. We have her here. Very warm welcome, Professor Gupta, and many congratulations to you firstly. We'd love to hear a few words. there is a
Yes.
dealer inside.
Thank you very much, Khyati. Thank you, Dr. Mantha. Thank you, Dr. Mittal. On behalf of the director, Dr. Manoj Kumar Tiwari of NITI Mumbai, I feel really humbled, privileged, and honored to receive this award. This is a true recognition from the business world for the sincere efforts of NITI in providing and using innovative methods in imparting knowledge in management over 50 years. I received this award on behalf of our faculty members and many more, all the stakeholders. This recognition will surely inspire us in achieving newer achievements and greater heights in future. I'm really thankful to Business World for bestowing this award to NITI, and surely it will go and inspire us in future.
Thank you, Gupta ji. Congratulations, Professor Gupta ji. And
Thank you very much.
We all know NITI for a long time, and we are also aware of the good work that you've been doing. And awards will always be there because someone will recognize the good work that has been done. And please convey our good wishes and congratulations to Tiwari ji, and keep the good work. Thank you.
Congratulations, Vijaya ji.
Thank you.
That if you want more positions, hire more women managers. So maybe it is the good work of women which is taking you to the top. So very congratulations. Keep doing the good work.
Once again, our heartiest congratulations
Thank you
to
very
you
much.
and the whole team. Ladies and gentlemen, excellence and innovation in management. This category also has a jury special mention award. We'd like to showcase the winner of special mention award. Let's take a look at this audio visual. The jury special mention award goes to Indian Business Academy, Bangalore. We have with us Dr. Manish Jain. Many congratulations, sir. We'd love to hear a few words from you.
Good evening, Mantha sir. Good evening, Mittal ma'am. My regards to Saxena sir. Hello, Kavya. Hello, Khyati. We are very thankful to the jury members and Business World for accepting our nomination in the first place. It's very important that nomination is accepted. That itself means that we are doing some credible work, which is being appreciated by the fraternity. This is our 21st year of operation, and we are still trying hard to every year do something new and instill the work skills in our students, so that they become employable. And I'm very happy to share that we are able to place almost all our students. And despite of the pandemic, we are witnessing very good placement season. This is also testimonial that corporate and industry is believing in us and are picking students as usual during the pandemic. Finally, on behalf of Academic Advisory Board, Dean Dr. Subhash Sharma, Program Director Dr. Subhendu Dey, faculty, staff colleagues, alumni, and current students, I would like to accept the award, and very thankful to the jury and Business World for recognizing our work and contribution. We also assure that we will keep on working hard for the benefit of students and taking management education ahead. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Dr. Jain, and for the kind of work that you've been doing. And it's always necessary to excel, especially in the business sector of education. And
Yes,
you can always keep targets which you have to excel all the time. and keep revising those targets. So
Thank you, sir.
congratulations once again. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
So congratulations, Manish ji. The special mention award means that you are special. And with this 100% placement in the pandemic year, it really makes you special. Much appreciated.
Thank
Many
you.
congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Once again, big congratulations to you and the whole team of Indian Business Academy Bangalore. Many
It's
congratulations.
Indus Business Academy.
I'm so sorry.
It was Indian before, and it was Indian before, and after the Emblem Act, we had to change our name to Indus Business Academy.
Brilliant.
So
So I'm
both are
gonna
applicable. Yeah.
But many congratulations to you and the team.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
With that, ladies and gentlemen, we're moving forward to our next category of award, really exciting award, one of the awards that I am looking forward to, which is Game-Based Learning Company of the Year. I mean, who does not like that, right? So we have a clear winner in this category, and let's quickly take a look at who is the winner in the Game-Based Learning Company of the Year. Let's take a look. And we have the winner, Henry Harwin Education. We have Kunal Gupta here with us. Many congratulations to you, firstly. We'd love to hear a few words.
Thank you so much, Kava. Very good evening, Mantha sir. Very good evening, Madam Mittal. So first of all, I would want to thank the jury members for identifying that potential in us and also awarding us for a category which we have been quite fond of right from the very beginning. So we have devised this very unique pedagogy called GCAO, goal-centric action-oriented pedagogy, which focuses on game-based learning. And we have been practicing it for the past 7 years and have seen the results of this unique pedagogy through our corporate trainings, which we have been conducting through more than 900 plus corporates to whom we have delivered this training to, and top-notch IITs and IIMs. We are training partners to IIMs and IITs, including Ahmedabad, Bangalore, Calcutta. And we have been quite amazed to see the kind of results we have been able to get through our unique teaching pedagogy, which inculcates game-based learning, because gamification somewhat really helps in enhancing the student learning. And that's what our main focus has been. And that's how we have been catering to the Indian and the US market equally through our unique programs. So I'm really thankful to the jury members and everyone for identifying this potential in us. And I would want to really dedicate this award to our team who has been working day and night to make it a success. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Dr. Mantha?
Yeah, congratulations, Kunal Gupta. Your work is amazing. I mean, the future of education, probably as long as it remains online and so on, asynchronous mode of learning, gaming will always gain a lot of importance, because personalized learning is something that we'll see has a great future. The immersive learning, the personalized learning, and so on, and the gaming concepts is something that will grow many fold. And the innovation in that sector of the education is always welcome. Congratulations on your winning the award.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you so very much, sir.
Dr. Mittal?
Congratulations, Kunalji, for winning this award, and you're doing great work for the millennials and the new generation, because they'll be learning this way only. So many congratulations, and keep doing the good work.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
So once again, our big congratulations to you, Mr. Gupta, and to the whole team of Henry Harwin Education.
Thank you so much, Khyati. Thank you very much.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, with that, we're moving forward to our next category of award, which is Innovative Technology Solutions for School Providers. Here we have a runner-up and a winner. Let's first look at who the runner-up is in this category. Is Pre-Smart has been our runner-up. We have Mr. Deepak, the Managing Director here. A very warm welcome and congratulations to you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you to the Businessworld team and the jury for awarding Pre-Smart this prestigious award. And this is the validation of the decade of innovation in the educational tools and the product we created for the schools and the ecosystem. I would like to dedicate this award to my two mentors, Mr. Tijay Gupta and Mr. Manhar. We are very positive for the future where the education will be supported by our technology and make the world a better place. Thank you all for supporting and acknowledging it. Thank you very much.
Congratulations, Rupaji. And the kind of innovation, I mean, during the presentation, we were certainly very, very impressed on the kind of innovative work that you've been doing. And you certainly deserve the award. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Many congratulations to PrimeSat. And the technology is the in thing today, especially the COVID has taught that without technology, we can't be doing anything. So the type of innovations you are doing in technological services being provided to the school education, that is amazing. So many congratulations and keep doing good things.
Thank you. Thank you, team.
Thank you so much and congratulations once again. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving forward to revealing the name of the winner of Innovative Technology Solutions for School Providers. Let's quickly take a look at this AV. Winner is Flip Learn Education, Flip Learn Edge. We have with us Ms. Divya Lal. I think she'll join us on the screen. While I also would like to invite Dr. Annurag Batra to join us on the screen and congratulate the winner here. Firstly, many congratulations,
Congratulations, Divya.
Thank you, Kathy. Thank you, Dr. Batra, Dr. Mantha, Dr. Mittal. It's an absolute honor for me and everyone at FlipLearn who's worked non-stop over the last 8-9 months, irrespective of any day, to ensure the schools that are associated with us continue their journey. It's such a big validation for all our work and very inspiring and motivating for each one of us. Thank you so much.
Dr. Mittal, would you like? Yes, Dr.
Divya and Flip, I mean, we always keep on advocating the Flip Learning technology, and your name itself is Flip Learn. So many congratulations. I'm sure you will be doing many more good things in future.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Divya. And it's always challenging to provide technology-based solutions for school education. And that's something that you've been doing very successfully. And congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Dr. Batra, would you like to say a few words?
Just congratulate Divya. We know her business, and it's no wonder that they've won this. I was talking to her in a different context on a show, and she said they've grown by 300%. So clearly, there is a sync between performance and the award. So adoption means that Flip Learn is getting something right. Adoption in this tough market doesn't happen. And again, there is a plethora of offerings. So clearly, Flip Learn is on the right track. And kudos to Divya and her team.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Again, our big congratulations, Divya, to you and your whole team. Many congratulations. With that, we are quickly moving forward to our next category of award, which is Innovative Technology Solutions for Higher Education Providers. Once again, we have a runner-up and a winner. So first, let's take a look at who the runner-up is. Can you have the AV, please? And the runner-up in this category is Extra Edge Technology Solutions Private Limited. We have with us Abhishek and Sushil from Extra Edge. Many congratulations to you. We'd love to hear a few words from both of you.
Congratulations to you, Sushil and Abhishek. Keep doing well. I think it's a start, and I'm sure as you see 2021 and education technology, and EdTech becoming an integral part of the hybrid learning ecosystem. I think you have even a better future. So congratulations.
So good to again meet you, Khyati, and thank you, Dr. Batra, Dr. Mittal, and Dr. Mantha for for the recognition. I think in a online digital-led world, understanding the student journey is very, very critical for universities and education institutes of all shapes and sizes. And that's what Extra Edge is doing. We are helping brands and universities, admission teams understand the student journey and using tools like machine learning and artificial intelligence by doing that. So very proud, and I take this award on the behalf of my team, and my co-founder Sushil is here. And it's a great time to build a edtech company. As I said, when I also won the 40 under 40, but this gives me more immense pleasure because I receive on the behalf of my entire team.
All the best. Clearly, you're getting something right consistently, and clearly consistency matters in any domain. Whether you're a batsman, you're a politician, you're an educationist, or you're an entrepreneur. So consistency is, and gradual growth creates excellence. So all the best. Dr. Mittal and Dr. Mantha, your comments.
I mean, this sector is always challenging, and to be there and also succeed, it really takes a lot of effort. And the kind of technology-based solutions that you're providing are very, very good. And the fact that people are using it is a good testimony. And congratulations to both of you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Many congratulations to Extra Edge. Your name itself is Extra Edge, and after COVID, in the new normal, these technological solutions are a must. I mean, we cannot do without it. So many congratulations, and keep bringing more solutions in future.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much, guys. I really appreciate the award. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and big congratulations once again to Extra Edge. With that, we're moving forward to announcing on who the winner is in the Innovative Technology Solutions for Higher Education Providers. So let's quickly take a look at this aim. So our big congratulations, Kiran. Very warm welcome and congratulations to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It's an honor to be a part of this evening. Thank you so much. And should I start?
Yes,
yes, please. We'd love to hear.
It's your evening. It's your time.
Okay. So it's an absolute honor. A big thanks to Businessworld and the esteemed jury for recognizing our work and giving us another motivation to keep on doing better. And with this award comes a great sense of responsibility to come up with more innovations which are meaningful for the education segment. Globus Infocom Limited has been continuously working on innovations for the past 19 years, and we are proud to be a Make in India brand because we are proud Indians. So the ethos of the organization is to offer Indian brands to Indian consumers, meaningful solutions, affordable solutions, cost-effective solutions, and most importantly, to make learning a continuous process. A big thanks to you all, and I feel deeply humbled to receive this award of Innovative Technology Solutions in Higher Education, and a big thanks to Government of Goa for giving us an opportunity to serve them. We will continue coming up with more innovations. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Dr. Mantha, your comments?
Yeah, congratulations, Kiran.
Thank you so much.
This 9 months, probably the institutions, the universities, they have all been using a lot of technology, and any innovation in that space to reach out to the students in the most meaningful way is always appreciated. And during the presentation, I must say you were very, very articulate. and very, there was a great clarity of thought process, I thought, and congratulations.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Your words mean a lot. They are really inspiring, sir. Thank you so much.
Dr. Mittal?
So congratulations, Kiran. Congratulations, Kiran.
Thank you, ma'am.
Innovation is the key to the future. And
Yes.
you are innovating, so that means you are having many keys to the future. And you will keep doing good things and bringing many more solutions in the new normal.
Yes.
Many
Thank
congratulations.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
And Kiran, I'm especially happy that more and more women entrepreneurs come to the fore. I think that's good, and we wish you luck. And clearly at BW Education, while Businessworld is a B2C, the BW Education business that we've built over the last 4 years is a community of educators. Dr. Mantha has, of course, been a mentor and somebody who understands the education ecosystem from all aspects. Dr. Pankaj Mittal has been very supportive, and it's really jury. See, Dr. Mantha was on the jury, Dr. Mittal was on the jury, so all our winners have been selected by the jury. And clearly, some of the winners have called me. I didn't even know they were winners. One or two have said, oh, they were second, but they're not number one. I just want to use this opportunity to say to all of you that the difference was very, minimal, if I have to put it. I don't know about specific cases, but sometimes the difference is minimal. So clearly, you're a winner. You're being recognized.
Yes.
And sometimes the best presenter that day wins. It's a limited time in which the jury is assessing basis the information you provide, how you present. These two also matter. While we've done a lot of knowledge around your entries and given it to the jury. So, whether you're number one or number two matters. But I think the difference was very less. And, the jury did make all the right choices. So just want to.
But I would like to compliment, sir. The whole process was quite insightful for me as a presenter also that day. So very transparent process, and I must compliment the whole team. And we as a community have to continue doing our bit in our own ways.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely, Mr. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
And many congratulations to you and the whole team.
And Dr. Mantha and Dr. Mittal, you were thinking, where did he disappear? I got a call from a friend who came second in one category I wouldn't like to name. And I didn't even know he was winning. And he was the one who was telling me how they are upset that they're number two. And I that's the call I went and took out. And then in between, I didn't go on for something else, So just want to say that. And that's why I'm making that comment.
Okay.
Right.
Thank you. Have a great evening, and thank you so much.
You.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dham. Congratulations, and don't forget to celebrate. Ladies and gentlemen, we're moving towards the second last category of the evening, which is the Star Principal Award for School Excellence. And here that we have a clear winner. So let's take a look at who the Star Principal Award for School Excellence award goes to. Let's take a look. So a big congratulations to Rashmi Malik from Salvan Public School, Gurugram. Many congratulations.
Thank you so much, Khyati, and good evening, everyone. And on behalf of all the Salvan Public Schools family, it's an honor for me to accept this award today from Businessworld. For me, this award is a recognition for the hard work of teachers in implementing the innovative practices on the campus. It is a recognition for the support of the entire management to all the institutions, as well as, the trust of the parents now for past almost 78 years on the institution. And of course, last but not the least, the love of our students. So once again, thank you so much, Dr. Annurag, Dr. Mantha, Dr. Mittal, Khyati, and especially the jury. I mean, it was wonderful interacting with such illustrious, jury panel on that particular day, and really, really humbled and really, really grateful to all of you. Thank you so very much.
Congratulations, Ms. Malik, and congratulations to Salvan Public School. I can tell you it's not a ploy to make you win and get my children into a school. They're well beyond school education, and they're in a school that they love. It doesn't matter. I've tried to change their school, but they put their foot down. It's a good school. It's a
Yes.
very good school. But sometimes parents have their own ideas of what is a good school and what is not a good school.
True,
And
true.
both me and my wife felt that it is a great school, but we wanted them to get into a school which was, in our view, more academic rigor. But they refused. So clearly, don't worry, my children and my nieces, nephews, all are in good schools.
You're all
And
welcome.
not going to call them for an admission. And we're not likely to have another child. So between these, I think we're sorted.
All right, so Dr. Mantha, your comments and congratulatory message.
This is just to humor Dr.
Congratulations,
Mantha and Dr. Mittal.
Malik ji. And kind of, it's always tough to get the schools going. I mean, and to excel in that space is equally tough. And the kind of innovation that is required to be there and be in competition with best of the schools around you and still excel. So that seeks, I mean, a lot of effort. And please continue to do the good work. And congratulations from our side.
Thank you, sir.
Yes. Many congratulations. And Salwan is not excellent from today. It is excellent from a long time. My sister studied there
Yes.
something like 30 years back. So
Okay.
many congratulations and keep doing good work.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Have a great evening. Thank you.
You too, Ms. Malik. Congratulations to you and the whole school out there. I'm sure the kids will also be celebrating today. And I hope you do too. Congratulations.
Yes, thank you, Kathy.
With that, ladies and gentlemen, we're coming to the last category for the evening, which is EdTech CEO of the Year. Of course, we have a runner-up and a winner in this category. So let's look at who the runner-up is in EdTech CEO of the Year category. Here's the audiovisual. And yes, we have the runner-up, Malshri. She was right here with us. I think she'll be joining. Yes, Malshri Dubey, ladies and gentlemen, the runner-up of
Thank you, Kathy. Thank you, Kathy. I'm extremely thrilled. This was beyond imagination, 4 years into the education industry. And it's an honor to be sharing panel with such eminent education leaders. I feel honored and privileged to be receiving this award. I would like to express my sincere gratitude towards Businessworld, all the respected and renowned jury members for conferring me with this prestigious award. I take pride in accepting it as a collective responsibility in building and shaping the new educational wave and working harder as a team to build a global EdTech platform. I would like to dedicate this award to the team PyTech, that includes the excellent faculty members and the intelligent students who are working on several innovative projects, PyTech Society members, my parents, my sister Kopal, and my brother Mrigank, who has been guiding me with all the management lessons since I come from a technical background. So he has been guiding me with all the management lessons. And I hope to continue and sustain and keep inspiring others to inculcate social responsibility as a part of their value system of the institutions. Thank you so much.
So well articulated, Malshri. Many congratulations. Dr. Mantha,
Thank you.
your message.
Yeah, congratulations, Malshri. And I don't know, you refer to education as industry. I don't know if it is really industry, but it certainly needs industry connect to be there. So it's good, the kind of work that you've been doing and the confidence with which you come to the presentation table, and it's really amazing. Congratulations to you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Your words means a lot.
Thank you. Congratulations, Malshri. And it is
Thank
always
you.
a pleasure to see those organizations as winners who have women as their CEOs. So, and that itself means that they have to be the winners. So many congratulations and keep winning in future also.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Dr. Batra, your message.
I was part of the BW Education 40 Under 40 and I saw your presentation, and you were part of the list, and no wonder you won. I was not. I mean, I did join the jury for about half an hour, but most part I was in this. So, but I'm happy that the jury selected you. So, all the best. Continue to do good work, and you come across very earnest, very sincere. I think that's your biggest. That's how you come across, and I think that augurs well. I mean, sincerity and the seriousness of the mission matters, and rest I believe that God arranges for us if we have the right intent, and everything else follows that. So all the best and congratulations.
Thank you, sir. This was like beyond imagination, and I'm extremely thrilled and emotional at the same time. Thank you so much.
All the best.
Thank you.
So big congratulations to you, Moshri. Many, many congratulations. With that, ladies and gentlemen, this is the last award of the night, which is EdTech CEO of the Year category winner. So let's take a look at who the winner is. So big congratulations, Vinesh. Many congratulations to you. This is a big win.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm thrilled and I accept this award with folded hands. My sincere appreciation for the jury as well as the entire coordination team from Businessworld. I am deeply touched by this whole thing called a tech CEO. I don't know if I'm actually I deserve this, but thank you so much. It's a huge honor to accept this award on behalf of the 140 team members at Elon Markets. It goes to all of them, and especially to my partners VIBGYOR and Vinay Pagaria. This award truly is a validation of the fact that we are moving in the right direction to empower Indian individual retail investors with the right finance education. In our niche, we have trained 500,000 people, but this award is also a reminder that there is a long way to go. Thank you so much once again, everyone. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Vineet, congratulations. You're the second Patavari. Again, I didn't know the list, who's the winner. But I can only say, I just want to ask you, I know you won the award, but what does CEO stand for? What is the full form of CEO?
I'll give you the simple answer, which I know, Chief Executive Officer.
It is the Chief EduTech Officer. It is the Chief Energetic Officer. It is the Chief Empathy Officer. So clearly you got those. And, like I am MBA. And, let me tell Dr. Mantha the full form of MBA. If he doesn't know, it means much below average. Clearly. I mean, if you look at me, you definitely agree with the acronym much below average. But jokes apart.
I'm also an MBA and I agree with you.
Yes. And I got into a business school when the quality control was bad. I'm from the first batch of that business school. So I got in, and while Dr. Mantha was the chairman of the AICT, he did not make me a member of the board. But after he left, I'm on the board of my alma mater. But this is, I'm just having fun. I had no intent then, or now it just happened anyway. So jokes apart, Vineet, all the best. I think financial inclusion, if the Prime Minister's vision of Atmanirbhar has to be realized, the financial literacy is a big literacy initiative that needs to go mainstream to Bharat and not just stay in India. As you know, our stock market is the most underinvested market for the size of the economy we have. So clearly you have a role to play and educate people on the basics. So clearly all the best to you. And of course the last 40 to 60 days for the stock market have been outstanding. I don't know. Stock market is already factoring in the future potential. It is future discounted now, so to say. And but sometimes there is a disconnect between the stock market and the real market. That continues to show right now also. But overall, the stock market is on a high. And if you believe Mr. Junjunwala, he still believes it's not represented well. So clearly he is a bull, so he will always believe, even if we went to 50,000, he'd believe that the stock market is not doing well. It should do better. But that's what he believes in. He puts his money where his mouth is. So clearly, people like you have a big role if that 7% has to become 10 and 15 or 20 in terms of the asset class that Indians invest in.
Thank you so much for kind words, and
Dr.
we'll definitely
Mantha.
work very hard. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Vineet, for that excellent presentation the other day. And congratulations on your being the winner of the CEO award. Annurag, whom I know for a long time, likes to underplay, and that's what he did even today. I mean, there's a great success story behind and him. And I know the days he struggled, and
what makes you believe I'm not struggling now?
No.
Thank you for your kind word, Dr. Mantha.
That struggle is very different. Was very different. And congratulations again.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much.
Dr. Mittal, your
congratulations. Congratulations to Vineet. And today, with this award from Businessworld, you have traveled the journey from tech CEO to tech guru. So now you are tech guru. So many congratulations, and keep doing the good work.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I'm completely thrilled by the words and completely humbled. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot.
We need all the best.
Congratulations. We need to you. Many congratulations.
And I just want to take this opportunity to thank my team, Priya Saraf, Prerna Chopra, everyone else in Tanvi's team, Raghav, Kathy, you've been at it since the morning, and our jury members, because really, all our awards are about jury. You cannot influence them. You know, most people in the company don't even know, including me, who's won. I've not even seen the list because really, that's how we do it. So it's really absolutely honest process. Yeah, I know my business guys sometimes call me for things and they know my standard answer. And sometimes if I'm, they push me too much, I tend to be aggressive with them on those kind of issues. But I really want to thank the BW Education team, the Businessworld team. They've really put in hours into it. Dr. Pankaj Mittal and Dr. Mantha for first being in the jury and giving so much time. And today, your being at the award show really elevates the awards, and your words of wisdom and encouragement to the winners, I'm sure, mean a lot to them. So really gratitude from the bottom of my heart. And if there have been, this is a new tech platform. I know Dr. Mantha in the morning, you struggled to get into it. And I saw the WhatsApp only in the evening because, so sorry for any glitches or we made you wait, or Dr. Mittal, that was not the intent, but it's a learning, and I take the feedback with all humility and very seriously. And so any glitches, please pardon us. That's not the intent. We value who you are. Your time and your patronage matters a lot. And I hope we stay worthy of your patronage and, create some value for you for your time in terms of meeting some new talent, getting some new ideas. So thank you so much again, and really grateful to my team because really they are the nucleus of what we do. And I think in the last few months, they've transformed what we do for the positive and kept me busy. I can only say that I feel very optimistic about the future of our country when I see the young people I work with, and I really mean it from the bottom of my heart. So thank you so much, Dr. Mantha and Dr. Mittal.
So thank you, Anurag. Thanks for having us on the jury. It was really a very good experience, and everything was done in such a professional and transparent manner that we couldn't imagine that this will be the way we will be working on the jury. So thanks for inviting us, and thanks to Businessworld for conducting this type of a very good competition in which the winners are coming, and then in future they want to work better and better to win future awards. So thanks for having us with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Anurag ji. Thank you, Pankaj ji, and Kathy, Prerna, and all the others.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
For having us
God bless you.
in the jury.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. We're humbled with your presence. Thank you, Dr. Mantha. Thank you, Dr. Mittal. And thank you, Dr. Batra. With this, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to conclude the BW Top Education Brands Awards 2020. I would like to thank and firstly congratulate all our winners. A big congratulations to all of you. The long weekend is here, so do not forget to celebrate with your family, friends, and of course your teams. Ladies and gentlemen, we'd also like to thank our speakers and panelists for the day. This couldn't have been possible without them. We'd also like to thank jury members and for making this ceremony really memorable. They've given a lot of time and effort. Once again, congratulating to all the deserving winners. And we cannot leave without thanking our partners, our principal partner, Tourism Finance Corporation of India, our B School partner, Institute of Public Enterprise, and our virtual event partner, Almond Vertex. Ladies and gentlemen, before I leave, I would like to just quote Aristotle here. He said, educating the mind without educating the heart is no education at all. The leaders of today in education are doing their best to bring the education of mind and heart together. I hope that we all can do our bit in educating our kids better, not just with the mind, but with the heart too. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. With that, I am Kavita, your host, signing off. It's been a pleasure being the host to all of you. Hope to see you again real soon. Stay safe and take care.
BW Businessworld presents a rich legacy of curated events that enable conversations on policy issues in India.
Because of the state of our cities, we have no option but to build smart and resilient cities.
Digital India is more for the poor, underprivileged and the deprived.
Covering a range of topics, BW Businessworld events look to create a strong narrative around smart cities, digital India, healthcare, Swachh Bharat, human resource issues, education, banking and finance, among others.
The world is fast changing. Best practices are available now on the net.
विकास, डेवलपमेंट पूरी राजनीति में ये फोकस बन गया है.
BW Businessworld events provide a speaking platform to the voices that matter.
स्मार्ट से ताल्लुक यह है कि हम जो बेसिक एमिनिटीज हैं उसको हम चुस्त दुरुस्त करें.
You don't have to be a technologist. You need to understand how technology influences the world.
Mahatma Gandhi was a great man. He was the leader of the freedom struggle.
We believe that e-governance and IoT will play a very, very important role.
BW Businessworld is an excellent exhibition platform that helps you showcase your services to the right audience. To be a part of our legacy, write into us at partner@businessworld.in.